Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Had Rip and Tear Quirk. Now before starting, give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The whole class sat together while munching on snacks provided by the proctors. They watched as more and more students came in, until Todoroki walked in with Shinso, who had some burn marks. "What happened to you?" Izuku asked with a snort at the burnt purple hair. "Scared me and my quirk went off. He was too close," Todoroki said with a tiny bit of shame. "Ah, we need to put a bell on you. First, Midoriya almost takes your head off now, Todoroki," Kaminari said, and most of the class laughed. The people around them looked horrified at what was said. Considering it was rip and tear they were talking about, it probably wasn't an over-exaggeration. "I'm sorry I burned your hair. I'll buy your hair dye when it grows next time," Todoroki said, trying to apologize and make recompense. The class began to laugh anew. Shinso, slightly red-faced, looked at Todoroki and said, "It's natural." He only slightly shouted, "Oh sorry, Midoriya is dash. Yes, mine is natural too." He cut off Todoroki before he could finish. He was loving this kind of energy from everyone. So he looked at the class to keep this going. He looked at Kaminari in particular. "What?" he asked like the idiot he is. "Does your hair naturally grow a black patch in a shape of a lightning bolt?" he asked with everyone's eyes now on Kaminari. "How dare you insinuate that mine isn't natural?" "It's not. I saw him repainting it one morning," Mina shouted while Kaminari tried to act all high and mighty. "Mina, you said you would keep that a secret." With bright red cheeks, he yelled at her. "Anyone else wants to come clean?" Izuku said, laughing still. "From black," Kirishima said, still trying to catch his breath from laughing. No one else raised their hand or admitted to dyeing their hair. "Maybe I should dye mine, just to spite Endeavor. How about pink, a mix of red and white?" Todoroki said with all seriousness. The class kept laughing for a bit longer. The room was filling up and most were paying attention to the chaos class of 1A. With the infamous Rip and Tear leading them, they expected something darker. Instead, they listened to them talk about someone trying to keep their hair dyeing a secret and getting outed. The conversation was like between children. Inesa was relieved that the teen they talked about in the news wasn't some murderous psychopath trying to get a hero license. Instead, he was someone who joked with his classmates and laughed with them. The next surprise was the son of Endeavor joining in and laughing softly with them. A completely different guy from who he met at the entrance exam. They kept chatting until the buzzer rang again and they all heard the intercom. "The first phase of the exam is now over. The second will be you all being first responders after a deadly attack." The monitors showed the empty arena explode. Holy shit! There were bombs there. Someone could have set them off. Someone in the room exclaimed, and Izuku wasn't the only one who agreed. "We will have workers playing as victims in an attack and your job is to get them to safety." The screen switched to actors putting fake blood on themselves. "The exam will start now." And the walls of the exam room opened like a blooming flower to reveal destroyed structures. Izuku and his class got ready and gathered around Izuku while he sealed his helmet. "Spread out and start looking. Shoji and Jiro, you will be the best ones here to find hidden people. Ochako, Siro, Todoroki, and Mineta help around with stabilizing structures. Everyone do what you do best." Izuku ordered around and some single students joined their class to help where they can. A triage area was set up and Izuku set up a waypoint for it. Everyone from every school began to work together to get people out of an aftermath of an attack. Izuku broke up rubble to move it easier and tore through rebar like butter. He found one kid running up to him with tears in his eyes and fake blood on his hands. He was blubbering and Izuku couldn't understand him. "Hey pal, take a deep breath and calm down so I can understand you. Is that blood yours? Are you injured?" He knelt and showed him to get his breath under control. Once that was done, the kid began to speak again. "My uncle. He is trapped behind some metal bars and he couldn't get out. He is bleeding and needs help." "All right, stay close, I'll follow." He followed the super-realistic actor to an older man on his knees behind a set of rebar. "All right, I need you to step back and I'll get him out in a jiffy. The kid nervously followed Izuku's direction and stepped back a few feet. He walked to the bars and the old man spoke up. You're gonna need something stronger to get me out of here. Take the boy and get him to safety, he said while holding his leg. Izuku ignored him and tore the rebar net holding the old man trapped. Now we can get you two out of here. You are hurt. Where? He bandaged the wound and turned to open a portal to the triage area. Wait, you're not leaving us? The kid shouted in fear. Of course not, I'm getting you 2 express tickets out of here, he said while tearing a portal to the triage. He picked the old man up and the kid followed. Once there he set him down to get looked at. Before he left the old man said, -2 points for not introducing yourself, but well done. Izuku slapped his forehead about forgetting to introduce himself. Before he left there was an explosion. Villains. Multa FA. Every time I leave the school, villains? I'm only a damn first year and I had more villains in the past 6 months than I had my whole life. Izuku ranted as he ripped a portal to, like before. Go and evacuate it now. I'll send more this way soon. He saw a villain in a gray bodysuit with a gun aimed at Izuku and the triage area. He tore some rubble from the ground and threw it at the villain as fast as he could. Since a portal was in use, he improvised. The rubble hit the villain and the gun clattered to the ground. Izuku was already on him when he turned back. With one hard hit to the side of the head, they were down. Wait! The old man who he saved a moment ago yelled out. It's part of the exam. Not real villains. Izuku looked at the man and then at the villain. Oh, alright then. Hey, guys, are the villains fake because I hit this guy hard? Izuku called over the communicator. Yes, it's part of the exam. They aren't dead, right? Yaoruzo's voice was heard, then the question came out panicked. While running back to the victims and their shocked expressions. Izuku closed the portal and opened a new one for the triage people to get farther away. No, they are probably still alive. Forget about that, what's the situation? The group looked at him like he was insane as he ran to the fighting. It turns out Gang Orca was attacking with his goons. One of his favorite heroes, and he is going to fight him. On his way, Izuku ambushed 2 goons. He jumped and tore the gun of one apart with one hand, then grabbed the gunless goon and used him as a human shield and charged at the other. He didn't want to hit his comrade, so he took a hard hit from him instead as Izuku hit one goon with another. He hit them once again to knock them out and kept going to the louder noises. Once he arrived, it was chaos with multiple students trying to fight the army of goons. They shot some sort of cement globs at people to incapacitate them. There were multiple statues of students trapped. Todoroki was there, using fire on Gang Orca, but Inasa was messing it up with his wind. He yelled at Todoroki. Don't you start shit. Focus on slowing down Gang with ice and I'll take care of the goons. He barreled into a goon and like before carried him as a shield while charging at the next one. Todoroki listened and began to send waves of ice spikes at Gang. Getting back to the task, he tore guns away and began to eliminate goons without mercy. A strike to the head here, a broken leg there, a definite concussion over there. As he bashed his way through, he got hit a few times, but after the goo hardens he just tore it off. He freed many trapped students on his way to slaughter. He was beginning to have fun while shooting one of the guns when he heard over the comms, Shoji say to him, I was the last through your portal, you are cleared to close it. Izuku grinned and did so. It was time for the big guy. He was slowed by the ice but not much. Inasa was down from Gang's quirk and Todoroki was shielding him from more sonic attacks. Most of the goons were eliminated, so Izuku charged at Gang. He tore a portal to his back to jump, but he turned and grabbed him before he could land on him. Gang Orca spoke to him. I've been watching you and that won't work on me. As he threw him into a pile of rubble, harder than he was expecting. Izuku was buried and disoriented from the throw. The armor took most of the hit, but shock can't be absorbed completely. He dug himself out to see Gang over a prone Todoroki. He lit up and Inasa helped fan the flames into a cone of flames. Gang began to dehydrate, but the flames were snuffed out by his sonic attack, stunning the two completely. Good try. But not enough. Gang said over them. Izuku dropped from a great height onto Gang's head. His heavy armor and feet first brought him to his knees. Izuku hit him twice more, then he grabbed his arm and held his other ready to spear Gang. Surrender or continue to try to fight me. Many heroes watching stood up, ready to jump in to stop an execution of a hero. Gang Orca was feeling fear and he didn't expect that, so he listened to his animal instincts and bowed his head in submission. The exam is over, please stop fighting. The proctor said after the buzzer, and panic on his voice. Izuku looked around and remember it was an exam. He dropped his arms and stretched. That was a great fight. I'm a huge fan, can you sign this please? Izuku tore a portal to his dorm for his notebook with Gang Orca's info. He flipped until he found the right page and presented it like a child. Gang stared at the man who was ready to kill him in a moment, turn into a fanboy. He laughed a hearty laugh. Of course I will. Great job at taking out my men, hopefully, they will be all right. He took the notebook and signed it above his drawing. Handing it back, Izuku put it back into the tier and closed it. Thank you for the fight and autograph. Izuku took off his helmet and bowed to him. They separated and Izuku helped up Todoroki. They all got changed and headed to the first room they were in for the results. While waiting, Ochako approached him and asked loud enough for everyone to hear. Did you think that was a real villain attack? With her head tilted. Of course I did. I completely expected some sort of bullshit to happen. You can't believe how angry I was. Every time we leave the school, a villain attacked. To the USJ, villains. To the mall, villains. To a recluse camp, villains. Izuku ranted. The class agreed but was also giggling at their level-headed leader being patted by his girlfriend. Ochako hugged him and patted his head while on her shoulder. They're my big murder machine, it's all right. Anyone watching both thought that was sweet and also worried about a pet name like Murder Machine. The screen lit up and a voice called out to the teens. Passing grade is over 50. If you failed, you can take the test again in the future. The scores were shown and Izuku scanned the list for his name. He found it with a score of 92. I'll take it. And caught Ochako in a hug. She also passed and so did the whole class. Todoroki was the only one who was the closest to failing with a 60. They had their license printed and they walked out to meet with their teacher. Izuku immediately took a picture and sent it to Rumi and his mom. He was so happy to take a big step forward to be a hero. Mom responded immediately with congratulations. Many other students were the same with phones in hand and talking to people. Aizawa walked out with Ms. Joke close behind. He looked over everyone and didn't say anything for a moment. Good job. Midoriya, let's get back to the dorms. He said with a small proud smile hidden behind his scarf. The class was overjoyed to get praise like that from their stoic teacher. Izuku opened a portal and let everyone walk through. Once through he counted heads and realized he was missing one. Oh shit. Who's missing? He said to the common room. Everyone looked around and looked for the missing person. Mina's phone rang and it was Kaminari who went to the bathroom and now was alone in the exam center. She burst out laughing and put him on speaker for the class. With a sigh of relief, Izuku opened another portal and Kaminari walked through. You left me behind, he said with tears in his eyes. Well, tell someone you are going to the bathroom. Izuku responded. Izuku got a response from Rumi saying she just got off work and to open a portal to him. He didn't see any harm so he did and Rumi ran through and tried to kick Izuku. He managed to dodge it and grab her leg before she kicked with the other, sending him flying. Nice try. You are getting slow, we gotta remedy that soon. Rumi said, standing over an Izuku with no air in his lungs. What the F dash, he just has Mirko on speed dial? Shinso said, flabbergasted at who was in their dorms. Rumi caught Ochako in a hug and she presented her with Uravity's provisional license. Look, we can kick names without getting in trouble now. Izuku held his out too from the floor. I'm going to nap. Don't burn the dorms down. Aizawa said as he left, not caring about Mirko. She spent some time with them in their class chatting and goofing around. She talked about notable villains she fought recently and the class talked about the exams. All around it was a good way to end the day. Rumi left after it started to get dark and everyone was happy to meet a pro and chat with them casually. Everyone was too tired to make dinner so they ordered out and picked up the pizza when it was ready. Aizawa appeared out of the shadows and took a pizza for himself and then disappeared again. No one was too surprised. It was the beginning of the weekend and they all felt some time off was appropriate. After a movie or two with the class group in the common room, they decided to call it a night. Everyone went to their separate rooms, including Ochako. Izuku found it odd but decided not to question it, though there was some worry. After settling into bed, he got a message from her for a portal to his room. He listed and she walked through with a small duffel bag of clothes and other smaller necessities. There we are, now I don't have to run back to my room and then change for classes. I'll just do it here, you don't mind, do you? She said, her tone getting apprehensive at the end. Izuku was just glad she wasn't mad or something with him. It's not all that different from living at the apartment together. Of course I don't mind, Izuku said while hugging her and picking her up. He then lay back down in bed with her still in his arms. Ochako giggled and squeezed her side of the hug back. They slowly drifted off to sleep with them intertwined. The next morning found most of the class scavenging for food in the kitchen. Izuku stood at the entrance of the kitchen and watched as Kirishima and Sato fought for the last protein bar. Yaoruzo walked beside him and also watched the fight for the bar continue. You know we have to go grocery shopping, she said, not looking at him. With this class, we will end up fighting again, a villain attack or worse, get banned from a grocery store, Izuku said with a grimace. How is getting kicked out worse? She said, finally looking at him. We can fight villains now, legally, and we can't predict a villain attack. Getting banned, Aizawa will definitely hear about it and punish us for being idiots, he said while Sato bit into the bar and tore a piece out, wrapper and all. Yaoruzo stopped and thought for a moment, then nodded her head in agreement. We still need food. Kirishima shoved the rest of the bar in his mouth, also with the wrapper. Yeah, I'll take a small group and get groceries. Let's make a list, Izuku said with a sigh. All right, who is going? She made a notepad and went to the fridge to see what to write down. Todoroki, Tsuyu, Shinso, Ochako, and Shoji. He nodded at his decision. Why them? Just curious about your decision-making, she said, moving to the cabinets. Tsuyu took care of her younger siblings, so she is responsible enough for food. Shinso, so we don't take too long since he will definitely want to come back right away. Ochako is thrifty, so she will help keep the bill lower and her quirk will help move the stuffs faster. Shoji has arms on arms to carry the stuff and he is strong. And Todoroki because I don't think he has ever been shopping before and I'm curious about what will happen, he said, tapping his cheek in imagination of what would the youngest Todoroki do. She looked flatly at him. Really? Why don't I go, or Ida, we are the most responsible in the class, she said, almost finished with the list. We need to make sure the dorms aren't in chaos when we return with no supervision here to stop the dumb shit that would happen. Also next time you will be in the group to go grocery shopping because you are just as if not more shelter than Todoroki. As he took the list and she blushed at his accusation. How would you know? She countered, trying to prove otherwise. Because everything on this list would cost triple what it should by the brand names I recognized on here. Also, we would have to modify it for everyone's tastes. I doubt everyone would want the same cereal, for example. She deflated and agreed with his opinions. Alright, shoot up a flare and call the chaos class to the common room, all of them, he said to her. Soon the whole class was grouped up and Izuku began to speak while sitting down to write. Alright boys and girls. We are out of food, so I will ask in an orderly fashion what everyone wants and I will accommodate the best for everyone. If more than one person wants a specific cereal, we are getting it. If only one person wants that cereal and we already have 6 others, we aren't getting it. Understood? He said with a commanding voice. He knew if he was casual about it, it would turn into a mess. The class was quiet for a moment, then Ochako said something quietly only Jiro heard and she was blushing while staring at her. He took the silence in as affirmation. So he began with Yaoruzo's list and worked from there. It took 2 hours and multiple fights between classmates until the list was done. At some point, Aizawa walked into the dorms in the middle of the fight between Frosted Flakes and Cocoa Puffs involving the whole class and promptly walked out again. There were many specific things that people wanted. For example, Koda wanted more rabbit food for his pet. Shoji wanted squid ink for a recipe and Sato needed about 20 pounds of flour and 10 pounds of sugar for himself only. Tokoyami asked for specific nuts he liked and helped with his beak keep rounded. There was more, and the bathroom necessities was just as long as the food list. Specific shampoos and soaps for many of the class were needed. With a sigh, he slumped into his chair and looked at the longest grocery list he has ever seen. All right, now for who is going. Chaos erupted immediately. Izuku asked for Yaoruzo to make a gavel and he slammed it down on the table. Order. Order, I say. Cheeseburger, please. Kaminari said right after Izuku, getting a gavel to the head for his dumb ass. The group is already decided beforehand: Tsuyu, Todoroki, Shoji, Shinso, and Ochako. They will be coming with me to get groceries. There was a groan from Shinso on the ground, who had been there for 1 hour and 30 minutes. Why do I have to go? He groaned out the words. The class president has spoken. Now get ready and I'll go get us a truck to get this list. He said, standing up and pulling out his phone to call his favorite teacher in the world. The phone rang and rang for a few minutes until he got tired of waiting and opened a portal to the teacher's lounge. There were 2 other teachers in the room, besides the caterpillar. 13 and Midnight were seated at their desks working on paperwork. He walked up to the caterpillar and poked it, no response. He poked again. Faded. Hey dad, hey. He kept poking until he rolled over and Aizawa stared at him with dead eyes. Where is your phone? I've been calling you. Forget it, we need transportation to the grocery store. 6 of us are going and we need a big truck. Namuri. Aizawa called out and he rolled over again. Midnight heard everything and took a video of Midoriya calling Eraserhead dad. It took an iron will but she never laughed. Don't worry kiddo, I'll take care of it. Head back to the dorms and I'll meet you there in 10 minutes. She patted him on the shoulder. He shrugged and opened a portal back to the dorms. 10 minutes later, a short bus with a trailer hitched to it rolled to the front of the dorms. Midnight changed out of her hero suit and was behind the wheel. Get in, losers, we are going shopping, she shouted with a smile. They rode the bus with most of the chatter being with Ochako, Tsu, and Midnight. The trip was only 20 minutes but Shinso managed to fall asleep in time. The grocery store was big and Izuku never has been to it. He and his mom only needed a small store a few blocks away from the apartment. It seems Ochako hasn't either by the way she looked around. Alright, everyone grabs a cart and we do a train all together. Because if we separate, I know something is bound to happen. Izuku said with his eyes narrowed and looking around suspiciously. Kayama, as she told them to call her, stayed with the bus while they shopped so they were on their own. Everyone followed him after grabbing a cart themselves. He made copies of the list and gave them to everyone just in case Izuku misses something. It took 2 hours with their efficiency. It was messy at first but everyone worked together and got the hang of shopping for a family of 20 teenagers. They had to call their classmates sometimes when they didn't find a specific item they needed but it went quickly. The 6 got many odd looks from other customers. Some recognized them and waved, the rest looked on with amusement at 6 teens with enough food to feed a company of soldiers. Once done they went to the checkout and queue up to get out of there. The total for everything made Izuku wince and Ochako almost pass out. They rolled out of the store and arrived at the bus with Kayama doing paperwork in the driver's seat. Seeing them, she got out to help. Then she looked at the 6 carts of food and supplies and then at the trailer. It will fit, probably. She nodded. They moved to load everything in and it was a tight squeeze. The 6 finally got to sit down and they drove back to the dorms. Izuku messaged Yaoruzo they were on their way back and have to class ready to help. Once that was done he slung his arm around Ochako and they relaxed for a moment. They arrived back in front of the dorms with no incident to speak of. That was a win for Izuku. It's also a win if no one dies but his standards are low. Izuku got off the bus and tore a portal to the kitchen from next to the trailer. Honey, we're home. He shouted into the portal and the other 5 laughed at his antics. The portal was crowded with his classmates and everyone began to walk back and forward to the trailer and kitchen. Everyone was helping, but Shinso tried to sneak away. Izuku caught him by the hood and pulled him back. Where are you going? He asked with a raised eyebrow. Oh, just gotta drop something off in my room. I'll be bish. A small meow was heard from under his sweatshirt. A gray kitten popped out of his collar and meowed again. Izuku's shoulders slumped. Please tell me you didn't steal them, he said with resignation in his voice. I found her in the parking lot. I didn't see a collar or a mother, so mine. he explained while holding her. Alright, shouldn't be an issue since Koda has a rabbit. I'll take you to get some things for her later. Izuku said, petting the cat. She was purring and shoved up against his hand. It was adorable. Thanks, Midoriya. Shinso smiled with appreciation. The class finished putting everything away that was for the kitchen. The bathroom necessities were called out by Izuku, and the person who asked for it came up and grabbed it. He found that better than letting them have at it and make a mosh pit. With that, Izuku went up to Shinso's room and knocked for them to get cat food and other stuff. Shinso let him in and he tore a portal to the grocery store near his apartment. The store owner was familiar with Izuku and greeted him warmly. It only took 15 minutes and they were leaving the store with a few too many bags for one kitten, all on the card from UA of course. Izuku finally got to sit down in the common room with the other four, also around drained of the day's activity. Ochako plopped her head on his lap and fell asleep soon after. Izuku only lasted a few minutes longer before also falling asleep sitting up on the couch. The class let them have their rest while they all went on with their day around them. Izuku woke up in the middle of the night with Ochako in his lap and them on the couch. He gently got up and opened a portal to his room before picking Ochako up and walking through. He set her on his bed without waking her and joined her. He was asleep soon again. They didn't wake until there was a knock on the door. They tried to ignore it, but the knocking started again. Oh, lovebirds, it's time to get up. The muffled voice of Mina came through. She only heard a groan and then quiet. Come on, Mina, let them sleep in. It's only 10 in the morning. Shoji said, shuffling the plates of food he was carrying. Ochako tried to get up and answers the door, but Izuku just held tighter. She giggled at his reaction and relented. The next thing said Mina changed her mind. Well, this food will go cold then, she said sadly. Ochako struggled to get up this time, but his grip didn't relent. Aizu food, she whined. Izuku was already awake for a good while, but he was just too comfortable laying in bed with Ochako. Until Mina came and disturbed the peace. While the food did sound tempting, so was staying in bed with his arms around Ochako. When she whined, he gave in only a little. He let go of one hand and tore a portal above Shoji's arms where the food was. Ochako, seeing what Izuku was doing, reached forward and snatched the food before the two knew any better. With the prize in hand, Ochako sat up and began to munch on the bacon on the plate. Hey, that's not fair. Open this door and reveal your sinful actions, Mina intoned after she sounded like a little girl whining. Ochako gave a heavy sigh and opened the door to Mina, who was about to kick the door, and Shoji trying to stop her. Izuku saw his restful time over and got up. He stretched and there was a slap. Looking over, he saw Ochako holding her hand over Mina's eyes. He gave her a confused tilt of the head and she motioned his chest. He took off his shirt sometime in their sleep and he only realized it now. Shoji already left, done with his mission to deliver food for the pair. Come on, just a peek, Mina said, struggling to take Ochako's hands off her face. Izuku meanwhile took a breakfast sausage and ate it while putting on a shirt. Once done, he sat on his bed, ate breakfast, and watched Ochako wrestling with Mina. Across the hallway, Shinso opened the door to all the ruckus with his cat in hand and looked at the two wrestling classmates and Izuku in his room eating while watching. He didn't even ask anything and just closed the door again. You know your part of the plate is getting cold? Izuku finally said something, interrupting Ochako and putting Mina in a headlock on her back. She looked up and let go to grab the outstretched plate. Mina groaned and just turned her head to see if her class president was still shirtless, but no luck. Why did you want to wake us anyway? Is there an issue? What happened? Izuku asked, already regretting being elected to be the one who cleans up after a disaster. No, we all noticed that you two still haven't come down and I decided to bring food. Well, Shoji wanted to bring food for you too and I just wanted to tag along. And no, there's no issue, I think, she explained while getting up and walking into his room. She was trying to snoop around discreetly, but she wasn't very good at it. There's nothing in my room you will find. I keep a hidden place where all my good stuff is and it's far from here, he said as he tore a portal to show all his notebooks, some papers, and lots of questionable stuff. Mina tried to lunge for the stuff, but it closed before she took a step. What kind of naughty things are you hiding in there? I want to see it. And where was that? Mina said, now looking around the room, trying to find the stash. I'm curious too. I've seen you grab things from there and I've been wanting to look in there too. Ochako said somewhat sheepishly with eggs on her cheek. He swiped his finger across it and ate it. Sure, I don't mind letting you see, he said while tearing a portal for the blushing girl from his action. Me too. I promise I won't let anyone know, Mina pleaded in her desire to snoop. Izuku looked at her and then he stared at her with a look that would promise retribution if she broke her promise. She shivered a bit and paled. She might have gone too far this time. But she was elated when he relaxed and nodded. Jumping up, she sat on his bed next to Ochako, looking through the portal to his stash. Izuku long ago took a big safe that was at the beach and decided to make it into his. It was the size of a large fridge and he liked it. So he dug a deep hole in the forest and then pushed the safe from the beach through a portal. Once in the forest with the safe, he tore off the hinges and most of the pins holding it in place, since it was locked and there was no way of cracking the lock. Once opened, he found some papers from decades ago about nothing important. He did find a shotgun in there and then proceeded to panic about having a gun. Once he realized that he was more dangerous than a gun, he relaxed. He was going to turn it into the authorities, but it was really cool. So like the teenage boy he kept the shotgun. It even had some ammo. He learned how to hold it, operate it, and the safety of using a gun via YouTube, of course. It was a double-barreled shotgun and it didn't take long to learn how it works. He's never shot it, scared of the noise getting recognized, but he didn't want to get rid of it. When he didn't want to get rid of it, he wanted more stuff as a stash only he could find and open. So, over time he bought stuff and kept it inside the safe buried 6 feet under the woods. Back to the girls looking in the safe and his belongings. They immediately took out Izuku's hero notebooks and Quirk notebooks. They flipped through them and asked him about them. The hero notebooks were obvious, but the other they questioned. I just find Quirks fascinating. Any I see while I'm out I write about them and if I can ask the owner about it, he responded while flipping through and showing them a Quirk he found neat. They put them back and kept rifling through his stuff. They found a set of clothes, food, and money. They raised an eyebrow at that. Just in case there's an emergency, he said, shrugging. Mina took a granola bar and ate it from his stash while continuing to look. They found his wallet, phone, pens, pencils, eating utensils, and pans. You have a whole survival kit in here, Mina said. Ochako nodded her head. They found more odd stuff like road flares, an axe, many knives, one looked old and worn, and a gun. Is that a gun? Ochako said with wide eyes, and Whisper shouted, looking at her boyfriend for an explanation. She clapped her hand on Mina's mouth to keep her from shouting and getting him in trouble. Yep, I found that in the safe where all that is in. It was at the beach when I cleaned it and kept it. The safe was sealed and it is in good condition, he said simply while pulling it out to show the two girls. He did glance at the door to make sure it was shut though. He unloaded it and gave it to Ochako. She stared wide eyes at the weapon in her hands. She looked it over and was mesmerized by holding her first gun. Mina looked over her shoulder and also was curious. Why do you still have it if you found it inside the safe? She asked while holding back to him. He blushed at his honest answer. I thought it was cool and kept it, he said, loading it again and putting it back in his stash and then closed it. They looked at him with exasperation in their eyes. Well, that's enough crazy for today, Mina said while getting up to leave. At the door, a portal appears in her face. Izuku stared back at her. Remember to keep this to yourself. I don't want to get expelled because of this. Please don't break your promises, he said sternly, but also worry leaking through. Don't worry, stuff like this stays with me. You don't have anything to worry about in that big fluffy head of yours, Mina said earnestly and patted his head through the portal. She left soon after. Izuku was hugged by Ochako from behind. Thank you for showing us. Don't worry about your stash, it will stay with me, she said behind him. He turned and hugged her in apprehension. He was so lucky to have met her. How about a date? We've been busy and haven't had a chance since our first one, he proposed. She squeezed and nodded her agreement. I want another picnic. I liked it, she requested while looking up from his chest. He nodded and thought about where to go for the picnic. Looking out the window showed the forest surrounding the dorms and UA. Forest again or somewhere else? He said, pointing to the balcony. They agreed in the forest and Ochako left to get ready. Izuku left his room still in the clothes he slept in to make the picnic. Many gave him an amused look at his bed hair and let him be. He asked Sato to make something sweet for a picnic dessert and he pulled a small cake out of the fridge. I made this yesterday and haven't eaten it, take it? Thanks, man, I owe you one. He took it and placed it in the basket. With more food shoved in, he tore a portal to his room to change. He took a quick shower and changed into some shorts and a comfy shirt. Looking out to the forest, he needed to find a good spot. So he tore to the grounds to get an angle on the roof for a vantage point. Once on the roof, he scanned for a clearing of sorts. After 10 minutes of looking, he settled on one and tore to it. He cleaned it of brush and sticks, then walked back to make a trail. He looked back and nodded in satisfaction at his work. As soon as he returned, Ochako was waiting in a light yellow sundress. She wore a sun hat to go with the dress, and she looked stunning. He says this because he was stunned at her appearance. His eyes flashed with the image of her in a wedding dress and immediately shook the intrusive thoughts away. He was too young for that. She laughed at his reaction and appreciated him instead. What do you think? She asked, twirling around. The dress swayed at her motion, and the smile she gave made Izuku's head go light. Yep. He garbled out, clearing his throat, and started again. You look gorgeous. He said what he wanted to say. She blushed slightly and giggled at his reaction and response. She hooked his arm with hers and she began to walk to the forest. Where are we headed? She said, leaning on him, already enjoying their second date. I found a good spot not far in the forest. I've cleared it and made a trail to follow. He said, still captivated by her looks. He enjoyed the warm feeling in his chest he had at that moment she gave him. They walked in silence as they looked into the forest and the trail Izuku made. It was thick with trees that made a canopy overhead. It was a warm day, so the shade was appreciated. They reached the clearing and Izuku tore a portal for the picnic basket and a thick blanket to set down. They sat and began to eat what Izuku packed. They chatted about the little things they enjoyed and what they wanted to do in the future. It was one of the best times they could have with each other. Izuku told stories about his childhood antics, how he was resolved to live in the woods because he thought he was lost and turned out he was just 20 feet away from the edges. Ochako gave her embarrassing stories in return as she told Izuku about getting trapped on the inside of the ceiling rafters after her quirk reached her limits. She clung to the ceiling rafters and threw up, which rained down to the floor. In the end, she was helped down by the fire department and an extending ladder. They laughed at each other and stayed close until it was dark and the stars were visible through the canopy. As Izuku lay there with Ochako in his arms, he looked at her, and when she saw him staring, she asked, "What?" With a tilt of her head. "I love you." He admitted to her for the first time. She kissed him and said in return, "I love you too." She had loved him for a while now but waited until he said it first. It was when he returned from the Kamino raid that she realized that she couldn't see a future without him. They spent some more time stargazing in each other's arms and shared warmth. The date was a day Izuku would remember for the rest of his life. When Ochako and Izuku returned to the dorms and bed, they both dreamed of it. In the morning, the classroom was filled with everyone in their seats. Izawa walked in with his now regular teacher dad mug and stood at the podium. We will be discussing where you go from here. Now that you all have your provisional licenses, you can apply for an internship with a hero. It doesn't have to be with the same heroes from the last internship, but it can. They might not want you brats back, and if they don't, you can branch out and ask whoever you want. He said with a shrug at the end. Now, here are some third-year students. They are at the top of the UA and named the Big Three. He gestured to the opening door. A blonde and beady-eyed student lead a periwinkle girl and a shy-looking and elf-eared student. They didn't look all that strong if Izuku said so himself, but he knows appearance can be deceiving. They stood in a row in front of the class. They introduced themselves as Mirio Togata, Nijire Heido, and Tamaki Amajiki. Nijire got distracted while introducing herself. I heard that UA's monster is in this class. Where is he? She shouted out and looked at the boys trying to determine who it is. The class was surprised that was her first question and so bluntly. The whole class looked at Izuku and then Izuku pointed to Mineta behind him. Here he is. Shoving the short boy under the bus for him. The class did their best to keep a straight face, but some cracked just a bit. The older girl flew straight at a confused Mineta. She picked him up and the stars in her eyes died out. "You're not him," the videos show Rip N tier being taller. And promptly dropped him. The class burst out laughing at the scene. "Go to hell, you guys." Mineta got back up and shouted, "Why am I called the UA monster?" Izuku asked, chucking. The class gave him a deadpan look. Nijire turned to him in a flash but was held back by her shoulders by Izuku, who predicted that she wouldn't care for personal space. She shot off questions at him. "Is it really you? What is your suit made of? What's your quirk? How does it work? Is it true that you beat Vlad King? How many people have you killed?" She rapid-fired at him while being held back. Mirio winced at the last question and noticed the rest of the class just looking weirdly at his classmate. The whole time while the questions were being shot at him, he only raised an eyebrow at her. Once she ran out of breath, Izuku spoke up. "Are you sure this is the UA Big 3? He said, looking at Aizawa. His teacher only sighed at the display. Mirio pulled his classmate back to the front of the class and said to the class, "Well, if you don't believe our rank, then fight me all at once," he said with a smile. The two beside him shot a look at him, then looked away again. Izuku wondered if those looks meant they didn't think he could win 20-1 or if he was very strong. Either way, he would like to find out. The class looked outraged at being called out like that but was silenced by Izuku standing up. "Let's go get changed into our gym uniform then." The class followed and Aizawa sighed even more heavier. The class and the Big 3 met up at the gym for their battle against the single students. While he was very energetic and smiling the whole time the class had known him, they didn't let their guard down. The whole class was arrayed in a half circle with the provisional licenses exam teams they made up split in the middle. Aizawa noted this and approved of their tactics. "Come at me all at once or one at a time, it won't make a difference," Mirio said to the class before him. His two classmates sat to the side watching. Shinso was the first to speak. "Wait, what are the rules? I like to know where the line is so I don't cross it." Izuku immediately picked up on the look in his eye and prepared. He played along and nodded his agreement to the question. "Of Ku-dash," Mirio said before going blank. Izuku wasted no time in tearing a portal and spearing his hand through before stopping a few centimeters away from his eye. "You're dead," Izuku said plainly while retracting his arm. "Nice one, Shinso," he called back. Shinso was patted on the back by some of his classmates. Mirio was released by Shinso's quirk and stumbled away from the teen who was standing in the middle of the semicircle. That was the first time he was so close to death, and he felt cold thinking moments back he was helpless and at the mercy of the UA monster. "All right, that one didn't count. Let's go again," Izuku said, stepping forward and prepared to fight with all he has. Mirio looked back to his classmates who looked wide-eyed at him and then back at Izuku. He put on his brightest smile, which only looked slightly fake, and nodded as he ran to the Izuku. Izuku threw a punch right at Mirio's face, but it went through and his clothes fell away. Mirio kept going and went through Izuku like he wasn't there. Izuku didn't let that get to him and swept his arm back to the nude upperclassman. Mirio reacted somehow but was still slashed on his arm deeply. "He can turn intangible," Izuku shouted for the benefit of his classmates. Mirio was again surprised by getting injured, but he continued with his tactics. The next swing from Izuku missed when Mirio sunk into the ground. Izuku didn't let that hold him back and speared where he disappeared into. "Spread out," Izuku said, looking around and backing away from the hole in the ground. The first to go down was Shinso after a punch went through Mirio's chest. One after another they went down. Sometimes Mirio emitted some lighting and speed up, which confused Izuku. Now it was Todoroki and Izuku left, and they were back to back. They were farther away from their downed classmates. "He still needs to breathe, burn the air," Izuku said to Todoroki, not turning his head. Todoroki looked at him like he was insane but gave a grunt of agreement. Mirio popped up again like before and charged at Todoroki, but Izuku took the hit, sending him backward. Todoroki burst into an inferno, causing Mirio to yell and back away. Izuku tore a portal above him while laying down to let the ocean water keep him cool. There was a strong gust of wind and the flames were snuffed out by Mirio's punch. He flashed forward with speed that couldn't be related to being able to turn intangible. He punched Todoroki and he went down. Izuku charged forward once more, feeling the bruise on his chest from the last punch. Come on then, I'm still standing. He got Mirio to charge him. It worked and Izuku tore a portal to the middle of the ocean. Mirio tried to go intangible but he couldn't slow down fast enough and went through. Izuku closed the portal and then sighed in relief. The whole gym, minus Ochako, was staring at him. Midoriya, where did you send him? Aizawa asked, hoping he saw the other side of the portal wrong. 20 miles into the ocean. Izuku said to the man while shrugging. Bring him back. Aizawa shouted while Mirio's classmates began to look panicked. All right, geez, no need to shout. He said while tearing a portal to the same location. He saw Mirio looking around while swimming. He looked a bit panicked. You lost by the way. Here. Izuku said while offering his hand to the quickly swimming teen. Once the burnt, bloody, nude, and wet student got some clothes, he got up shakily and tried to look confident for his underclassmen. The worried looks from Nijire and Tamaki gave it away though. Well, that didn't go as I thought. Mirio said while faking his chipper attitude. Midoriya, want to explain why you sent Mirio to the middle of the ocean and why you have that as a waypoint? Aizawa said, only slightly looking angry. Alright, you gave me that assignment after the USJ for more waypoints and I asked a fisherman if I could hitch a ride to as far as he went and opened one there. He explained. It was a nice place to fish and now I can fish whenever I want. It's great. For the first question, we couldn't beat Mirio so I sent him away to either die or get back up to pick him up at my portal. He shrugged and his classmates nodded at his logic. Mirio's smile finally cracked and looked just as pale as his other classmates at the casual talk of killing someone. Yo Midoriya, could we fish there sometime? I've got some good fish recipes I can cook up. Sato asked, and some of the guys eagerly nodded their agreement. Sure. Izuku shrugged and continued looking at Mirio. So you didn't have anything to worry about. Unless the cut on your arm attracted sharks. Izuku reassured him. It looked like it had the opposite effect because Mirio only looked sicker. Aizawa rubbed his eyes. Well, this exercise was supposed to show you what real experience can give you by fighting a third year with the gained experience from the internships, but whatever, go get changed. He said tiredly and waved the class away. As Izuku was leaving, he caught Mirio's eye and reluctantly waved him over. Izuku did while waving to his friends forward. Yes? You wanted to talk? Izuku asked Mirio with Nijire and Tamaki at his sides. Mirio looked unsure how to start. So Izuku did it for him and with a tilt of his head he asked. Why do you have two quirks? The panicked looks of the three only confirmed Izuku's thoughts about the speed and lightning as a different quirk. I intern with Sir Night Eye and he invited you for a chat. Mirio said, trying to jump over the question completely. Mirio looked pale and sweaty in front of the teen who gave him a fear of oceans and 2 near-death experiences on the same day. Former sidekick of All Might wants to speak to me? Izuku stated while looking at his upperclassmen. Something was going on and Izuku enjoyed puzzles. He looked at the nervous blonde boy and then he tore a portal to the teacher's lounge. He saw who he was looking for and shouted at him. Hey, Yugit, do you have a son? He said, spooking the hunched-over blonde. Oh, Midoriya, you scared me. No, I don't have any children. He replied honestly. Izuku couldn't see the lie and nodded. Alright, sorry to bother you, I was just talking to Mirio and was just curious if you had a connection or something. He didn't miss the widening eyes as he closed the portal. Alright, I'll see Sir Knight. Here is my number, message me when I should go. He opened another portal for his notepad and gave the faint-looking blonde the paper with his number. He left the three who whisper shouted in a huddle. He finished changing and met up with his classmates in the lunchroom. What was that about? Todoroki asked first as Izuku sat with his lunch. Sir Night Eye wants to speak to me apparently and Mirio is an intern for him. He said to the table who were paying attention. You already have an internship lined up. No fair. Kaminari said, pouting with his cheeks full of noodles. I'm not interested in Sir Night Eye. I was going to ask Rumi if I can go with her again. I liked working under her and also the training was great. He said while tearing into the fried chicken on his tray. They continued to chat as they ate and the day flew by. The class was in their dorm backyard after class while some fished through a portal. Izuku tore the biggest portal he could, facing up so they could fish in a circle down into the ocean. Sato already caught a big salmon and was already dressing it for dinner. The class was as chaotic as ever, even in a peaceful time like right then. Tsuyu changed into a swimming suit and dove into the portal, much to everyone's discouragement and encouragement. Kaminari wanted to join but was held back by the class. Some joined and swam in the ocean while others continued to fish. Izuku took that time to call up Rumi with everyone busy doing chaos class things. Rumi. Hey, what up, brat? Why don't you call more often? He pulled the phone away from his ear. I'm good, say now that I have my provisional license, can I intern under you again? He asked with hope. Hell yeah you can. I expected nothing less. She yelled again, also excited at his request. Great. I didn't want to look around. He said, relieved. What do you know about Sir Night Eye? He asked next. Met him once or twice, he is very proper and shit. Good investigation hero but has a stick shoved high up there. Why? She said, not missing a beat. My class fought his intern and he said Sir wanted to talk to me. Any ideas? He explained. It was quiet for a moment, then Rumi's voice came over confused. No. That's odd. If he wanted to invite you for an internship the intern would have said so, and you aren't his type of pick. She said. I thought so too. Mirio, the intern, was also sketchy, but that might have been because I sent him to the ocean. There's more though, I can feel it. He said, leaning back in his camping chair. Ha, you sent the brat to the ocean. That's great. Well, keep me posted about Sir and come over sometime for the paperwork for the internship. Someone needs to get my carrot cake. She said snarkily. All right, see you later then. Izuku said with a smile and hung up. Ochako appeared upside down and kissed his nose. Sato is done with the fish and I'm hungry, she said to him with a smile. With a smile in return, he tilted back and went with his girlfriend to eat with his classmates. Izuku got a text from Mirio to meet with him the next day to take him to Sir Night Eye. The text was very formal looking and Izuku wondered if Sir typed it himself. He sent a simple "Arlight" with "all right" spelled wrong just to mess with them. Classes were simple and the day passes quickly with nothing to speak of. Izuku packed his bag and threw it through a portal to his room and went to the UA gates to meet with Mirio. Ochako only slightly pouted when she couldn't come, but she just kissed his cheek and waved him off. Mirio and Izuku rode the train in silence. For Izuku it was comfortable. Mirio on the other hand was not used to being uncomfortable. He always had a smile on his face and made jokes, but being around the underclassmen made him wary and just a little scared. Scared of what Midoriya is willing to do in a fight. Mirio could have won if he didn't care for permanent injuries. He could have used one for all to its max and dealt with 1A with the help of permeation, but he couldn't do that. Midoriya had no qualms about getting his hands bloody, nothing to hold him back. That's what scared Mirio. What was Midoriya willing to do? Mirio has had one for all for over a year now, since All Might and Sir Night offered it to him. When he first used it, he shattered his arm like never before. It also affected his original quirk, so he needed to train it back to how he used it before. Before he couldn't see when he went underground, but with one for all boosting his quirk it allowed him to see or more sense others. His closest friends, Tamaki Amajiki and Nijire Hato, were told about his newest quirk since they would have noticed when they were so close to each other. They supported him and helped with training him back where he was before. While Mirio was going over his past year in deep thought, Izuku was humming a tune that Kaminari got stuck in everyone's head. While humming, some people on the train recognized him and took some pictures with him. Izuku still needed to get used to having fans even though what the world has seen. The two UA students got off the train and walked a short distance to an unassuming building. Inside, behind a desk, there was a man with a centipede mutation that greeted Mirio. Good to see you are on time, Mirio. I assume this is Izuku Midoriya? He said, standing up and looking Izuku up and down. Nice to meet you, Centipeder. Izuku greeted. The night before, Izuku studied who would be working for Sir, and it wasn't hard to find the names. After that, he just flipped through his notebook and read what he has written about them before. Centipeder returned the greeting and told them Sir was waiting for them in his office. They walked back and Izuku opened the door after knocking to reveal Bubble Girl strapped to a machine and laughing uncontrollably. Sir was to the side and watching with a straight face. What the actual F dash? You know I don't kink shame but lock the door for crying out loud. Izuku said to the room before closing it behind him. He walked past Mirio and sat in the lobby where Centipeder glanced at him. Does he do that to everyone here? And are you alright with it because I can get people over here to stop him in a flash? Izuku said to Centipeder while getting up and preparing to tear a portal open. Centipeder looked at him and didn't know what to say about Izuku's proclamation. It's a way to train everyone to smile, he said to the boy. Izuku's stare said it didn't believe him. Bubble Girl came out of the hallway where Sir's office was with messy hair and holding Get's stomach in pain. Looking at her and then at Centipeder, Izuku gave him an, "Are you sure?" He waved him off and helped the still giggling woman to another room. Izuku sighed and walked into the now open room with Sir and Mirio seated on opposite sides of his desk. You better not try anything weird, no means no. This is the first thing Izuku said in the quiet room. There was nothing sual about earlier dash, Sir said plainly but was cut off by Izuku. Again I don't kink shame, I'm pretty vanilla but really at work. Izuku said waving around and noticing all the All Might posters, stuffed toys and other memorabilia. Weird kink indeed. He whispered loud enough for the two to hear. Mirio didn't know what to say at Midoriya's words and by the looks of it neither did Sir. He tried to get the reason for meeting back on track. Sir, you wanted to speak with Midoriya. Sir shook his head trying to clear it and motioned Izuku to sit. Yes, I wish to speak with you about some things. First I want to ask you, why do you want to be a hero? He said, fingers intertwined before him. Because heroes stop the bad guys. Because heroes make people feel safe. Because heroes are so cool. Izuku said with passion and stared into Sir's eyes with such fervor that Mirio was taken aback for a moment. I see. So you want to be the #1 hero because it's cool? He said, not impressed. Nah, forget about being #1. I don't care about ranking, I just want to help people to the best of my abilities. I don't care about the popularity contest, just the lives saved. Izuku said, waving at all the All Might posters for example. Mirio winced at that just a bit, but Izuku ignored him. You aren't going to be a popular hero with the way you are holding yourself. Videos of you slaughtering those creatures and then killing muscular. Sir said, face not changing from his neutral expression. Again, I don't care about popularity. But those videos are lending to the reputation I wanted from the beginning. Izuku said, sitting back down. Sir looked intrigued just for a moment. What do you mean? The two were ignoring Mirio, who was also listening carefully. I want you to picture a villain seeing an average hero. Nothing big on the ranking but well known. That villain will probably fight and try to escape knowing the hero won't actually hurt him. Heroes don't do that. Izuku explained, getting the other two leaning forward. Now then picture the same villain seeing me. A new hero, who doesn't mind getting his hands bloody. Who has multiple videos of him tearing apart living being like a tiger with pups. Who has killed a serial killer in the most brutal way possible. What is he more likely to do? Fight and run or surrender in fear just thinking about what I would do if they fought me? He said with resolve. I know what my quirk is and what it can do. So I will lean on that and have people surrender before they even think they have a chance to fight. After all, who would fight a monster? Izuku finished, he leaned back and saw their expression of being disturbed. I see, that is one way of being a hero. Mirio said to the quiet room. Was that all? Just why I wanted to be a hero? Izuku asked with a raised eyebrow at Sir. Sir continued to stare with an unreadable expression but spoke once again. No, I want to thank you for what you did for us All Might. That man was evil incarnate and he needed to be put down. You helped in a vital moment and I thank you for helping him. Izuku looked into Sir's eyes trying to see what more there was. Who was that guy anyway? He wanted more information. Sir hesitantly continued. His name is All for One. His quirk is one of the most dangerous I have seen. The ability to take other quirks and use them himself. He waited for his reaction. Izuku tilted his head at hearing the quirk of the villain. He raised a finger in the 1cc motion and tore a portal to his notebooks. He grabbed the one he was looking for and flipped through it until he found the section with the Boogeyman title. He read through it and then read aloud. The boogeyman was able to steal abilities and grant them to others as favors to build his empire at the dawn of quirks. He took from those who were outed as freaks and gave it to the ones who wanted power. He looked up at the man who looked at the notebook in his hands. By the amount of sweat pouring off of Mirio, I'm guessing it's the same guy. Where did you find that information? Sir said, rising from his desk. The dark web. I got bored when I was younger and quirks are interesting to me. He said, tossing the notebook back into the tier and closing it again. So, what does this have to do with your intern who happens to have 2 quirks? Mirio was almost drenched in sweat looking at Sir. Sir looked much better in comparison, but his eyes flickered to Mirio, giving something more away. Some things are better kept to themselves. Sir said, I like puzzles and I'm going to figure it out. But don't worry, I'll keep it to myself. Maybe his friends might slip. Nijire seems very chatty. Izuku said the last part to himself, but the two hear him and Mirio began to look panicked. I have All Might's quirk. Mirio said in a panic at the idea Midoriya talking to Nijire and having her slip. She would have blamed herself, and now at least Sir can help keep this quiet. F-. You just spoiled it like that. You as an ass. You can't just tell me the ending like that. Izuku shouted and got up yelling at the shocked Mirio. Mirio, why would you? Sir said after Izuku. Sir looked betrayed. Nijire would have slipped up at some point. At least now we can let him know without letting him spread it. Mirio defended himself just as loudly. You son of a bitch. I'll get you back for this. You just spoiled the best puzzle going on just like that. Izuku snapped his fingers at him. He was still mad at Mirio and didn't care about what they were talking about. Midoriya, you cannot let what you just heard out of this room. Is this understood? Sir turned to Izuku, who was crossing out lines in his notebook while grumbling. Yeah, whatever. He pouted at having to cross out his theories. No to All Might clone. No to All Might nephew. And no to an experimental drug giving quirks. This is serious, you cannot let this get out or dash. Then everyone would be clawing to get the most powerful quirk. Yes. I don't care about the quirk, only that I was having fun with the mystery of it. Now this Tintin wannabe ruined it. Izuku cut off Sir with a wave of the hand and glared at Mirio. He pointed a finger at him and threatened, watch your cereal in the morning. Izuku sat back down in a huff and tossed the theory notebook back through the tier he opened. Now what? He asked, tired of the outburst. Well, since you are in the know. Would you like to intern here? Sir offered, also sitting down, seeing that Midoriya really didn't care for one for all. Nah, you are too uptight and I already got the okay from Mirko. Izuku said, getting up and tearing a portal to Mirko's lobby. Later. He walked through with a wave behind. The two were silent for a while and then Mirio broke it. I'm worried about what he meant about my cereal. Sir didn't say anything and just pondered on the interaction with one of the most bizarre students. Izuku walked into the lobby where Rumi and her receptionist were eating. They still haven't noticed him until Izuku took a carrot from Rumi's plate and ate it. She stared at the place where the last carrot was, then at Izuku chewing. I'm going to kick your teeth in, she said while getting up. Oh, you show me what you got. Izuku said back to her. No. To the gym. No fighting in the lobby. The receptionist said, shouting at the two and pointing to the stairwell. The two ran down and Izuku stripped to his undershirt to fight. About an hour later they were sat down in Rumi's office, sporting multiple bruises each. Izuku had a busted lip from Rumi's headbutt and Rumi had a bloody bandage covering her arm from Izuku's poke that tore her skin. So all you need is for me to approve you and you are my intern. What, like a sidekick? Do I have to pay you? She asked, looking at the paperwork. You're goddamn right you're going to pay me. Child labor was outlawed a while ago. Izuku said back. And yeah, pretty much the same as last time. We go out but now you don't have to keep an eye on me. He said, shrugging. Easy enough. Here, she stamped it and threw it back at Izuku, who put it in his portal. They chatted about the little things until Izuku needed to return to the dorms. She gave him a ruffle of the hair and waved him off. Izuku walked back into the common room through a portal with his uniform over his shoulder. The first thing he saw was hammocks made out of tape with everyone in one. The common room stretched up about 20 feet, so hammocks were hanging from either side of the wall. The chatter stopped when they noticed Izuku watching whatever was going on. Someone leaned over too much and flipped out, landing on their face from 5 feet up. Sato lay there groaning. "Where is mine?" he asked, looking for an empty one. "That one." Ochako shot a Nerf gun at one near her and waved at him. Izuku tore a portal to his and almost fell out immediately. Once he found a comfortable position, everyone began to chat or do homework in their own tape hammock. Ochako floated over and plopped in his, while he grabbed some homework of his from his room. Izuku did his homework as Ochako dabbed his busted lip with alcohol wipes that Yaoyuruzo threw over. He had to admit, the hammocks are incredibly comfortable. Izuku and Ochako sat with their legs hanging over, as did many of his classmates. "I'm gonna give Rumi a piece of my mind next time I speak to her," Ochako said while balling up the used wipes. "I gave just as good as I got. And thanks for cleaning it. I guess no more kisses until it's healed," he said, finishing up what he had to do. He felt at the cut and it wasn't as bad as he thought. Ochako gave him a narrowed eye look, then whipped out her phone. "I'm going to call her now." She was tackled in a hug by Izuku to stop her. "I'm joking, see?" He wrapped his arms around hers so she couldn't move, then kissed her temple. "Ouch," he whispered. She giggled and then pushed him away. "Oh, by the way, Nijire spoke to Tsu and me about interning with Ryukyu with her. We will be meeting with her sometime this week," she said excitedly. "That's great. But what happened with Gunhead? Don't you want to return to him? Did he do something?" he asked the last part with a dark look in his eye. She swatted him hard on a bruise and Izuku winced. "Stop that. No, he just doesn't take paid interns," she explained to a sheepish Izuku. "Selkie is the same, so I'm going with Ochako to see Ryukyu," Tsu said from above the two. "I got an invitation from Tamaki to go with Fat Gum. I've always liked that hero," Kirishima said while swinging in his hammock a bit too much to be safe. "Hawks asked me to return if I wish," Tokoyami said from his perch while reading a black book. Dark Shadow was stretched out above him playing Uno with Mina and some others. "That's great. What about you, Shoto? Are you going back with your father?" he asked the boy in the hammock. He seemed very relaxed. "Maybe later, but he has already given me the paperwork necessary to turn in. I'll do it later," he said with a small smirk. "What the hell?" the class heard from below. Looking down to the floor was Aizawa, who was looking up at all of them with his hands on his hips. "Wanna join?" Siro asked, aiming at a free spot at the top with his elbow. A few minutes later, everyone went back to their own thing with a giant caterpillar in a hammock at the top. At some point, someone pointed out that they were hungry but didn't want to get out of their seat. They began to make a plan to make food from the kitchen without getting up when everyone looked at Izuku, who was munching on a sandwich with Ochako. Next to them was a portal leading to the kitchen counter with the ingredients laid out. "What?" Izuku asked while taking another bite. The sandwich crunched from the chips he put in between the sandwich meat. "Would you please, Dash?" Mina was asking with pleading eyes when Ochako interrupted her. "Get your own food." Mina harumphed and jumped off the hammock to the kitchen. Through the portal, all the food the couple had was moved out of range. Izuku just tore the portal wider in response, giving him a view of an annoyed pink girl. The rest of the class got off their places, some crashing bodily to the ground, and headed to the kitchen. The rest of the night was spent with friends and laughs abound. Kaminari tried to cook hot dogs with his quirk only and ended with exploded hot dogs all over the kitchen. Todoroki acted as a stove for Siro and Hagakure since the other stove was being used and they wanted mac and cheese. Todoroki obliged but didn't have too fine of control and ended up boiling the water too much, then freeze them in a panic. The pot cracked from the temperature shock and dropped the block of frozen water and raw pasta. Izuku and Ochako watched it all like some sort of reality TV through a portal. "The next generation of heroes right here," Izuku said, eating the last of the sandwich and washing it down with soda. Ochako snorted and watched as Kirishima stepped on a piece of the frozen water, causing him to slip and fall on Tsu, who had a bowl of cereal she asked for specifically. The dried bug cereal spilled on the counter, making the dough Sato was kneading get mixed with the dried bugs and sugary bits. Sato looked like someone spit on his Bible as he looked upon his ruined creation. Shoji looked at the spilled cereal and tried some. He looked surprised and grabbed some more to eat, while Tokoyami wanted to try it but was embarrassed to try it. Dark Shadow, sensing his feeling, grabbed some and gave it to him. You know, chaos class is pretty fitting. Shinso said to his cat on his shoulder. She meowed and ate the tuna he gave her. The next day came with Izuku heading to the principal's office to turn in Rumi's signature. He walked past the teacher's lounge and met Vlad King walking in the opposite direction. He didn't say anything and acted like he was invisible. Izuku found that amusing. Izuku knocked on the door to Nizu's office and was asked to come in from the other side. He walked into the office with Nizu behind the desk and Yagi on the other side. They greeted him warmly. "Ah, Midoriya, what can I do for you?" Nizu asked with a smile. "Here to turn in my paperwork for interning with Mirko." Izuku said simply, and he handed it over to him. Nizu nodded and looked over the paperwork. He stamped it and put it away. "You are set to start with Mirko at any time. Before you leave, can I ask what you discussed with Sir Night Eye yesterday?" He and Yagi looked very intensely at Izuku. He didn't quail under their stares. Izuku stared back at Nizu, trying to see if he knew. He recalled Nizu being in the room when Izuku was onto Yagi being more than what he seemed. He shrugged and said out loud, "Sir wanted to thank me for helping out All Might with the big bad in his fight." He said, pointing at Yagi with his thumb. "I see. Anything else?" Yagi asked with his hands arched before him. "Oh yeah, I have to get back at Mirio for ruining my mystery. I was having fun, then he gave me the answer. It's like doing a crossword but looking up the question on the internet. No fun." Izuku said, trying to think up a fair price in return. Izuku didn't miss the widening of the eyes from the former symbol of peace. "So you know?" Nizu asked, trying to lead him. Nizu, on the other hand, didn't reveal anything. "Yeah, Mirio is All Might's distant nephew." Izuku acting it out with slumped shoulders. He saw Yagi give out a long sigh in relief. "Well, I'm headed out. I gotta plan some retribution for Mirio telling me about OFA." Izuku was right at the door when he heard a paw slam down and a metal slab slam down covering the exit. "You could have just told me to stop. This seems excessive." Izuku looked at the metal slab, wondering how long it would take him to escape. He poked it with his quirk and it creaked. "You can never tell anyone about OFA, or else everyone in the world will be clawing for the quirk. Yeah, I know." Izuku waved Yagi off as Izuku looked at the unfamiliar metal. "Anything else?" Izuku asked with a lazy smile. He got no response from them. He shrugged and just tore a portal to the other side of Nizu's office and left. The two in the office watched as the portal closed, and then Nizu spoke. "You would have had trouble in your prime dealing with that metal." He rubbed his snout, trying to calm down, like every time he met with Midoriya. Yagi didn't say anything and just stared at the finger-sized divot in the metal from his casual examination. The day proceeded as normally as it could with the chaos class. Kirishima punched a hole in the wall, Siro covered it with tape, and Yaoruzo painted it as best she could. They were a well-oiled machine, and he was proud to be the president. The day ended and Izuku kissed his girlfriend goodbye and warned his class to behave as a goodbye. He tore a portal to Rumi's lobby and was met with a kick to the face. Izuku dodged it, expecting an attack to come, and Rumi sailed over him through the portal and hit Kaminari instead. Without missing a beat, she sprang forward back through the portal and it closed, leaving a moaning Kaminari on the ground. "Good. You are already looking for danger. Go get changed and I'll show you your route," Rumi said with a grin on her face. Izuku, happy to be there, nodded and head off to get ready. His armor was worn and looked battered, but it still worked. It also looked super cool with the battle damage. He met up with the battle bunny and was explained his route and what to expect. Rumi would be covering her usual routine and would be ready to back him up. "Is it appropriate to leave me alone right off the bat?" Izuku asked. "Nope, but you'll be fine. What's the worst that could happen?" She winced when she finished the words coming out. "Really?" he asked with a deadpan look at her. He just knew Murphy's Law was already cooking up something. They split off from the building and Izuku wandered through his new route. It was right after school, so it was somewhat busy. Kids let out, but the adults finishing up at work in a few hours. He walked through a marketplace looking for trouble when he noticed someone following him. He caught a look of two young children peeking around a corner looking at him. They looked like in their elementary years. One had reptile-like skin and the other was more normal looking with all black eyes. He circled around and got behind them and squatted beside them. "Do you see him?" one asked, looking around. "No, But he is big, so we'll find him easily. The other responded. Why are you guys looking for him? Izuku asked quietly. Because he's super cool. The reptile one said, but looked back at who asked. He was face to face with a helmeted visor with a smirk behind it. The boy stared at him and then was patting his friend to get his attention, never taking his eyes off the massive form of green armor. I'm trying to focus on finding. The friend finally turned at his companion's insistence, seeing the person they were looking for crouched down right next to them. Did you guys need help with something? He asked, getting up. The two just looked up at the form of Rip and Tear, but they didn't respond. Well, I've got to keep going. Stay safe, you two. Rip and Tear said as he was about to walk away. Two pairs of hands held his armored leg back. Wait, can we get a picture with you? The reptile asked shyly. They took a few after that, and Izuku walked them to their apartment homes. With that, he went back to his route. He helped with small things such as a pregnant lady getting something heavy into her car to breaking up a fight between two men with no quirks. There was only one time when Izuku had to call for the police to pick up someone. The man was trying to break into a building in the alley when Izuku spotted him. He surrendered quickly when he saw who put his hand on his shoulder. Izuku set his helmet on the ledge of the roof so he could dig into his food. But of course, Rumi decided to check in on him at that moment and steal his burger. You beach. Izuku tried to get his burger back, but Rumi jumped back and took a big bite. They got another burger and Izuku ate with Rumi, their legs dangling over the busy intersection. He didn't have much to report to her and they finished their food soon after. Rip and Tear walked roof to roof just for a change of pace when he saw a little girl run past an adjacent alleyway, then a man run past chasing her. Izuku tore a portal to the roof above the alleyway and sprinted to catch up. The girl with white hair and in a ragged hospital dress tripped and fell. The man with a bird mask covering his lower face approached her, slowing down. When Rip and Tear landed between the two, the ground cracked at his impact. The man froze, seeing who it is. He saw the upcoming hero's fist clench and stare at him. Rip and Tear landed and stared at the blonde-haired man in a button-up shirt with a plague doctor mask on. He walked backward to the shivering girl and squatted near her. Little one, is this man trying to hurt you? The girl instinctively moved closer to Izuku than the man. Before she could respond, the man spoke up. She is my niece, Shiwa dash. Quiet. Izuku ordered, and the man listened while cursing in his head. Little one? Are you in danger? Rip and Tear asked one more time. Still shivering, she nodded. Izuku caught the motion and then got up to deal with him. F it. The man charged and drew a knife from his back. Rip and Tear let the knife slash against his chest pate and shatter on impact. The man's eyes widened and was grabbed by the neck, then slammed to the ground very hard. One more blow to the knocked him out. Izuku then pulled out some zip ties from a portal and tied him up. Once done, he called for the police to come and also called Rumi. This situation seemed more important. Izuku turned his attention to the girl. She was still shaking. As he approached, she moved slightly away from him. Izuku took off his helmet and put up his hands to show her no harm. It's all right, you're safe. My name is Midoriya, what's yours? He asked with a gentle smile. The girl had bandaged arms and legs. She had one horn growing on the right side of her head. She quietly responded, Eri. Her voice was very quiet and her eyes flickered to Izuku and then to the man tied up behind him. All right, why was the man chasing you? Izuku asked softly and got to her eye level. He wanted to take me to overhaul, for my blood, they said. She was now realizing that she was safe. Her eyes began to water and then she cried in full. It's all right, Eri, I won't let that happen to you. Izuku rubbed her back with a dark look in his eyes. He was surprised when she latched on his arm and began to cry while hugging his arm. He just patted her head and waited for the police to show up to take away the man on the ground. The police showed up and took the still unconscious man away. Izuku gave them his report with Eri clinging to his arm the whole while. Rumi showed up just as Eri seemed to get more and more uncomfortable with so many people around her. Izuku noticed this, then picked her up and moved her away from the police. The fewer people the better? Izuku asked, looking down at the girl in his arms. She nodded and just got closer to his exposed arms. Rumi approached after getting a report from the police. I just had to open my mouth, didn't I? she said smirking. She looked at the form in his arms and got quieter. We will need to get her to a doctor. Eri seemed to panic at the word doctor and gripped Izuku's arm tighter. No. No doctor. Please. She looked pleading up at Izuku. Okay, no doctor, how about a nurse? A little old lady nurse and I'll be close. Is that okay? He quickly said to try to soothe her. She seemed to calm slightly but didn't look much better. Recovery girl should still be in school since it only has been a few hours. If not, he will find her one way or another. Once they gave everything they needed to the police, Izuku set Eri down on the ground. She didn't want to let go. I need to use both my arms for a moment. I won't leave you, okay? He asked gently. Rumi hid a smile at his behavior. Eri, reluctantly, let go of his arms but latched on to his armored leg instead. Once Izuku had his arms free, he tore a portal to Recovery Girl's office. Eri stared at the phenomenon before her with wide eyes. She let go slowly and looked behind the portal then back again, trying to see how it worked. The two others smiled at her curiosity but moved on quickly. Do you want to walk or be carried? Izuku asked Eri and disrupting her inspection. Eri shuffled her feet with indecision but in the end, shyly asked to be picked up again. Izuku just smiled and picked her up gently then walked behind Rumi through the portal. Eri stared at the portal as they went through then looked all around at their new surroundings. She tightened her grip on Izuku once more as Rumi opened the door to the nurse's office. Who is hurt this time? Oh. Recovery girl spun on her chair to face who came in when she saw a 5-year-old in ragged clothes in the arms of one of the most dangerous students in UA. Set her down on the bed, then fill me in on what's going on? She ordered the teen. Izuku obliged and set Eri on the bed then sat close by and held the little girl's hand before she could panic. Her name is Eri and she was being chased by a man in a plague doctor mask. Took the guy out and she is scared of doctors so here we are. Izuku explained as he got up from the creaking bed and instead sat on the floor so as not to damage the bed. Hello there Eri, you can call me Recovery Girl, is it alright if I check some things? The old woman asked gently to Eri. Eri seemed like she wanted to say no but then looked at her savior instead for help. Izuku just squeezed her hand and gave a small nod with a smile. The child gave acceptance and Recovery Girl started looking her over. Eri squirmed in discomfort at times and clung onto Izuku when she began to take off the bandages on her limbs. Izuku's eyes darkened when they saw many scars covering her arms and legs. Rumi didn't seem any better as she sat quietly in the corner. They continued as Recovery Girl continued her examination. Izuku had to look away a few times for the girl's privacy and to get changed out of the dirty clothes she had on. Once Eri had clean clothes and new bandages on her, Recovery Girl finished her examination. It was to be expected, she was slightly malnourished and had a few cuts being healed still. Now all I need to draw some blood and I'll be all finished. Recovery Girl's statement caused the child to pull back and grab at Izuku in a panic. Hey, it's alright, I'm still right here. Want me to show you it's alright? I'll go first to show you no one is going to hurt you. Izuku held the trembling girl's arms trying to soothe her. Izuku then held out his arm to Recovery Girl, and she got the hint as she began to prepare his arm for a vial of blood. Eri, still clinging to Izuku, watched as the nurse carefully stuck him with the needle. She looked up at his face to show no hints of pain. After the nurse was done, Izuku smiled gently at the little girl. See, easy peasy, he said. Eri reluctantly held her arm out. Her other arm shook at how much she held onto her savior. Izuku just held her and brushed her hair to calm her down. She flinched at the needle piercing her skin. She felt the nurse cover her arm again in the bandage and move back. They're all done. Now, what do we do? Izuku's smile slipped at the end and looked up at Rumi. It's his first day. How was he supposed to know what to do after this? Rumi snorted at his confused look and answered. Well, normally we would take her to foster care and then find her closest relatives, but I don't think that would end well. Quite right, Miss Mirko, Nizu said on top of Aizawa's shoulder as they walked into the nurse's office. You can't give me one day of rest, can you, problem child? Aizawa said to Izuku. So where do we go from here if we can't give her over to foster? I didn't like the idea, to begin with. Izuku continued to brush his hand through Eri's hair to keep her calm, which seemed to work. UA will take custody until further notice and she will stay with you, Mr. Midoriya. Nizu said, smiling the whole while. Ah, is that the best idea? I'm not even 16 yet. Izuku said, eyes widening slightly. It would be in the best interest of little Eri's mental health to stay with you, and she seems to be close already. Nizu said, smiling just a bit wider. Eri was on Izuku's lap as his hand ran through her head and hair. We will send over some necessities for Eri immediately to 1A dorms. Keep her safe, we will check in later. Nizu finished and steered Aizawa like a mecha away from the office. Well, not the worst first day, and hey, no one died, so that has to count for something. Rumi said, crouching down to pat Eri's head. Take the day off, obviously, and keep me posted. Portal me please. Rumi said, and she left through the portal. Izuku stood there for a minute, unsure what to do, until he heard a small growl from a blushing little girl. Let's get you something to eat. He was about to tear to the living room but didn't want the class to crowd her. So he tore to the entrance instead. Inside that building, he pointed at the dorm entrance through the portal. There are some friends of mine, they are all nice but they like to ask questions. But no one will hurt you anywhere here, alright? The teen was crouched down and talking to the anxious girl. Eri seemed to understand, she grabbed his hand and they walked through the portal. Izuku stopped and peeked his head inside. Most of the class was in the living room or kitchen. Bullshit. He shouted into the common room. Listen up, if you guys crowd or do something I don't like, you will be swimming back to shore, is that understood? The class looked at each other in confusion. Some got up to ask questions but Izuku cut them all off. Is that understood? He repeated in a more commanding voice. They slowed and stopped at his serious voice. There was a series of confirmations. Izuku stared at all the chaos class and then nodded. He walked through with a silver-haired child to the shock of everyone. Everyone, this is Eri. She will be staying with us until further notice. He introduced the child hiding behind a green armored leg. Mina broke out in a giant grin and was about to move forward but froze at Izuku's soul-piercing stare at her. She decided to stay dry and wait patiently. Ochako, on the other hand, calmly walked forward and crouched down to greet the mysterious girl. Hi there. I'm Ochako, nice to meet you. She gave a soft smile similar to Izuku. The little girl came out slowly and looked at all the new faces looking straight at her. She focused on the nice one close to her. Hi, nice to meet you. Are you Zuku's friend? Most of the class melted at her question. Yes, we are good friends. Ochako smiled at her. Want to meet more of his friends? She held out her hand. Eri looked at the hand and then at Izuku, who stood protectively over her the whole time. She looked back and nodded, grabbing Chako's hand. She didn't let go of Zuku's hand the whole while. Ochako introduced her to the girls who came forward first and some of the boys. It seemed to Izuku that she was taking to her new environment very well. She quietly chatted with some girls and made themselves to the kitchen. Izuku picked her up and set her on the stool at the counter. So what would you like to eat, Eri? Izuku asked. He wondered if cooking in his armor would be difficult. I can choose. She asked quietly. Many smiles fell at that question but Izuku didn't let it show. Yep, we've got lots of different things. Pastas, cereal, fruits, or meats. He showed some things to her and her eyes never left a red apple. She pointed to it and Izuku took up the task of slicing it into smaller parts. Her eyes lit up at taking the first bite. So while having this adorable little unicorn with us is great. How did this happen? Ochako was the one to ask the burning question on everyone's mind. She was sitting next to Eri when she asked. On patrol and I see a bad guy chasing her, I put the bad guy down. Nizu thinks this is better than Foster, and here we are. Izuku explained very simply. You killed someone in front of a child? Yaoruzo's voice spoke up first. You kill people too? Eri asked very casually. First, no, they are alive. Second, only the bad one, little one. He defended himself with crossed arms. Most of the class dispersed after a little while. Ochako stayed near and played with Eri's hair, which she seemed to enjoy. Aizawa stopped by at some point to drop off a bag of clothes and other hygiene products for the child. Once he saw the clothes, Izuku realized he was still in his armor. It was pretty comfortable. Hey Eri, I'm going to get changed out of my armor. I won't leave the building and Ochako here can stay with you until I return. That all right? Izuku saw the fear and conflict in her eyes when he told her she was going to leave for a moment. She looked at Ochako, who smiled warmly back, then back at Izuku. She reluctantly nodded. Izuku tore open a portal to his dorm and quickly got his armor off. Once that was done, he ran into the shower and quickly scrubbed off. He changed into some shorts and a tank top quickly and tore a portal to the kitchen again. As soon as the portal was open, he heard Eri screaming. Running through ready to tear someone apart, Izuku noticed there were no villains. Eri was on the floor shuffling away from Tokoyami and him, unsure what to do. Izuku tried to calm her down, but she was in a panic, seeing someone with a bird mask in and her savior away. Seeing that she wasn't calming down, Izuku tore a portal to the beach and picked her up and walked through. The rest of the class was unsure of what to do after that. Where? Eri stuttered with tears leaking out and her horn dimming now that Izuku noticed. We are far away, we are at the beach and no one was going to hurt you. You are all right. Izuku held her close as she shivered at the fear. But one of them was there. She whimpers. His name is Tokoyami. He is not one of the bad guys. That's just how his face looks. Some people just look different. Like you have your horn. Izuku said calmly and tapped her horn for emphasis. Or are all pink like Mina? Tokoyami just looks like a bird. But he is not one of the bad guys, because if he was, I would take care of him. He said, smiling at her in his arms. She, still trembling, began to nod and looked around at her new surroundings. It was sunset and she watched as the ocean water crashed into the sand beach. She sat in Izuku's lap and watched as she calmed down. How are we here? She asked, looking up at him. He wiped the tears from her eyes and explained. It's part of my quirk. I can open doorways to places I've been before. See? He tore small portals to a forest, his dorm, and then far into the ocean. Her eyes glimmered at watching the different scenes open and close. Pretty, she said, watching the last tear close. Eri's face fell a little after. I only have a curse. More tears began to form. Your quirk? No quirk is a curse. It's just hard because you're young and just got it. He said it like it was a fact. Wanna tell me what your quirk is? He said, smiling gently at her in his lap. I make people disappear. Overhaul called it rewind, she said quietly, scared of what his reaction will be. Izuku noted she said to disappear and not go away. So her quirk activated and caused someone to die and disappear or something the like. It's okay, quirks can be hard. But I'll help you where I can. You just have to practice somewhere safe, then you won't have anything to fear. But that's for another day. He told her, smiling the whole while. Eri began to tear up again and hugged him more tightly. She was so happy to be saved by Izuku. He just held her and let her cry some more. After some time she calmed down and watched the sunset at the beach. How are you feeling? Want to head back now? Izuku asked quietly to her. Can we come back? She asked, not wanting to leave such a calm place. Yep, I can bring you anytime we have a chance. He said, laughing a bit. She then nodded and hugged him once more. Thank you, she said, muffled by his shirt. That brought a tear to Izuku's eye and returned the hug. Anytime, little one. A tear to the dorm common room opened and Izuku stepped through with Eri clinging to his arms. Ochako was the first to go and greet them, mostly to see how the youngest addition to the class was. After seeing that she was better, they all sat on the multiple couches in front of the TV and watched the cartoons already playing when they arrived. Tokoyami peeked around the corner and Eri caught a glimpse of him. She stiffened but didn't cry or run. She only got closer to her savior's side. Tokoyami rounded the couch and presented her with a container or more apple slices as an apology for scaring her. She accepted them and said a quiet, thank you, to the bird-headed teen. The day ended and the class shuffled off to bed. Izuku helped Eri brush her teeth and showed her his room. While UA provided most of what Eri needed, they didn't provide another bed. So Izuku tore a portal for Ochako as usual and took her mattress with him and set it on the floor with his. Once Eri changed, with Ochako's help, into PJs, they settled into bed. Eri woke once or twice but settled back into sleep when she saw she was with her savior. It was Thursday when Eri was rescued from her fate and the class woke up on Friday. A day in which they still had classes and Izuku now had a child. Izuku decided to wake up early to get ahead of the rush of the chaos class. How was he supposed to have classes and take care of a child very dependent on him? That's a problem for 1 hour in the future Izuku. He woke Eri up as gently as he could, but she was startled awake anyways. She did calm quickly when she saw him smiling gently at her. Time to get up, little one. I have school and I'm not sure how this is going to work out, but it will, he said confidently. She nodded groggy and got up from the mattress. He changed quickly and helped her change as well into something comfortable. They brushed their teeth and headed to the kitchen. She still held his hand whenever she could and looked around somewhat less nervously than yesterday. Once in the kitchen, Izuku asked, "Do you want pancakes or eggs for breakfast?" He tied one of Sato's aprons on. "What are pancakes?" she asked, sitting at the counter. "They are like fluffy bread you add syrup to. Wanna try it?" He tried to explain. She agreed and he got to mixing the batter and heating the pan up. "Can I ask questions?" Her voice was quiet, but Izuku heard her fine. He turned to her and her gaze was down in fear of getting rebuked. "Of course you can. You can ask me anything you like, and if there is something I don't want you to ask, I'll tell you." He smiled and tried to get her to relax. She looked up and nodded, and then she asked, "Why did Cheiko sleep with you?" "Because she is my girlfriend and she likes to sleep in the same bed as me." He decided to be as honest as he could be for a young, traumatized child. "What's a girlfriend?" she asked next. "It comes before being husband and wife." He decided to answer. He poured the batter into the pan as he spoke. "So when will she be your wife?" she asked, still with the innocent curiosity of a child. "We decide that together in the future." "Do you want her to be your wife?" Izuku paused at that question. "Yes, I think I do. You like to ask questions, don't you?" he asked, smiling at her and cutting up the cooked pancakes for the child. What he didn't notice was half the class hiding behind the walls of the kitchen and listening to him speak plainly about his relationship with the resident gravity girl. The girl in question was blushing furiously while covering her face. But that didn't hide the overjoyed smile from being seen. Mina had to be gagged by Yaoruzo and Tsu so they could still listen to the soap opera going on live. Once Izuku poured the syrup on the pancakes, he could see the stars in the child's eyes. "All done, try some?" And she did. She ate more than Izuku expected but was happy to see the little girl enjoy her meal. The class trickled in after a bit of setting the plate down for Eri. Izuku looked at the clock and wondered if everyone decided to sleep in today. Ochako came up to Izuku and gave him a big hug and a kiss for no clear reason. But he wasn't going to reject such a greeting. The class finished their breakfast and stared at Izuku for their portal. He rolled his eyes and tore a portal to the classroom. Ever since the first day, it has been his responsibility to get everyone to class on time. Izuku, Eri, and Ochako were the last through, with Eri being carried by Izuku. "Where are we?" she asked, now getting comfortable with asking questions freely. "Our classroom, so we learn how to be heroes and other things," he replied. "Heroes?" She tilted her head as Izuku sat down with her on his lap. "People who stop bad guys from doing bad things, and they also help people," he explained as simply as he could. Her eyes lit up and looked up at him. "Like you did yesterday?" The class almost melted at her statement. "Yep, just like yesterday." He smiled at her excitement. Aizawa rose like the dead from his sleeping bag and stood at the podium. He started. "As you all know, Eri will be in Midoriya's care for the foreseeable future. Midoriya, we will speak in a moment about going forward," he said, looking at the number 1 problem child and the actual child. Eri looked at Izuku and she saw him nod at Aizawa, so she mimicked him and nodded as well. There was a click of a camera, but no one knew who it was from. "The rest of you, get changed. You know where to go." He dismissed the rest of the class. When the class cleared out of the room, Aizawa headed to the door. "Come on, to the rat's office." Izuku got up and Eri held his hand as they walked to the principal's office. She looked around in curiosity at the passing rooms and out the windows. After a bit, they arrived at the double doors of the principal's office. Aizawa didn't even knock and went right in. "Good, you're on time. Please sit, we have much to discuss," Nizu said, standing on the sofas. He gestured to the one opposite him and the coffee table. Aizawa plopped down on the same one as Nizu, and Izuku helped Eri up the sofa across them and sat with her. Before starting, Nizu poured tea for everyone. Eri was the first to speak and directed to Izuku. "What's that?" She asked Izuku and pointed to Nizu. Aizawa coughed loudly and looked away, trying to cover a laugh. Nizu just smiled at the innocence of a child, and Izuku pushed her pointing finger down before speaking. "It's rude to point at people, and he is the principal of UA. If you're asking what kind of animal he is, I think he is a mix of different kinds, a chimera," he explained while looking at Nizu for his reaction. By the gleam in his eye it seemed he was close or correct. "Yes, I am the principal, Nizu. Nice to formally meet you, Miss Eri." He smiled at her and she gave a small wave while getting closer to Izuku. "Now, I wanted to speak to you about what we found about Eri's blood work. As you know, health-wise she will need a steady diet, but she will be fine after that. As for any relatives, she doesn't exist in the system. No records of a young girl with her characteristics." He finished with a sip of tea. Izuku frowned at that. "Alright, so where do we go from here?" He didn't want to say it, but it is possible Eri was born from a villain and didn't get registered by the hospital in fear of capture. But that changed little in his point of view. "We would like to speak more to Eri about her past. Anything we glean might be helpful," Nizu said, trying to be gentle. "Eri, are you okay if we ask you about before I rescued you? It's okay if you say no," Izuku asked, looking at her close to his leg. She looked troubled but nodded her head, and a quiet, "Okay," was heard. Nizu set down a recording device and started by asking, "You said Overhaul wanted your blood. Do you know why?" She held onto Izuku's hand and he felt her tremble slightly. "He said to cure the disease of quirks. He used his quirk on me to get it." She began to tear up and her voice wobbled. Izuku stroked her hair to calm her, but his face showed another emotion. Nizu's hair stood at end and Aizawa felt wary of his student. Nizu continued to ask questions about who she saw with Overhaul and if she remembered anything about what else they did. Eri didn't have much information about anything else. She only told her story about her incarceration. The next series of questions were about anything she could remember about her family, but she was too young to recall clearly. "Last question and we will be done. Do you know what your quirk does?" Nizu asked. Izuku leaned forward and hit stop on the device. Nizu didn't say anything at that. "They called it rewind. I used it once on accident when a man hit me and they disappeared. I don't know anything more." "I'm sorry," she finished quietly. "You don't have anything to be sorry about. We will help you train your quirk so you don't have to worry about anything like that again," Izuku said, smiling down at her and wiping tears away from her face. She just scrunched up closer to Izuku in response. They let her recover for a bit. Izuku tore a portal to get some water for her and she drank it down as they sat in silence. Once some time passed, Nizu spoke again. "Now that the hard stuff is done, we will have to talk about going forward." He poured more tea for himself and continued. "Eri will stay a ward of UA and you will continue to look after her. Is that acceptable to you, Midoriya?" he said to Izuku. Eri looked up with slight fear of her savior saying no and that she would end up somewhere else. "I'm happy with that." He smiled and looked down at the child with relief showing on her face. "Is that okay with you, Eri?" he asked her, but had a feeling that she wouldn't say no. He got a hug in response and that warmed his heart. "While I'm happy to continue to take care of her, how will I continue my studies and patrolling? I don't think her sitting in while we do trials is a good idea," he said, looking up at Nizu and Aizawa. "Very true. That's why I would like to teach Miss Eri as you go on with classes, and after school when she gets more comfortable with your classmates they could watch over her, or if it comes to it Aizawa would be available. How does that sound?" He directed the last question to the little girl. "I get to stay with Zuku?" They nodded. "Then you will teach my things while he goes and learns a different thing?" They nodded again at her questions. "I'm okay with that," she said softly and squeezed Izuku's hand at that. Nizu clapped his paws together. "Wonderful, I have material ready to get started. We can show you what you will be doing," Nizu said with a smile at Eri. For a few hours, Nizu gave Eri some tests to see where she was in her education and began to teach her basic elementary subjects. Izuku sat near and guided her as she listened to her new instructor. Aizawa meanwhile took a snooze as the other three learned basic math. Eri and her caretaker left after Nizu decided she had enough for the day and they would pick up again on Monday. They walked hand in hand through Yua. How did you like your lessons? Izuku asked the little girl. She seemed a bit drained after the day. Nizu is nice and I liked learning new things, she says, looking up at him. Her eyes had a new light to them which made Izuku happy. I'm happy to hear. Are you hungry at all? He asked, glad that she was adapting quickly to her surroundings. She nodded and they took a turn to head to the cafeteria. After getting both plates for them, Eri held onto his pant leg and followed him to a table to eat. After their meals, they headed to the dorms to rest for the day. He also needed to tell Rumi about the plan going forward with Eri. They arrived at the dorms to see the class already there. Some were in their hammocks and others lay around the common room. Eri stared up at the few people in the hammocks. Wanna try one? Izuku saw her gaze and asked her. How? She asked, perplexed at how they could get up there. Izuku tore a portal to his hammock and picked her up to walk through and sit in the hammock. She tightened her grip as she saw they were a good 15 feet off the floor. She relaxed as they settled in and swayed gently. After a bit of them relaxing, Ochako floated up and joined the two. Hey, you two. She greeted happily. How did things go? She sat on the other side of Eri so she would be sandwiched between the two. She patted Eri's head as she smiled down at her. He nudged Eri to tell her. She started. Nizu is my teacher. He will teach me things while Zuku goes and learns other things. She felt warm between the two. That's great. It's good to keep your studies going. She stroked her hair gently. Hey, Eri, is it alright if I leave you with Ochako for a bit while I make a call to Rumi? You might remember her as the lady with bunny ears. He made bunny ears as an example. She looked at Ochako and the older girl gave her a warm smile. Looking back to Izuku, she asked, You won't be far? No, just outside. She nodded in his response. Alright, now how can I get done without rocking this too much? He felt a tap and then weightless. Ochako picked him up with one arm by the shoulder and tossed him to the floor. He bounced once off the floor and then gravity returned as he fell on his back. He looked up at his girlfriend and gave her a thumbs up. Eri began to talk to Ochako as he left and pulled his phone out of a portal. He dialed his boss for a chat. She picked up after the third ring. Yo, how's it going? How's Eri doing? She asked immediately. As good as she could be considered the circumstances. They did blood work on her, as you remember, and she doesn't exist in the system. So she will be staying with me as my charge in Yue's name for the time being. He explained. Well shit. That's not a huge surprise, but at least she is in good hands now. What about work studies? She gave out a sigh at the news of her situation. He explained everything Nizu went over earlier that day. When he finished, he asked, Did you get anything out of that guy that was trying to get to Eri? Nothing solid. We already know of Overhaul and we already building a case to take him down and his operation. Just some more time and we will raid him. She said, Can you get us in that raid when the time comes? He asked with a very serious tone. There was a long pause at the other end. Yes, but don't do this as some revenge. She said, That's only part of it. The rest is what should be done whether I'm there or not. His shoulders released their tension. They finished their conversation and Izuku walked back inside to see Eri floating, while holding Ochako's hands. She didn't smile but her eyes were alight with joy. Izuku sat on one of the couches and Ochako and Eri floated down to him after the little one had some fun. You liked Ochako's quirk? Izuku patted Eri's hair and Ochako leaned on him. She nodded vigorously. It felt weird then nice. He chucked at her reaction. Maybe sometime soon we can try practicing with your quirk. Aizawa will be there just in case, of course. He can turn any quirk off when he looks at you, so it will be all right. He reassured the child with the last part when he felt her stiffen at his mention of her quirk. They sat and chatted for a while. Eri listened the whole while she felt safe for the first time in a long time. She listened to her savior as he talked to his friends about things she didn't understand completely, but she didn't care. Having him take care of her was all she wanted. 39. Weekend. After dinner, the class decided to show the youngest member of 1A Disney movies. Eri was enraptured by the first one and everyone after that. It was Shinso, of course, who fell asleep first. One after another, The class of 1A fell asleep watching Disney movie after Disney movie. The only ones who were still awake were Izuku, Eri, and Tokoyami to Izuku's surprise. They were watching Finding Nemo, and he was tearing up because of Nemo's reunion with his father. Eri was glued to the screen. Izuku, on the other hand, was watching Tokoyami out of the corner of his eye as Dark Shadow wiped their beak with a tissue. The movie ended, and the credits began to roll. "I think it's time for bed," Izuku stated as he looked at the sprawled teens. Eri refocused on the real world and nodded at his request. He sent her off to brush her teeth as Izuku stood and looked over his passed-out classmates. He looked to Tokoyami for his thoughts. Should we still wake them? Or leave them? Tokoyami didn't answer for a moment, then said with a sigh, "You open your portals to their rooms, and Dark Shadow and I can drop them off in bed." One by one, Dark Shadow picked up the sleeping students and deposited them in their beds through a tier. Eri came back from brushing her teeth and sat and watched as the process continued. Once the last sleeping student, except for Ochako, were set in their beds, Izuku tore a portal to Tokoyami's room and bowed like a servant to a king. The bird-headed teen snorted and said goodnight. Once Ochako was set in their bed, Izuku helped Eri change clothes into PJs, and so did he. After laying in bed for a while, Eri believed Izuku was asleep, and Eri moved closer and hugged his arm as she fell into a deep sleep. Izuku was dozing off when he felt her wrap herself around his arm. He didn't mind one bit. Izuku later woke to soft crying. He checked on the little girl, and she was weeping in her sleep. He wasn't entirely sure what to do, so he just hugged her and brought her close to him. She calmed down soon after. The crying must have woken Ochako as well because she wrapped her arms around him and kissed him on the cheek, then laid back down. The rest of the night passed smoothly. Izuku was the first to wake, but he didn't move. He did feel a weight on his chest but wasn't sure who it was. Izuku figured Ochako must have reached over his chest to hold Eri as well, then fell asleep because he could still feel Eri in the other arm. Maybe an hour or two later, Eri shuffled awake. She squeezed his arm when she felt it there and then got out from under it. He could hear her sit up and wake up fully. Now that he thought about it, she didn't have anything to play with or draw or anything. They would need to go shopping for the little one. She nervously shook Izuku, trying to wake him. "Zuku, don't we have to go to school?" Izuku smiled at that. "It's the weekend, we don't go to school on the weekend." "Oh, so what do we do?" Eri asked softly. He hummed in thought. "We have a few things we have to do. But the first thing we should do is wake her up." He opened his eyes and looked down at his messy-haired girlfriend on his chest. It took more force than he expected, but she woke up groggy. The makeshift family made themselves downstairs to the kitchen. Some of the class woke up already and sat eating or watching cartoons on the TV. They sat and Sato gave the 3 plates of pancakes. "Thanks for tucking me in. Been a while since someone has done that," Sato said with a smile. "I just opened the portal. Dark Shadow is the one who tucked you in and kissed your forehead goodnight," he said, raising his hands but accepting the pancakes anyways. There was a chorus of "thank you" from the classmates in hearing range to Tokoyami and Izuku. Tokoyami was looking away at receiving the thanks. Dark Shadow was smiling down with their hands on their hips. The 3 finished breakfast and Ochako split off to get changed and meet with Ryukyu with Tsu. Izuku wondered what to do first. He patted Eri's hair absent-mindedly as Mina caught his lost eyes. She sat next to Eri and asked if she could braid her hair. After showing her what she meant, Eri agreed. "What you pondering, oh deadly one?" Mina was twisting and pulling Eri's hair as she spoke. "Well, Eri doesn't have many clothes and just had bare necessities. So, I was thinking of taking her shopping." Izuku smiled down at the little girl as he spoke of her. "Mind if I tag along? I don't have much to do and your fashion taste is horrendous." Mina was just about done with her work. Izuku frowned and looked at his t-shirt with "Blood and Guts" written in Comic Sans on the front. "What's wrong with my clothes?" he said, offended. "I like his clothes," Eri said softly. "Oh no, sweetie. I'll show you what you need." Mina finished and patted her new hairstyle. "I'll get changed and meet you here in a bit for shopping." She got up and went to the girl's side. Ochako just came out of the way she came and kissed Izuku on the cheek. "I'll see you later, nice hair Eri." She smiled down at the youngest girl, Eri squirmed under the praise. Tsu followed behind her and patted Eri's head softly. Then, they left for Ryukyu's agency. Izuku led Eri upstairs to his room to get changed for their shopping session with Mina. Izuku kept his shirt on just to spite the pink-haired girl and helped Eri change out of her PJs. With a reddish dress with pants and a long-sleeve shirt for the little one, they left through Izuku's portal. Mina was waiting with Yaoyorozu in the common room. "I'm dragging Yayamomo along, she needs more poor people time." Mina's smile turned into a scowl at his shirt. "Really?" She waved at his shirt. "I like it and it fits with my hero persona." He stuck his tongue at her and Eri watching mimicked him. "All right, let's go, it's going to be great," Yaoyorozu said, clapping her hands and smiling. Izuku tore a portal to a point somewhat close to a shopping mall and the other three walked through. Eri was clinging to Izuku immediately. This was going to be her first time out in public like this. Izuku already had an inkling that Eri would feel this way, so he wanted to come early Saturday to avoid the crowd. Also, if worst comes to worst, portal. They walked with Eri in the middle. She calmed a bit once she looked around and remembered she was with Izuku. They arrived at the mall. Izuku knew he had come here once but couldn't remember when. He shrugged it off and they went inside to all the shops. They wandered with Mina and Yaoyorozu chatting the whole time. They found a kids' clothes shop and they all went in. Half an hour into shopping for clothes, Izuku realized he hated it. Normally, when he went clothes shopping, he went into a store and looked for clothes that seemed comfortable and if they had his size then sold, that's it. Ochako was something the same with her poor upbringing and he liked that. But, Mina and Yaoyorozu both shopped for fun and they made poor Eri try so many clothes. After another half an hour, Izuku just asked Eri for her opinion. "What kind of clothes do you want?" He felt the stares of the two other girls to the side of his head. Eri shuffled nervously in a pink puffy dress and looked at her savior. When she saw him smile and gave her an encouraging nod, she led the UA students to a rack of clothes. She picked out clothes similar to what she was wearing and also some long-sleeved shirts and pants identical to what Izuku wore while in the dorm. "This okay?" she asked while looking up at Izuku. "If that's what you want then sure, let's get you a good size for you to grow into." Izuku encouraged and picked out a size larger for the little one. Yaoyorozu and Mina exchanged a look. "He's becoming a such dad," Mina said quietly. "Yes, he is taking this very well," Yaoyorozu said back and nodded at Izuku helping Eri look for different types of shirt she showed. "It's so effin' cute," Mina yelled while clenching her whole body and vibrating at the sweet scene before her. They got all the clothes they needed and Eri stopped as she saw plushy toys of heroes. They were going to check out when Izuku saw her looking at the toys. He approached behind her and crouched down. She startled and then looked down. "Sorry," she said softly. "You have nothing to be sorry for. Do you want one? Let's see which you might like." Izuku reassured her and pointed out some plushies she might like. She recognized Mirko and grabbed it hesitantly, then she kept looking. "There isn't one of you?" Eri asked. Izuku chuckled at that. "No, they only make these because they are famous. Maybe one day there will be one of me." He smiled at her and then led her off to the cash register. After that store, they went into another for some toys and such for Eri. She didn't want much, only some coloring books and somewhere to draw. They still bought some toys she might like after Eri had a handful of notebooks and crayons. Once done they continued to walk around. Yaoyorozu asked to see the bag with clothes and she put something in there. The raised eyebrow he gave her only got him a smile in return, and Izuku didn't ask. Like before, Izuku found a secluded spot and dropped all of Eri's new belongings through a portal. "You shouldn't use your quirk in public, class president," Yaoyorozu said over his shoulder. "Then you can carry the bags next time." He shrugged. "What happened to chivalry?" Mina asked with a smirk. "I believe in equality, I'll let you know. I'm an equal opportunity taker of names," Izuku said with a smirk back. They went to the food court for a snack when one of the store owners ran in front of Izuku and stopped while facing him. "You are the young man who saved my wife and daughter. Thank you so much." The man clasped his hands onto Izuku's and bowed his head. Izuku, much to his embarrassment, didn't remember this man or his family at all. Mina had no qualms about asking. "When did this happen?" "A few months ago." A villain tried to attack this young man and then the villain tried to go after my family. You stopped him from taking them away from me. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you. The man explained and then gave him a gift card to his shop. The only time a villain attacked Izuku was when they were shopping at a mall and that villain was Shigaraki. He quickly looked around and he immediately recognized the now fixed storefront that Izuku sent Shigaraki through. That's why I recognize this place. I almost died right there, Izuku said wistfully while pointing at a clearing in front of the store. Well, thank you for the gift. I'll come back sometime soon. And I'm glad your family is all right. Izuku did a 180 and smiled at the store owner. After that, they sat down at a table with some treats at the food court. Mina spoke up first after the man left a while ago. You seriously didn't remember almost dying right over there? She pointed behind him from where they came from. Izuku shrugged. It happens, now at least I can fight back without cops pointing their guns at me. He took a big bite of ice cream, teeth first. Yaoruzo looked at him horrified at both the way he bit into his ice cream and how he nonchalantly admitted to almost being killed less than 100 feet away without remembering. She shook her head as she ate her crepe. Eri marveled at the taste of the apple Danish treat as she listened to the three talk. After their break, they continued to walk around the shop. Now only the girls shopping for themselves, Eri and Izuku just tagging along. Izuku answered questions Eri had about different things she saw and was curious about. While walking around a store that the two girls were looking around in, Izuku noticed Eri began to tire. Want me to pick you up? He asked with a kind smile. She looked up and then shyly nodded. Anytime you want something, just ask. All right, little one? Izuku hoisted her up and plopped her on his shoulders. She stiffened and then relaxed and held onto his head. He patted her leg for reassurance. After a while, the girls finished and finally decided to head home. It was little past noon and the mall began to fill more and more. Izuku set Eri down again lest she get hit the doorway. They stopped at a clearing so the girls could organize their bags and such. Yaoruzo didn't seem to have a bottom to her wallet and the multiple bags reflected that. As they were waiting, Izuku noticed someone staring at Eri intently. He wore a suit without a tie and an open collar. He had a face mask and a bald head. The man caught Izuku's eye finally and Izuku shook his head, no, slowly with a cold look in his eye. The man recoiled slightly and got up to leave while pulling out his phone. Time to go now, Izuku said firmly. The girls hearing his tone immediately looked around and began to head to an exit. What's going on? Yaoruzo asked. She looked at him and saw his eyes flicker to Eri while she was being carried in his arms. She only nodded and then kept walking at a fast pace. What's going on? Eri asked, getting worried. Izuku smiled at her and said, I forgot we needed to head back home before it got too late, nothing to worry about. He lied to keep her at ease. It worked and she relaxed in his arms. They made it to where Izuku tore a portal from and he repeated the process. They stepped through and arrived at the front yard of the dorms. Mina stared at him. I think you should be banned from malls, she said with narrowed eyes. It's not my fault, it just happens, Izuku said with a slight pout. Come on, let's get your things put away, little one, Izuku said to the white-haired girl. The other two thanked him for the trip and also walked into the common room and to their room. Izuku picked up Eri and headed to his room to put away Eri's new clothes and other stuff they bought her. Izuku emptied a drawer in his dresser and put away most of her clothes, then hung up the rest. Eri sat and began to color in one of her new books. He pulled out the others and placed them on his desk. He told her where they were so she could grab them whenever. He pulled out the Mirko plushie and set it next to her. He found what Yaoruzo put in the bag earlier. A plushie of a man in green scar-riddled armor, a plushie of Rip and Tear. She made it for Eri after she heard her ask about one of him. Izuku smiled and took a picture of it and gave it to Eri. Her eyes lit up once he presented it to her. It's you. I thought there wasn't any. Eri held the plushie in front of her as she looked at it. Yaoruzo must have made it and put it in the bag while in the mall. We'll have to thank her later. He smiled when she nodded her head and gave the mini him a squeeze. Her eyes began to water and she said softly, Thank you for being so nice to me. I really like being here with you and Cheiko. Eri began to sniffle. Izuku brought her into a hug and held the crying girl close. I'm happy that you are happy. You can stay with me as long as you can, little one. She clung to him as she calmed down. In the short period of taking care of her, he had grown attached to the scared girl he had saved. He will make the ones who made her suffer pay for what they had done to her. Eri took a nap after she calmed down from her crying. While she slept, Izuku sent a message to Aizawa about the man at the mall. He was not pleased by Izuku's ability to attract villains wherever he went, but he did send the police to watch any security footage of the mall. After ending his conversation with Aizawa, Izuku looked at the napping girl and decided he wanted a nap as well. He sat next to the sleeping girl and closed his eyes to drift off for a bit. He was woken by the door opening slowly. His eyes snapped to the door and saw it was Ochako creeping inside. She froze at his eyes open but continues to scuttle forward towards him and lay down on his lap. With a yawn, he saw he slept for an hour and brushed the hair of the head on his lap. How did it go? Pretty good. I going to intern with Ryukyu, and Sue was accepted also. She had some trepidation about me getting influenced by your lack of restraint, as she said. She snorted at the last part. If you didn't show restraint, then half the class would be dead or missing limbs. How was your day? Well, I'm glad you got to go with Ryukyu. As for us, he explained what they did and their quick exit at the mall. The funny part is that mall was the same one that Shigaraki attacked us at. He chucked at the end. Eri woke up slowly at their conversation. She blinked groggily and sat up with her newest toy in her arms. Chaco? She asked, eyes still blurry. Yes, sweetie, I'm here. What's that you've got there? She flipped over on Izuku's lap and faced her. She showed off the first ever Rip N-tier plushie to his beloved. She asked Eri what they did at the mall and such. A bit later they all went downstairs for lunch. Everyone in the common room saw what Eri had clutched in her hands and immediately snapped pictures of her and their classmate in plushie form. Yaoyuruzo was there and Eri walked up to her and thanked her for her gift. The day flew by with the class hanging around or going out to the yard to train. Kirishima left a little after lunch with Tamaki to head for Fatgum's agency. Night came and everyone went to their rooms to sleep except for Shinso, who was already asleep in the common room. A blanket draped over him and Izuku left him there. Everyone showered and laid to sleep for the next day. Eri slept soundly that night with both the plushie and her savior with her. Everyone woke and went to eat breakfast. Aizawa strolled into the kitchen and found who he was looking for. He poured himself a cup of coffee and sat down in front of Izuku and Eri eating cereal. He let them finish and spoke. We want to begin to have Eri practice her quirk today. I will be close by, of course. Any issues with that? He looked at his favorite problem child and the literal child. Izuku saw Eri get nervous at his teacher's proclamation. It's all right, he can turn off your quirk. He patted her head to put her at ease. She looked up at him and nodded her affirmation. They changed into his gym uniform and then a small gym uniform they made for the little one. They met with Aizawa at a field he reserved. There were multiple items around, from potted plants to cement blocks. Good, let's get started. Let's stretch first. Aizawa started stretching and Eri began to copy Izuku as they moved around. Midoriya, do you want to teach her or should I? Aizawa was finishing up as he looked at his student. I'll give it a shot. You ready, Eri? Izuku nodded and looked at the little one. She nodded apprehensively back. Don't worry, mistakes will happen. You will not have perfect control of your quirk, that's why we are here. All right. He was crouched down and patting her head reassuringly. They got started with Eri going to the large plant first. Izuku and Aizawa discussed her quirk and they narrowed it down to an energy-based quirk from the little hints there were. Eri was told to touch the plant and let go of her restraint. She looked back anxious for her savior and he nodded to her with a smile. She looked back and focused on the plant. Izuku saw the horn on Eri's head began to glow and energy poured out of her. The plant seemed to go back in time in an instant and began to shrink into a sprout, then nothing. She backed away but the energy didn't stop. Good job, Eri, now try to stop. Grab your quirk and hold it. Izuku didn't approach the glowing girl. He didn't want to get sent back to his preteen years or further. Her face was scrunched up and then she spoke. I can't, I'm scared. Her eyes began to tear up. She looked to her savior waiting for the rebuke but she only saw his smile. Try one more time, then we can have Aizawa here turn it off for you, alright? His reassuring words helped her building panic, and she focused again. The light began to fade but didn't go away completely. The horn shone less. I can't do more, she said, starting to feel a strain. Good job, Aizawa. Eraserhead's eyes glowed red and Eri stopped glowing. You did good. You almost had it, just practice some more and you will have it easy. He smiled at the girl and steadied her wobbly stance. They dug up the plant and only found a seed beginning to sprout. Aizawa told them it took about 5 years to grow that much before the quirk test. They began the test again with Eri going down the row of items. Organic material shrunk and anything else didn't have any results. At the end of the practice, Eri was tired and leaned on Izuku. You managed to turn your quirk off with the last one. Good job. You would be a great healer if you ever wanted to when you grew up, Izuku said to the little girl while he crouched down. He chose the word healer so she wouldn't connect it to overhaul, like Doctor would. She soaked up the praise and blushed, not used to the feedback about her quirk. What's a healer? She asked as she felt his hand on her head. Someone who heals people. If someone has a broken arm, you would use your quirk on them and rewind them before it happened. Then no broken arm, he explained as he felt her lean into his hand. But you can do whatever you want when you grow up. That's just an option. I believe that would be enough practice for today. Good work, Eri, Aizawa said and began to walk off the field. It was close to lunchtime and Eri's stomach grumbling confirmed that. She blushed as he looked at her. I'm hungry too. Let's get some food, Izuku said, and he stood up and held out his hand so they can begin to walk back to the dorms. They arrived back at the dorms with most of the class training and practicing their moves. There were a few in the dorms as Izuku and Eri walked in and headed to the kitchen. They ate and Izuku decided he should train a bit as well. So after lunch, Izuku sat Eri on the picnic bench outside with her coloring books and trained his quirk in the yard with her in line of sight. She watched with a juice box in hand as Izuku tore through portals and fought invisible foes. Some time passed and she didn't stop watching Izuku train and move around. She did begin to color and draw once she saw him begin to exercise. The day passed as they went about their day. Izuku finished his training and showered as Eri sat in the common room watching another Disney movie. He was happy to see she wasn't in a panic when she was left without him. He worried about her dependence on him and what would that do to her when she grew up. He dried his hair and then sat to watch the movie with Eri. The rest of the class trickled in and then they went off to their separate ways. Some to the kitchen, most to the showers, and a couple to watch the movie with the family. Today was the first day Ochako and the others began their internships, so they would come back late most likely. The day went by quickly. Izuku taught Eri how to play a board game with some of his classmates also playing with them. To everyone's surprise, she was a shrewd player at Monopoly and devastated Kaminari in a few turns. She sat in Izuku's lap as she counted the colorful money as Kaminari wept quietly in the corner. She won and nobody knew if it was because they gave her the win or if she was that good at Monopoly. They continued to play multiple games as the internship students came back. Eri got up and gave a hug to Ochako as she came in. Ochako was surprised and squeezed her back in greeting. They got cleaned up and sat around the common room as Ochako and Tsu told them about their day under Ryukyu. The sun began to set and the day got closer to the end. Izuku got a call right at that time and he looked to see the screen, seeing it was his mother. He answered immediately, happy to hear from her. She spoke before he got to. Izuku, dear. There seems to be a lot of men in suits arriving outside the apartment. Some have this bird-like mask and others just have a medical mask on. Izuku hears the worry in her voice. He felt anger build up at hearing that and their descriptions. He got up from the couch and tore a portal to his apartment and his mother went through. She hugged him and Izuku felt her trembling hands on his back. Good to see you, Mom. I'll be right back. And he went through. The class in the common room was silent as their class president answered a call and then his face went from happy to disturbingly neutral. Then he opened a portal to somewhere and his mother showed up slightly shaken, and he went through it himself as it closed behind him. Ochako was the first to get to Inko's side. What's going on? She guided her to the couch and she sat down with Eri watching the whole thing go on. Some men were arriving in cars outside my window and they didn't seem friendly, so I called Izuku. She began to calm down and accepted a teacup from Yaoruzo, and she told them what was going on. She worried about what Izuku would do. "Oh shit," was the first thing Ochako said after the silence of Inko's story. Izuku just got a call from his mother about thugs arriving outside her doorstep, and he had a license to take names with him. "Yaoruzo, could you please call Aizawa?" Izuku walked through the portal to the familiar living room. In shorts and a t-shirt, he walked to the door and opened it to see men in Yakuza suits and masks getting out of multiple cars. About 10, including the bald one from the mall. He stood at the railing from the second story looking down at the street. "Is there something you are here for?" Izuku asked calmly to the people below as he gripped the railing. "You know exactly what we are here for. Give us the girl and no one gets hurt," the bald man said out loud. Izuku's fist tightened on the creaking railing. "I see. You come to my mother's home? And didn't think that was a bad idea?" His voice was steady the whole while as the sun was still above the horizon. "You messed with the wrong people," one of the thugs said with a bat in hand. Izuku nodded and he let go of the ruined railing. "One chance, leave." He pointed down the street and building anger was at its limit. The thugs laughed at his word. "There's 10 of us. What are you going to do?" They felt this was an easy job. They would get this done and Overhaul would shower them with rewards. The green-haired man on the balcony nodded and turned and walked through a portal. The crew below them were confused. Did he just dash? The voice was cut off as Izuku grabbed the back of his head and slammed it on the car he arrived in. There was a crunch and he fell limply. Izuku dropped the unconscious man without care and quickly grabbed the next thug by the arm and broke it. He screamed, but that was cut off by the punch to the throat. He was thrown to the next charging thug and was sent sprawling. He moved to his next victim on the ground and stomped his head and silenced him as well. The thug with the bat charged him and Izuku caught it and tore it half. He hit the shocked man with the rest of the bat and he went down. He moved to the next thug and he hit a wall of energy. "That's enough. You will be coming with us." A man with blonde hair, a bird mask, and a brown yukata shouted. Izuku looked at the yellow energy dome covering him. The man that was holding his hand out and conjuring it approached. Right on the other side of the field he spoke. "You shouldn't have taken what isn't yours." Izuku speared his hand through the energy shield and it shattered. With wide eyes, the Yakuza man backed away, but Izuku caught him and smashed his face with his forehead, once, twice, and one last time as he went limp. With blood covering his face he dropped the man and turned to the next thug. With shaking hands he pulled out a gun and pointed it at Izuku. Izuku seeing this dove behind a car and heard the shots crack out. He circled behind the car and grabbed the open door and tore it off. Once done he charged at the gunslinger. With bullets hitting the door, Izuku drove the car door into the man and knocked him to the ground. He lifted the bullet-ridden door and slammed it down on the downed man. He was tackled off the man by the bald thug from the mall with crystal-like growths on his arms. Izuku dodged one crystal fist then another. The next one went through a tear Izuku quickly opened and it went through. He shrunk it and it got stuck. The thug swung his other arm and Izuku caught it and tore the crystal attached. The man screamed in pain when the crystal was torn away with some of his arm attached to it. With the crystal in his hand, Izuku hit the bald man with it a few times before he went limp with his other arm still in the portal. He dropped the bloody crystal and moved to the next thug. The last 3 thugs watched as the monster turned to them. With a bloody face and hands, he turned to continue his work. The first one dropped the chain and hook in his hands and knelt in surrender. The other 2 followed suit and threw their weapons to the sides. They shook in fear as they looked down and hear the monster's footsteps get closer. They were not hurt as Izuku tied them up with the chain and hooked the first one dropped. Izuku stood from his work and looked over the sprawled-out thugs and cars on the streets. He looked down at the thugs he tied up. "Don't move," he said finally. The thugs flinched and nodded. He opened a portal to the dorms and walked through. Aizawa and multiple other heroes were in there waiting and talking to his mom. "Almost lost my cool there," he said by greeting. He spooked Aizawa and he turned to see a bloody student of his. "Jesus Midoriya. What's going on?" Aizawa spoke first. Izuku tore a portal to his stash and took some wet wipes and cleaned his hands and face off. "The thugs are neutralized. 3 surrendered and 7 others are down." He tore a portal to the street again and the multiple heroes and Izawa stepped through. Mirko was sitting on a car and watched as her little brother's portal opened. Izuku stepped through and nodded. She jumped down and he turned to her. "Rumi, nice to see you, a bit late to the party. I heard that Inko was at the dorms after saying thugs arrived at her doorstep and her son went to deal with the issue. So I ran over here to see this." She motioned to the bleeding thug with a crystal near him. Izuku began to hear sirens and saw the flashing red and blue. "Now they show up," Izuku said as he walked through the thugs with Rumi watching him next to him. "Are you all right?" Rumi asked gently as one thug woke up and pulled out a gun. Izuku casually tore the top of the gun off and pinned the thug to the ground as Rumi pulled out zip ties and tied him up. "I'm fine." "Why?" They continued to tie up thugs while the police arrived. "You seem calm, but your mother was almost attacked by these men." They went to the side and continued to speak. "But they didn't deny I'm calm. If I wasn't, then you would know." A man with his jaw shattered was carted off on a gurney. "See, he is still alive. That was the first one, and if I wasn't composed he would be missing his head instead," he said as Izawa approached the duo. Izuku began his report and everything that was said while he took down the thugs. He told them that they were looking for Eri. They didn't take the warning to leave and their quirks if they showed it. The three that surrendered were in handcuffs as they passed Izuku. One looked up and met his eyes. They quickly looked down again. Izawa saw that and shook his head. "Well, you are getting the reputation you wanted." "I know, right?" Izuku responded happily. "So what are we going to do with my mother? We don't have any family she could stay with and she can't stay here unless we want this to happen again." He waved his hand to the man with a smashed-in face as they were handcuffed and set on a gurney as well. Izawa was about to speak when he felt his phone buzz and read the message. He turned his phone to Izuku and it was from Nizu. "Miss Inko will stay with the 1A dorm as a dorm mother. I plan to have someone else take the job position, but this is a perfect opportunity. The rat god hears our pleas and gave us answers," Izuku said, and he nodded his head. They finished their work there and Izuku tore a portal to the dorm. Izuku was met with his mother cooking at the stove with Ochako helping her and most of the class sitting around. Mina sat with Eri while she brushed her hair and braided it again. Eri saw him come through and got up and ran to him. "Zuku, are you all right? You had blood." She hugged him and he patted her head and hugged her back. "I'm all right, not my blood anyway. Did you meet my mom?" he asked her. The class was waiting for answers, but they knew to wait. Ochako turned and met his eyes with hers. She narrowed her glare at him. She tapped Inko and she turned to see her son. She immediately ran over and checked him over. Ochako also came over and tried to hit him, but Izuku dodged every punch. "You could have told us what was going on." "But no, you just left and came back with blood as usual." She was peeved at him. "It's fine." He waved her worries away and hugged her. Eri clung to his shirt as Inko waited next to him. "Why didn't you tell me you had a daughter already?" Inko teased him. The class snickered at that. "First of all, I forgot to tell you," he sheepishly said. Inko knelt down and spoke to the girl. "Hello there. I'm Izuku's mother, Inko. It's nice to meet you." She spoke kindly to Eri. Eri looked at Izuku's mother and saw the gentleness that Izuku showed to her. She approached her and greeted her shyly. "Nice to meet you." They moved to the kitchen as the class watched the sweet scene before them. "So, you," Mina and Hagakure said simultaneously. Rumi also followed and sat at the counter. "So what are we eating, Mama Inko?" she asked when she sat next to Izuku and Eri on his lap. The rest of the class joined as the Inko and Ochako finished their cooking and poured everyone a bowl. They were happy to have another Midoriya at the dorms and even happier with the food they just ate. Inko was apprehensive when Nizu proposed the job to her, but she liked the idea of watching over multiple kids as they grow up into heroes. The best was that she got to be close and watch over Izuku once again. They will begin to move her apartment to the top floor of the dorms in the morning, and Nizu and Inko will sit down to finalize the paperwork. Inko settled into her new home at UA. After the thugs at the Midoriya's residency were taken away, Izuku helped with a portal to move everything of importance to her new home. While his mom was getting settled in with the help of Ochako and Eri close to her, Izuku was speaking with Aizawa about what he found out about the thugs. They were with Overhaul, obviously, and they had some people of importance with them. They are called the 8 Bullets, and they were the elites of the operation. Izuku took out 3 of them already. The man Izuku found with Eri, the bald man with crystals, and the man with a shield quirk. Well shit. If we don't take down Overhaul, then he will be hunting me forever, not to mention Eri. Izuku was thinking of how good he was at making enemies. Yes, he will be the priority of the upcoming raid. Aizawa continued. The morning after Inko got settled in, everyone woke up to go back to school. Inko got prepared and went to finalize everything with Nizu. The class all ate and headed to class. They welcomed Inko immediately into their chaos class. Izuku was worried about how she would react to their everyone's antics and mayhem, but to his surprise, she took to it like a duck to water. She just accepted all the nonsense that went around the class as they went about their day. Of course, she didn't understand a lot of what was said, but Inko wasn't uncomfortable with anything. Of course, she would be cool with everything. She raised you after all. Mina said after overhearing the chat between Izuku and Ochako. What's that supposed to mean? Izuku said, slightly offended. Miss Inko, what was the funniest thing you saw Izuku doing? Mina turned to the green-haired woman on the counter with coffee. Don't answer that. Just Inko is fine. I remember him when he was around 6. He would come home completely covered in dirt and mud. For a week straight he would be dirty every time he came in from playing. She started telling the story. Wait, no, stop. Izuku was getting red-faced. Inko acted like she didn't hear him, and the whole class was listening to her speak. Well, after a week of this going on, I finally asked why he was always so dirty. So he said, I'll show you. And he dragged me off to the park. She was giggling now. When we arrived, there was a hole in the dirt. He said he would be the mole man and pop up to beat up villains. She began to laugh. The class joined in with her. Izuku was completely embarrassed by the story of his childhood. Ochako was leaning on him and also laughing. His mother continued, you know his quirk, it turns out it's very good at breaking up dirt and stone for digging. He dug tunnels under the whole park, and he said it was just the beginning of his network of tunnels throughout the country. She began to tear up at the recalling of the memory. The class was also beginning to tear up at the image of Izuku, acting like a mole and digging around. Izuku was red and covering his face with his arms. Eri sat beside him and enjoyed the story of her savior. She giggled softly. After everyone calmed down, they headed to class. Eri was nervous about her first day of real school. But Izuku calmed her down by reminding her that he would be close by. Not to mention, Nizu's office was probably one of the safest places in the school. Izuku walked her to the office and dropped her off after a quick hug. The day went by fairly quickly. Izuku dropped in for lunch with Eri, and he listened while she spoke about what she has been doing so far. The school day ended, and they all retreated to their dorms. Ochako and the others with internships left after school and headed to their respective heroes. Izuku finished his homework and then got a call from Mirko. He sat Eri next to Mina and told her that he had a call. She understood and sat with the pink girl. The call was to inform him that Night Eye has been working on Overhaul for some time and that they will be doing a raid on their compound in 2 days. Izuku and Rumi will be going for a briefing the next day at the Night Eye agency. Izuku thanked her and headed back inside to tell Eri the news. She had feared, but she calmed down soon after. His mother and the class would help her whenever they could. Mina was especially vocal about being there with her anytime she wanted. That comforted the little girl. The next day came, and class ended. Izuku was hugging Eri before he left. It'll be all right, little one. You will be with friends, remember? She nodded and he headed out. He bumped into Ochako, Tsu, and Kirishima on the way out of the gates. You guys headed out? He called out. Yeah, but I was told to meet at a different address than usual. Kirishima spoke first. The girls also nodded as well. Where are you headed? He asked Kirishima first. The redhead gave the address, and the girls also said they were headed to the same place. Izuku nodded and tore a portal to Night Eye's agency. They all shrugged and walked through and saved time. The 4 walked into the agency and waited for the meeting to begin. Aizawa, Fatgum, Ryukyu, Mirko, Rocklock, and many other small-time heroes. The big three were also there, and they approached and began to chat with their teammates. Izuku caught Rocklock's look of disapproval towards him. Izuku just tilted his head to the side and waved. The man shook his head and looked away. Ryukyu didn't glare, but it was close to doing so. Many disapprove of his methods, but Izuku didn't care. Rumi came over after a bit and began to chat with them about nothing in particular. She teased Izuku about being a dad at such a young age, and the ones not in the know looked at Ochako in shock. She quickly shut that down with a red face and told them quickly about taking care of the Eri without many details. Night Eye and Mirio with the sidekicks showed up and began the raid preparation. Everyone sat at the table, and Night Eye got started. We are here to brief you all on the raid on the Shai Hasaikai compound. My agency has been watching them for some time. The Shai Hasaikai have been suspected of producing and selling Trigger, a drug that amplifies a quirk for a short time and drives the person into a frenzy. Fatgum was brought in after an altercation where a man used Trigger and fought with Red Riot. He was taken down, but not before he shot Sun Eater with a new drug that caught our eye immediately. After getting shot, Sun Eater lost his ability to use his quirk for multiple hours. The effect has worn off, but we managed to salvage one dose of the newest drug. In the lab, they found human blood as the main ingredient. This blood belongs to a little girl named Eri. Izuku grit his teeth when the projector swapped to an image of Eri after she was rescued. Many voices were speaking up after that statement. Night Eye raised his hand. Quiet. Eri had been rescued and is in safe hands. Rip N. Tier found her running from one of the 8 bullets of Shai Hasaikai. The man was taken in, and Eri was taken to UA, where she resides now. From what she has said, Overhaul used his quirk to take her blood to develop the drug. Is she safe with that monster around UA? Rocklock spoke up and pointed at Izuku. He had a sneer on his face as he spoke. A ready monster to protect her. I can be at her side in a moment. Izuku spoke quickly before Ochako. She was ready to throw hands at the man who spoke against her beloved. Sir spoke up before anyone else could. Enough. I have it with good authority that she will be taken care of. Moving on with Eri's testament, we were able to move this operation forward. The only issue is that after Eri was rescued, the Shai Hasaikai was tense and then turtled up after a failed attempt to go after Eri. The compound is still occupied, and we have eyes on it all day and night. No one has entered or left. With 3 of the 8 bullets out and no hostages to worry about, we can go in. Getting in is the next problem. Sir switched to an image of a compound with all the doors barred and sealed with steel. It was quiet for a moment, and then Izuku spoke up. I can get in and then open a portal for everyone else afterward. Everyone's eyes snapped to him. Just a suggestion. He shrugged. How do your portals work? Ryukyu asked. Line of sight or been there before? Izuku demonstrated this by opening a portal to the center of the table and taking a pen from there. It's too dangerous for a student to go in alone, even for a short time. Rocklock argued against it. You mean the one student who took down the hero killer, Muscular, and helped with the Kamino raid? Fatgum spoke up with a scoff. He offered his plate of food to Izuku and continued to speak. And from what Sun Eater has said, was able to fight against Lemillion? I think he'll be fine. Izuku took a snack from Fatgum's plate and ate it while they talked about using him as a doorway. Izuku was fine with it. The food was good. Sir raised his hand again and spoke. Rip N. Tier, are you willing to drop in from the air and open the door for the rest of the raid? Izuku handed the plate back to Fatgum and spoke. Yep, I have no issue with it. It'll be loud when I drop, but it'll be fine. He wiped his greasy fingers on his sleeve. Ochako's eye twitched for some reason when she saw that. After that, they agreed on that plan. Izuku will drop from the air and open a portal for the raid to get inside the compound. The rest of the meeting was about the rest of the 8 bullets and Overhaul's quirks. They spoke about if Shai Hasaikai has the finished product of the quirk erasing drug. They couldn't produce many if they did, without their main ingredient. Izuku listens very carefully to all the information about the 8 bullets. He wanted to be prepared for all of them. His eyes were on Overhaul. He would be happy to take him down. The briefing ended, and everyone dispersed. Fatgum patted Izuku on the shoulder and smiled at him goodbye, Izuku liked him. Rumi stretched as she got up and gave a stink eye to Rocklock as he walked past. Ryukyu didn't say anything or look at Izuku. Looked nervously at her when she saw her neutral reaction toward Izuku. Time for home. Izuku asked as he also got up. Not for me, I got some work to finish. Izuku, do you mind? Rumi looked to Izuku. He nodded and opened a portal to her lobby, and she ruffled his hair as she went by. He closed it and then opened another one to the dorms. They stepped through, and Izuku was the last. Before he went through, he caught Mirio's eye, and he spoke to him with a serious expression. Remember what I said about your cereal? As a reminder, he slid through the portal, and Mirio shivered after that. Izuku walked through after messing with Mirio and was met with a large blanket tent in the common room. It was made up of many different blankets clipped together. There was one entrance like an igloo made out of pillows. Muffled noises were coming out of it. The TV and the couches were covered by blankets. Izuku shrugged and crawled inside. The floor was covered by pillows, and the light was muted from the outside. The whole class was seated inside watching TV. Eri spotted him immediately and ran up to hug him with her Rip N Tier plushie in hand. He hugged her back and got comfortable next to Ochako as they watched Sky High. It was weird to watch since that is what his life is now. The class went to bed after the movie. Izuku, Ochako, and Eri all went to Izuku's room to drift off. Eri was already bobbing her head and dozing off in Izuku's arms as he carried her to bed. The next morning was normal as usual, but now with Mama Inko helping everyone out. She mothered everyone as they got ready to go to school. Izuku and Ochako already spoke to Eri about having to leave early for their internships and wouldn't be able to see her until later that night. They were hoping Eri would get more comfortable with staying with their classmates, and the pillow fort last night helped with that. Izuku, Ochako, Tsu, and Kirishima all had to leave school early for their raid on the compound. They were anxious about their first big raid. They asked Izuku for advice, but he was no help. I just went in there and did what they said. Go over there, help them out. Don't die easy enough. Izuku tried to calm them, but they just looked at him with a deadpan expressions. The time came and the four left a couple of hours before the raid was set to start. They got changed and Izuku tore a portal for them to Sir Naitai's agency. From there they went over the plan and any information on the people they may be fighting. Overhaul will be the most dangerous with his quirk. The ability to reconfigure any material he touches is a very dangerous power. Aizawa would be ideal to have him neutralize his quirk, but it will be played by ear. Sir used his quirk on one of the thugs that went after Inko to get a layout of the compound. It's not perfect, but it will have to be. Time clicked forward and now they were gathered around a point where Izuku would open the portal. It was close to the compound itself, just in case Izuku couldn't open a portal for the rest of the heroes. After some final preparation, Rip N Tier was told to start. So, how are you going to do this? Uravity will float you in or something? Fat Gum asked Izuku in his armor. The rest of the heroes looked at him as well, curious how the green armored man would do this. Oh, simple. Like this and I jump. Izuku tore a portal looking down on the compound. Whoa whoa whoa, that drop will seriously hurt you if not kill you. Rocklock said, stopping Izuku from jumping. Well, what's your plan then? Mirko asked with venom in her tone. Guys? Tsu spoke up. Calm down, this is no time to start something. Ryukyu tried to step between the two. Sorry, but guys? Kirishima also tried to speak up after seeing what Tsu saw. It's too late to change the plan. We need to move forward with the raid. Sir said in a rational tone. It doesn't matter. He jumped. Ochako got tired of hearing them bicker and spoke up. What? Some heroes snapped their heads to the closing portal and missing armored figure. Rip N Tier dropped from 20 feet in the air. His armor was designed to absorb drops like this, and with a couple of 100 pounds of metal armor on him, he plummeted. None of the shy Hasaikai were expecting Rip N Tier to crash through the top floor of the compound and rip through the two next floors until he cracked the concrete on the bottom floor. With all the dust and rubble, no one could see what crashed through all 3 floors of the compound. Izuku needed to make a safe landing for the other heroes, so after he got up from the landing he charged. The first couple didn't know what was going on and couldn't see through the dust. All they heard was cries of pain and dropping bodies. "Who's there?" One particular scared thug yelled out. His hand on the bat was shaking. "Anybody?" The next thing he saw was an armored hand grab him by the face, and then he was airborne. Izuku quickly took out the thugs in the immediate area and then moved onto the portal. "Portal area cleared. Opening it now." He spoke through the comms to the rest of the heroes. He moved to a clear spot and ripped open one of the biggest portals for the rest of the heroes to run in. The police are already on the outside waiting to arrest anyone they brought. The heroes rushed forward and were surprised at the devastation in front of them. A gaping hole that streams light and multiple bodies laid around. They looked to Izuku and then moved on. They already knew what their objectives were and they split into teams. They needed to clear the whole base and capture all quirk erasing drugs. Izuku was with Aizawa and Mirko. Before they moved deeper into the base, Izuku tore a way out of the base. With screeching metal, he tore the barriers blocking the way in or out. They moved through the base like wraiths taking down any thugs they saw. Running through the hallway with unconscious men lying behind the team of close combatants. After some time they heard and felt a large rumbling from above. They stopped and Izuku tore a portal to the outside to see what was going on. They saw Ryukyu in dragon form fighting with a large figure of Rikiya Katsukame. They could see many unconscious police around due to his quirk, able to absorb the energy out of people. Rumi had a look in her eye and Izuku turned to her. "Want me to dash? That would be great." Mirko cut him off and Izuku tore the viewing portal bigger for her to jump through and begin to attack the large man. Izuku shook his head and they moved on. The teacher and student arrived at the stairway down and to Overhaul's lab. They moved down but they were not the first to do so. Kirishima and Fat Gum were both fighting against a man with large arms, Kendo Rappa. Fat Gum was able to defend while Kirishima moved in and struck at the distracted member of the 8 bullets. Seeing they had that handled, the pair moved onto a maze of concrete and an unconscious bald man. They read the report of the man who could manipulate the area he takes over. The two arrived at an area where a large vault door stood open and a room lay behind it, a child's room. Izuku grits his teeth at the bare room and turned to move on. He found Aizawa in the lab. There was a chair with leather straps and it looked to be used frequently. Izuku's anger continued to build up at what he saw. The next room was the lab and it seems it was vacated recently. Many computers were still on and unknown chemicals were about. Izuku's orders were to capture all information about the quirk erasing drug, but the only way to make it was with Eri's blood. Some people would kill to have that formula and Izuku wasn't going to allow Eri to be in danger again. Aizawa watched as his student opened a portal and pulled out a road flare. He moved in and began to pour any and all chemicals on the computers and anywhere else. He didn't say anything as he lit the flare and threw it in the room with flammable chemicals. It seems that they didn't want anyone to have their information. Aizawa spoke as they watched the room engulf in flames. "Yes, we can't do anything about it now. Let's move on." Izuku was glad to hear Aizawa didn't fight him against what he had done. They moved forward and found a large room where Overhaul and Lemillion were fighting. Sir lay on the floor bleeding from an injured leg and unconscious. Shin Nemoto, one of the 8 bullets, was smiling smugly at Mirio who had a dart sticking out of his back. Mirio was fighting Overhaul without any quirk and he was losing. Aizawa activated his quirk on Overhaul and prevented Mirio from becoming a bloody mist. Izuku opened a portal to Shin's side and tore the gun from his hand before breaking his arm and knocking him unconscious. He looked at the gun with 2 more quirk erasing bullets in it and he tossed it into his stash. He could use those in the future. While Aizawa helped Mirio with Overhaul, Izuku moved to Sir's side and walked him through a tier to a triage set up just for this occasion. Once done, he ran back through a portal to deal with the man who made Eri suffer for so long. Izuku was met with Aizawa pinned to the wall by a stone spike and still using his quirk on Overhaul to help a tiring Mirio. Izuku tore a portal behind Overhaul and tried to take him out quickly, but he saw Izuku move. Dodging out of the way of his grasping hand, Overhaul sent a punch to the armored chest with no effect. "You're the one who ruined everything. Where is she? She would have been the cure to this plague." His eyes went mad when he saw Izuku. Izuku didn't respond, he only moved to eliminate the man who made Eri suffer. He saw Mirio move back to take a breather and he caught Eraserhead counting down with his fingers. He was going to blink. Izuku continued to try and grab the psycho, but he was fast. Aizawa had 2 fingers left. Izuku, seeing no way to grab him, instead kicked Overhaul in the chest. He rolled back, gasping for breath, and Izuku tore a portal for his arm. He was only able to rip one off before Aizawa blinked and the room exploded into stone spikes. Leaving him to hopefully bleed to death, Izuku tore a portal to Aizawa and Mirio, who were close together. Mirio took a spike meant for Aizawa in the abdomen. Cursing, Izuku tore the base of the spike and opened a portal to get Mirio out of there. As soon as he was through and people helped him along, he moved to Aizawa, who was losing too much blood from his first wound. His arm was pinned to the wall by a spike from the ground. "You're going too, I'll take care of Overhaul," Izuku told a wobbly Eraserhead. "No. It's too dangerous." He started firmly, still unsteady from blood loss. Izuku saw the stubbornness and didn't argue. Instead, he picked him up and moved to the portal. "If you send me through that portal, you're expelled." Aizawa tried to stop him, but Izuku was stronger. "You can't expel me. Do you know the amount of chaos I would wreak if I turned vigilante?" Then Izuku tossed him through the portal and turned to face Overhaul. He turned to see Overhaul running to the unconscious Shin. Before Izuku could stop him, Overhaul used his quirk on the man and merged and became a 3-armed monstrosity. Seeing this didn't deter Izuku. "Once I kill you, I will get that brat back and finish my work to cure what you call quirks," Overhaul shouted with a distorted voice. "With what lab? It's a burning ruin last time I saw." Izuku taunted him. He knew it was not wise to taunt an enemy, but he could hold himself back. Overhaul's head snapped to the corridor and saw the black smoke coming out of it. He shouted in fury and turned back to kill the teen. Only he wasn't there anymore. With a scream of pain, he turned to see Izuku tearing one of the 3 arms off his combined body. With only 2 arms on one side now, Overhaul was at a disadvantage. Izuku threw the limb through a new portal to make sure Overhaul couldn't heal himself properly. He dodged back from his swinging arms. Overhaul used his quirk on himself again and closed the bleeding wound and moved one arm to the other side. While he tried to heal, Izuku did his special move, Severed Spine of Justice. He tore a portal to the villain's back and speared it in the middle, causing Overhaul to scream in pain again and then fall on unresponsive legs. Not letting him heal again, Izuku tore a portal to his stash and pulled out something he has been saving for some time. Overhaul looked up from the ground to see Rip N. Tear pointing a shotgun at him. With wide eyes, he watched as the barrel flashed and took one of his remaining arms. The sound was deafening, but so were the screams of the one-armed man. Overhaul sluggish used his quirk on himself again to stop losing any more blood. Izuku watched as Overhaul sealed the bloody stump with flesh. It wasn't well done and seeped blood after he was done. Before he could move his hand again, Izuku grabbed it and held it. He watched as Overhaul tried to escape from his grasp. "Cure quirks, huh? Well, you can be one of the cured. What do you say?" Izuku spoke to Overhaul, whose panic was rising with every word. "Wait, I'm sorry. Don't." Overhaul pleaded, but he felt his last hand getting squeezed tighter and tighter. Izuku leaned forward and whispered into his ear. "I can only imagine how many times Eri asked for the same thing." Then he ripped his last hand off. Izuku didn't want Overhaul to bleed to death just yet, so he grabbed a tourniquet from his stash and stopped him from dying. Izuku wanted him to rot in jail for a good long time. With that done, Izuku got up and then there was a loud crash. Looking behind him was Ryukyu on top of Rikiya as they crashed through the street and into the room Izuku was at. Bloody but not done with the fight, Rikiya fought back. Out of the opening, Tsu whipped a floating Mirko toward the struggling villain. Ochako was on the ledge as she released her quirk and Rumi slammed feet first on Rikiya's head. The man went limp immediately after that. "I think you killed him," Izuku said from the side. Rumi got up and looked up at her brother. She saw him cover in dust and blood. Looking behind him was a mutilated Overhaul. "You're one to talk." She waved her hand to the monster with no arms. "Nah, he is still breathing." He waved off her concern and opened a portal to the ocean to rinse his arms off. "Really? I was sure he'd be dead." Rumi looked surprised. Just because I have one kill under my belt doesn't mean I go murder robo on every villain. It wasn't my intention to kill Muscular, but I'm not going to shed any tears. He shrugged and dragged the unconscious monstrosity over. He looked up at Ochako as she floated down toward him. She released her quirk and he caught her. It was her first raid and she was happy to see her boyfriend and future husband in one piece. She looked at the body of the man who tortured Eri. I see he is dead. He's not dead. Really? Ochako was just as surprised as Rumi was. I'm not a murder robo. Izuku tried to defend himself, but the mutilated body 2 feet from him didn't help his word. The rest of the teams seemed to have taken care of the rest of the base, and Izuku tore a portal to get overhauled turned into the police. After the police cuffed his legs together, the medics took over to stop him from bleeding out. After that, they were ordered to get checked out at the hospital. Izuku groaned and followed Ochako as they got in the ambulance and headed to the hospital. Grumbling the whole time to the hospital, Izuku took off his helmet and felt at ease knowing the man who hurt Eri could never do so again. The remaining UA students were sent off to the hospital for a checkup. Izuku was groaning the whole time. He wasn't hurt, but he was ordered to go. Izuku sat grumbling in the back of the last ambulance to leave the site. Ochako shushed him while Tsu and their 2 upperclassmen sat across from them. Kirishima and Mirio were ahead of them and most likely in the hospital already. While the ambulance drove, Izuku wondered how Mirio ended up getting shot. With both Permeation and All Might's quirk, he should have been a nightmare to fight. Izuku could see the upperclassmen looked worried for their friend, but everything should work out, hopefully. From what they were told, Kirishima and Fat Gum fought with one of the 8 bullets and won, but they were non-fatality wounded. Tamaki also fought one of the 8, but he was able to take them down without any injuries. Ochako, Tsu, and Nijire helped with the villain that fought against Ryukyu and Rumi. They said it was a tough fight just because of the villain's quirk. Izuku told them about his part in the raid while they rode. Soon enough they were stripped out of their suits and were checked over by medical personnel. Izuku only had bumps and bruises, so he was cleared to leave at the end of the day. Sitting in his hospital bed bored him, so he began to wander the halls and check up on his friend. Ochako, Tsu, and Nijire were drained from stamina and were to stay the night to recover. Kirishima was in good spirits with broken arms but smiling like he always does. Fat Gum sat skinny from using his quirk to burn off the fat and finished the villain they fought. He was already stuffing his face with a sandwich from a plate stacked full of them. Fat Gum, being the nice guy he is, offered some to Izuku and he wouldn't be rude to deny free food. He left with a sandwich in hand and a hospital gown to check in with the next room. He knocked and walked into Mirio and Sir's room. They sat with Yagi with a somber expression. Izuku took a bite of his sandwich and looked at them. What's up? You all healed up? Izuku said with a full mouth. Mirio was the first to speak up. Yeah, we're all healed. But I lost it. I lost one for all. It's gone. He looked very distraught at the words. Sir had a complicated face on him and Yagi looked saddened. Yeah, I wanted to ask you about that. What happened before Eraserhead and me showed up? Izuku took another bite as he sat down. With a sigh, Mirio spoke. Sir was knocked unconscious after Shin distracted us. I knocked Shin back while I fought Overhaul and tried to get Sir to safety. Shin pulled a gun and aimed it at Sir. He knew I would take it for Sir and I was hit with the drug. He had tears in the corners of his eyes. He clenched his fists on his lap in frustration. I'm so sorry, All Might. I failed you. Tears began to fall as he bowed his head to Yagi. No. It's my fault. If I didn't get distracted then you wouldn't have to shield me. Sir said, also looking down. Izuku took another bite as he thought about what they said. It'll be fine. He said around a mouth full of a really good sandwich. The 3 stared at him with uncompression. What do you mean it will be fine? His career is over and so is the next symbol of peace. Sir stood outraged at the cavalier attention of Izuku. Do you have any idea what we just lost today? Yagi tried to calm his old friend down and Mirio looked worse after Sir's outburst. Izuku swallow. I mean not day or tomorrow, but Eri could probably get your quirk or quirks back with hers. She still needs much more practice so you don't turn into a baby or worse pop out of existence, but with time it might be possible. He took another bite as the 3 took his words in. The three looked at each other, hope blooming in their eyes. I'ma go check on Aizawa. Hopefully he didn't decide to expel me. Later, Izuku called over his shoulder and left the room. Before popping back in and staring at Mirio. Don't forget, I remember what you ruined for me. He then slowly pulled his head out of the room, not taking his eyes off the blonde student. He took the last bite of his sandwich as he walked into Aizawa's room without knocking. Midnight and Present Mike were there sitting next to Aizawa with his arm bandaged up and in a cast. He also had an 4 with a blood bag attached to his other arm. They looked at him as he walked in. Did you expel me? If you did, I'd like to know so I can get a start on my vigilante career. I'll be keeping Rip and Tear, by the way, it's like part of my soul now. Aizawa gave out a tired sigh as Midnight and Present Mike snorted. No, you're not expelled yet. Sit and tell me what happened after you tossed me to the triage zone. He gestured to an open chair and Izuku sat to tell Aizawa what happened after he was evacuated. I'm glad everything worked out and maybe Eri can get Mirio's quirk back someday. Izuku nodded and stood to leave. Before he did, he tore a portal to grab a permanent red marker and he signed Aizawa's cast. With Rip and Tear in bold letters, Izuku nodded in satisfaction. Aizawa's eye twitched when he looked at the very obvious red in on his white cast. The other 2 adults in the room burst out laughing and both reached for the marker to sign their names as well. With that, he left and headed back to his room to rest for a bit. He was tired after the ordeal, but he will feel more comfortable sleeping in his own bed instead of the hospital one. While in the bed, he sent a message to his mom and Yaoruzo to let them know that everyone important lived and the bad guys are no longer an issue. His mother sent kisses in reply and Yaoruzo sent back multiple questions about his wording. He didn't respond to her and took a nap in the uncomfortable bed. The nurse said he was discharged and free to leave after a few hours in the hospital. He kissed Ochako and left her to rest in the bed. He opened a portal to the common room and was greeted by some of his classmates. Eri was the first to him, hugged him to welcome him back. He picked her up and squeezed her in return. Where's Chaco? She asked while in his arms. She looked worried a bit after she asked. She's fine. The hospital told them to stay overnight to rest and she will be back tomorrow. He said soothingly. She wanted to ask something next but didn't know how to ask. Izuku waited as he moved them to the couch to sit. After some struggle, she asked. They told me what you were doing. Did you get him? She asked softly. He looked into her eyes and said with all his confidence. He is gone. He won't hurt anyone again, I promise. She began to cry softly after his statement and she buried her head in his chest. He rubbed her back to reassure her. Yaoruzo approached after she saw Izuku talk to Eri. Midoriya, your wording is confusing. Did you? She left the rest unsaid. Izuku decided to have some more fun with this. You don't have to worry. They will send any bad men into a hole and we won't have to worry about any of them again. He said, not giving away anything. She pursed her lip and wanted to ask again, but her upbringing was restricting her. Watching this, gave up and asked him directly. Are they dead? Did you kill anyone? Jiraiya, there is a child in the room. Have some decorum. Izuku covered Eri's ears while avoiding the question again just to see how long he could keep this going. Izuku, stop playing around and answer them. Inko sat at the kitchen counter and drank tea while reading a magazine. She didn't look up when she spoke. Fine, mother. No one is dead to my knowledge. Why are you guys so curious? Izuku stroked Eri's hair absent-mindedly and she leaned into him. Just curious is all. Kaminari shrugged while playing a game on his phone. He had a charging cable hanging out of his mouth and plugged into the phone. So? Mina leaned in with a question on the tip of her tongue. So? Izuku said in return with a raised eyebrow. With an exasperated sigh, she continued. Tell us about the raid. She looked at him with intense eyes. Many looked at him, also interested in what happened during his time away. His mother was also looking at him, and looking down at the little girl sitting comfortably on his lap also showed her wanting to hear his story. All right, fine, we started at dash. Wait. Mina jumped out of her seat and ran to the kitchen and grabbed a bag of chips and then dove back into her chair. All right, go. Izuku narrowed his eyes at her, then started again. We started at a nearby location to raid the compound. since I rescued the little one here and they failed to get to my mom. They went into lockdown and barricade themselves inside. We couldn't get through the front door quickly, so I proposed that I go first and open a portal inside. How did you get inside? His mother asked with narrowed eyes. Well, I jumped out of my portal and dropped 20-ish feet into the compound. I crashed through 3 floors, I think. The room was quiet at that. That's so effin' metal. Jaira broke the silence and stared into space, trying to imagine what he just described. That's incredibly risky. You could have broken something and been injured or landed on someone. Yaoyorozu admonished him with a tone that Inko approved of. My armor was designed for large drops like that and also for landing on someone. Meh, he shrugged his shoulders. He knew that base was filled with scum. He wouldn't be opposed to having Endeavor torching it before they started. Eri continued to listen to her favorite person as he spoke about getting rid of the people who hurt her. She sat on his lap as he spoke about fighting Overhaul and beating him. He then whispered to her and her only to hear. He will never use his quirk again, I made sure of it. She leaned into his chest again and smiled at him. She hasn't smiled much, but when she did it felt nice to do. After he retold the raid, minus the gory details, he was slipping into unconsciousness. The raid took it out of him and he wanted a nap. I'ma go take a nap. Eri wanna stay or come with me? Izuku told the room and got up. Eri yawned on cue and held his hand as she followed him to their room. Izuku laid down on his side and then Eri joined him in bed. After he closed his eyes for a moment, he felt himself drift off but was brought back to wakefulness when Eri shuffled closer to him and settled again. He did open his eyes, but he smiled and drifted off again. Izuku was woken by a soft knocking on his door and a voice calling out. Midoriya? It's almost dinner time, are you awake? Yaoyorozu was the one on the other side of the door. Izuku, not wanting to wake Eri up just yet, tore a portal with 2 fingers and spoke to Yaoyorozu. I'll be down in a bit, give me a sec. She jumped at the voice next to her and looked at the small tear in space. That's handy, alright, see you then. She nodded at him and left to the stairs. Izuku woke Eri gently as she clutched his arm in her sleep. She sat up with one side of her hair sticking everywhere. Izuku patted it down while he told her it was close to dinner time. He also didn't want to mess up her sleeping schedule and have her not be tired when it was dark. Heading down with a groggy Eri, they sat and waited for his mom and some classmates to finish dinner. The food has improved vastly since an actual adult has been helping to cook food. Before it was frozen food, microwave food, and whatever mess we cooked up on the stove. Granted, some actually knew how to cook like Ochako and Sato, but the class voted no to chain them to the kitchen and have them cook the rest of the class forever. Most of the class went to bed soon after and the rest rested on the couches. Izuku sat with Eri under his arm and watched cartoons. They enjoyed the relaxing time together. Izuku was sure that whatever life brought him he could take care of it. Izuku and his friends who were part of the Shai Hasaikai raid walked out of the portal from the hospital. Eri came up and hugged each one of them tightly, then she went to Ochako and clung to her like a koala. The day went on with the class asking the 3 for their side of the story in the raid. Ochako started it off with Eri still attached to her. Tsu interjected when she wanted to add something to the story. Kirishima was next and gave a daunting story filled with passion and determination. He had fun with it. The week passed with nothing of note happening. They went back to school with Eri having her lessons with Nizu and the class continuing to train for their hero careers. One thing of note was an excursion that Izuku took during the middle of the week. After school, Izuku went to the 3rd-year dorm and went to Mirio's room. Under the pretense that he was checking on him, Izuku got what he needed when he was welcomed into his room to chat. Izuku was casual when he spoke to Mirio and he pushed him not to give up and keep training his body until Eri could manage to get Mirio's quirks back. Even though when Eri used her quirk, he would go back to before he trained his body. Once Izuku felt they had enough time to chat, he left with a smile on his face. The weekend came and Izuku ordered all the boys to come to the backyard and be ready to receive orders. Izuku knew Mirio would be out of the dorms with his friends and his room would be empty that day. So his revenge plan had come to fruition. I called you here today for an operation I need help with. Izuku walked with his hands behind his back and watched each one of his male classmates in line. This operation will be quick and quiet. No physical damage will be done, only mental anguish. The supplies and transportation are taken care of, all I need is manpower. Izuku stopped in front of a rigid Kaminari. Is there anyone who doesn't want to participate in this operation? If you do, you will have one no questions asked favor from me as a reward. Each one of you will ask me to do something and I will not ask why. Anyone out? No one moved after his prize was stated. Izuku gave a smile that made some of them reconsider their choice. Good, we have two objectives. First, we will build a dorm room at the edge of the forest with precise measurements. I want it to look exactly the same inside. When we are done with that, Objective 2 will start. Izuku stood in front of them with his posture perfect. What is Objective 2, sir? Kirishima asked with his posture similar to a soldier. Objective 2 is moving all the furniture in the dorm and moving it to the built one at the edge of the forest. I want that dorm empty and a copy of it 200 feet away from any utilities. Am I clear? His voice didn't raise, but everyone heard it clearly and with authority. The chorus shouted, Yes, sir. And so began Izuku's revenge on Mirio for ruining his puzzle of All Might. Some of the girls and Inko stood at the back door and watched Izuku take all the boys through a portal and disappeared into who knows where. Should we be worried? Yaoyuruzo asked nervously. I mean, our green murder machine just took all the boys and gave them orders like a commander. I would be worried. Mina said as the Izuku stepped through his portal and it closed. Ochako watched with Eri beside her. She pursed her lips and looked at her soon-to-be mother-in-law. Inko? Thoughts? It's just boys being boys, it's fine. Although it was very organized, it will probably be fine. She waved her hand and went to the kitchen for her tea. 3 hours later, Mirio laughed with his friends as they returned to the third-year dorms. Tamaki, Nijire, and he went out for a movie they all planned to watch and then get some fast food after. The three all went to Mirio's room like usual to play some video games and hang out like they always do. They arrived at the door and saw a note attached to it. Mirio grabbed it and read it. He was confused for about 3 seconds, then his face went pale. He fumbled his keys and tried to open his dorm. The paper lay on the ground. It read, I changed my mind about your cereal. He opened his dorm to see nothing. His dorm was empty. No bed, no desk, no carpet, no clothes. Nothing. What the F dash dot? Tamaki was the first to speak. Toga. You were robbed. Nijire spoke with shock in her voice. Mirio didn't speak and walked into his empty dorm. He looked around and there was nothing to see. One thing caught his eye, another note. It was at the window and he read it. It just said, look, with an arrow pointing out his window. He followed the arrow and saw a cube in the distance. He stared at it and couldn't comprehend what he was looking at. Without saying anything, he left the room and went downstairs to the backyard. Once there, he continued to walk to the cube in the distance. He heard his friends follow and he started to run to the now clear building. He stopped and looked at the plate on the door. It said Mirio Togata. With a heavy breath, he opened the door to see his room. Exactly how he left it, but at the edge of the forest. He walked inside and it was built exactly how his dorm looked, with the smell of plaster and wood shaving in the air. All of his possessions were there, nothing out of place. Not even the pink paperclip he dropped 3 weeks ago under his desk. The stains on the carpet were the same. He stumbled back out of the dorm and fell into the grass outside. The outside of the room was lined with sheet metal and protected against the weather. He could see the insulation once close and he noticed something else. It was wired but with no power going through it. Who could have done this? Tamaki said in a whisper. Nijire was between impressed and confused at who did this to their friend. Toga, do you know? It was Midoriya. He said he was having fun with the mystery of All Might and other stuff when I told him. He got angry and swore revenge. This must be it. But how did he do it? He said in a small daze. With conviction. A whisper said next to Mirio's ear. He jerked back and saw the tail end of Rip N-Tier's portal closing. Izuku sat back from his lawn chair and put down the monocular. With a sigh, he sat back and felt the world right itself. He planned to pay back Mirio in a small way, like messing with his food or hiding his stuff. Instead, he did this and it felt right. He clapped his hands and the lingering sawdust and plaster fell to the ground. He grabbed a sandwich from the plate and took a big bite out of it. Why did we do that, by the way? Kaminari asked while taking a sandwich off of the plate. Kaminari was in charge of wiring the whole room since his father was a trained electrician and he helped whenever he could when he was younger. Because he ruined my mystery, Izuku said plainly. You know, I can get behind that. I hate spoilers about anything, even if I'm not going to watch it or read it. Shiro said, laying back in the grass. What did you all do? Ochako asked with her arms crossed and at the sliding door of the backyard. Eri came out behind her and moved to sit in between Izuku's legs. She made herself comfortable as Izuku gave her a plain sandwich. The rest of the girls were behind Ochako and they also had curious looks on their faces. Just some harmless revenge. Izuku held out a sandwich to Ochako. Sandwich? What kind of revenge? Mina said slowly as she took the offered food. The harmless kind, as I said. He responded with a mouthful. Izuku, don't speak with your mouth full. Inko parted the girls like the Red Sea and watched her son with suspicious eyes. No blood, no bruises, only dusty hands. Suspicious. Anyone dead? Jiru asked with a raised brow. Not to my knowledge. Izuku said. Why did you take the boys? Hagakure added. Manpower. He replied honestly. What did you all do? Ochako repeated her first question. Just some harmless revenge. He said with a smile to Ochako that made her heart stutter. Well, that's all the bases covered. I'm going back inside. The Midoriya matriarch walked back inside. After that, the week passed without any problems. For one, it was a gift from God and they were not going to spit on it. But then the weekend came and they were running out of food. They had small grocery shopping trips to fend off the big one coming up, but it was inevitable. They added 2 to their clan of chaos and they needed to revise the list. Inko didn't ask for much except for some specific bathroom products and tea. Eri wasn't a picky eater and only asked for apple desserts, which was approved immediately. As promised, Yaoruzo was sent with her pick of a crew. She chose Ida, Hagakure, Shiro, and Sato. The Midoriya matriarch volunteered to go with them, but Yaoruzo and the crew told her it wasn't necessary. She didn't listen and waited for the bus and trailer to arrive with the grocery team. Nemuri arrived like last time and they drove off to the same store. Both for ease and just in case Izuku could arrive there in a moment. The rest of the class relaxed and waited for their return of the food. While in the common room, some of his classmates decided to play some board games for fun. After about 2 hours it almost came to blows due to betrayal and scheme in the game. Izuku both had to hold 2 people apart and be held back from punching Tokoyami. Eri didn't know how to play, so she sat on Izuku's lap and he explained it to her while he grits his teeth at what they do to him on the board. When Izuku was messaged by Yaoruzo that they arrived, he was tempted to take the board game and send it to the ocean. Instead, with a sneer at the board, he got up and called out to help with the groceries. Eri was placed on the couch so no one trampled her. The 5 that went for groceries were wrung out and seemed to be at their wits' end. Inko was chatting amicably with Nemuri and they seemed to be fast friends. With a portal in place, the streams of teens going back and forward began. What happened to you guys? With a raised eyebrow, Izuku asked the vice president. It wasn't bad, just tedious. Inko helped a great deal, but there is just so much. She responded while brushing her hair out of her face. People were watching us too. Not in a creepy way, but more like a celebrity out of their role. It was unnerving the whole time. Shiro added on with Sato nodding their head. The class got all the food put away and began to hang out bathroom necessities to those who came up for them. While that was going on, Yaoruzo handed Izuku back the card for groceries and he tossed it through a portal to his stash. Eri sat on her knees and watched as Izuku's friends went about and put stuff in the fridge and pantry. At some point, someone placed a small apple treat beside her and she savored it while she watched. The day ended with everyone eating dinner together. After that, they sat around and digested their meal. Night came and everyone went to bed for school the next day. They arrived in class like normal with Izuku shepherding Eri to Nizu and her lessons. She has become comfortable with the rat, bear, thing and is happy to go learn with him. Aizawa arrived as usual, tired and with his mug from Izuku in hand. He scanned over his chaotic class and stopped at Izuku. Both stared at each other for a long moment, then Aizawa moved on. The school festival is coming up. You Hellspawn will need to come up with a stall or something. If you have any questions, don't ask me. Then he promptly sat against the wall and slipped into sleep. This will end horribly, I just know it. Shinso said into the quiet. He went limp and like Aizawa, he fell asleep on his desk. Izuku was somewhat excited to have a school festival with his class. He wanted to see what came of it and what they came up with as a stall. Izuku and Yaoruzo stood to take charge of the class and decide on an activity for the school festival. They stood next to the blackboard and began to write down ideas for the school festival. So far, they had a maid cafe, butler cafe, dance competition, arm wrestling, fighting ring, and concert. Now I don't want to bust any balls, but is a fighting ring that good of an idea? Mineta said, standing on his desk. Why would it be a bad idea? It's easy. We dig a pit, throw some sand in there, and boom, we're done. Izuku said, clapping his hands in emphasis. No fighting. A muffled voice came out of the sleeping bag. No fighting. Izuku said in a mocking voice as he erased it off the board. Any other ideas or comments to lean toward a choice? They continued to talk about what would be the best until the bell rang, and they had to move on to their next class. Aizawa told them to choose something before the end of the week or else. They went about their day without much to speak about. Izuku sat with Eri for lunch, and then the day came to an end. The class returned to the dorms, and the only ones to leave were the ones with internships. After saying their goodbyes, they headed out. Izuku hugged Eri, and she sat next to his mother at the counter. The rest of the class continued their discussion about the festival. Izuku traveled with Ochako and Tsu to Ryukyu's agency just to have a portal to her quickly. He planned to have portal locations for almost all agencies for ease. Ryukyu gave a stern look at Izuku when he kissed Ochako goodbye and then tore a portal to Rumi's. He changed into his armor and was happy to see it was cleaned by the people the agency hired. He was dreading the day that he would need to scrub the metal armor. Once changed, he went to the secretary and got his route and left after a quick snack. Izuku didn't have many issues with patrolling that day. Small-time crimes and helping people where he could. He was having a great day patrolling when there was a series of screams and yells coming from nearby. He turned and began to run into the commotion. While running, he called over his comms and notified anyone in the area to be aware of something going on at his location. Izuku passed running civilians from the scene. Once he got close, he saw what was going on. 3 villains were trying to rob a bank in broad daylight. There were 2 police on the scene, but one was knocked back by a wave of air from one of the men, and the other was about to be grabbed by another villain. Rip N-Tier opened a portal behind the policeman, grabbing him and pulling him away from the rotting-looking hands of the villain. Grab your partner and support from afar. Rip N-Tier's voice came out from the helmet in a low tone. Without checking the policeman to see if he followed his orders, Rip N-Tier opened another portal to the villain with the air quirk. Appearing behind the villain, he only got to turn around with wide eyes as a fist came towards his face. With a crack, the villain went down in a daze. Rip N-Tier didn't leave the man just yet and slammed his head down on the pavement until he was unconscious. Looking up, he spotted his next target, Mr. Rothands. He was distracted by the third villain trying to tackle him off of his ally. The heavy armor helped take the impact, but the man had a rhinoceros mutation and the horn dug into his side. Wincing at the horn, Rip N-Tier slammed his elbow down multiple times on his opponent's head. He was still getting pushed back, and the villain wasn't letting him go. Instead of hitting his head, he grabbed the horn and ripped it off the man's face. Screaming in pain, he let go and stumbled back. Before Rip N-Tier could capitalize on the opening, the last villain charged at him. He landed his hands on his shoulder armor and began to rot away. Quickly, he punched the knockoff Shigaraki off of him and ripped the rotting armor off his body before it could spread. The rhino villain yelled in rage and charged again, but Rip N-Tier was ready. He charged back and slammed the horn he still had into the open wound where the horn was. In pain, the villain stumbled onto his knees. He didn't see the heavy boot coming down on his face. The villain, with rotting hands, watched with wheezing breath as his last ally was taken down with a kick. He felt where the hero punched him and could feel broken ribs. His quirk worked on him, so he had only to get close. I surrender. He faked as he knelt. He waited until the armored hero got close to tie him up, and then he lunged. The villain's hands were almost to their destination when they were stopped. Rip and Tear held the last villain by his wrist. Slowly, he began to squeeze, and he felt the creaking of bones. Without saying a word the whole fight, Rip and Tear stared into the villain's eyes. The villain saw the willingness to kill, and he felt true fear. With a whimper, the last man knelt and looked down with shaking legs. He tied him up and set him down with his unconscious friends. He called for a pickup of villains before he forgot. Once done, he moved to the two police and checked on them. After seeing they were both awake and all right, he let out a sigh of relief. He looked up and around to see a crowd and some cameras aimed at him. Awkwardly, he waved at them. Hello." There was a cheer after his pathetic first words. The Chaos class had the TV on and were watching as their classmate took down a trio of villains with relative ease. After his first words, the class burst out laughing. The cameras moved in closer, and their classmate reluctantly moved closer to keep the people away from the tied-up villains. "You are Rip and Tear, correct? Do you know you are one of the most talked-about up-and-coming heroes today? What do you have to say about that?" The reporter almost rammed his microphone into his face after he was done with his questions. "Well, I don't really care about what people say about me. All I care about is being a hero who protects the innocent by any means necessary." His voice came out strong and surprised the reporter by the looks of it. The news continued to report about their class. President as the rest of the class watched. Eri was practically glued to the TV as soon as her savior came up. They showed a clip of him slaughtering Nomu during the Kamino raid, and the class panicked that Eri was watching, but she didn't bat an eye. After a bit, Izuku felt like he should return to his patrol. He made an excuse and slipped away through a portal. Arriving where he was when he heard the commotion, he continued on his path. He had no other issues to solve after that, and his shift ended. He was greeted by the secretary and Rumi when he walked through a portal. "Look at you, your first bank robbery, and on live TV no less," Rumi said with a smirk but showing pride in him at the same time. "It does get easier, right?" It felt awkward. Izuku took off his helmet and shook his hair out. "Everyone has an awkward first time on TV. It would have been weird if you didn't." She waved off his concerns. Izuku changed after their conversation, and he remembered his rotted shoulder piece. He will need to ask the support department for spare parts. He took the whole armor and sent it through a portal to his dorm. He'll deal with that later. Then, he tore a portal to the common room and greeted the ones who were still in the room. With a mandatory welcome back hug from Eri, he sat on the couch. The class congratulated him on the robbery and ribbed him about his first words. "I'll be waiting to see all of yours. You know what, we are getting a whiteboard and putting everyone's first words on live TV." Izuku proclaimed. "I love that idea. I bet Kaminari's will be way. Mina began to laugh uncontrollably after she mimicked his fried motions. "Anyway, what did you all decide on for the festival?" Izuku asked after being curious the whole day. "We settled with a maid cafe with Jairu playing music in the background. There is one request from almost everyone to you." Yaoruzo said the last part somewhat slowly. Everyone in the room was staring at Izuku with expectant eyes. He narrowed his eyes in apprehension. "What?" "The request is for you to wear a maid uniform with the girls." Yaoruzo seemed almost pained to say it but also curious about his answer. Izuku stared at her for a full minute, then he swiveled his head to the rest of the class. "No, I'm not dressing like a woman. I'll meet you halfway and let myself be dressed up like a butler instead, but no maid clothes." The class grumbled but Mina was quick on the offer. "Deal. No backing out." She had a big grin on her face that made Izuku regret his counteroffer. "But we wanted Midoriya dash." "Hush. I've got it." Mina interrupted Hagakure, still smiling smugly. With that, dealt with the class went about their normal routine. At some point, the other interns came back and hear about their festival plans. Ochako raised an eyebrow at the news of the class requesting her beloved to wear a maid outfit and then change to a butler instead. Mina was all smiles, which put both Izuku and Ochako in a suspicious mood. While he was in the common room, Izuku pulled out his homework to finish it off. He sat on the floor with the coffee table to write on. Ochako and Eri started to play with his hair and Izuku let them. He felt them twisting and turning his hair but he paid them no mind. Dinner came around and he paused his studies to eat. Some giggled at his hair but he didn't know what his girls did to it. Some of the class continued after dinner to plan out the menu of the cafe and what they would offer. Sato was placed as head baker, of course. The selection would be mainly pastries, tea, and coffee. They set up the basic layout of the eating area and who would do what. Izuku finished his homework and sat back between Ochako's legs. Now that he had a chance he felt his hair. They braided it from one side of his head to the other. He thanked Eri for his new hairstyle and she smiled at his praise. She began to smile more and more of late and that made Izuku very happy. Meanwhile, Mina spoke to Yaoruzo about making the butler outfit for the resident one-man army. They would need measurements to be precise and the style Mina had made Yaoruzo agree immediately. The rest of the girls, except Ochako, listened in and nodded their heads at the outfits. The class woke up the next morning and headed to class. They had study hall for one class and Izuku decided that was the perfect time to head to the support department for his armor. He was excused and headed to the hall dedicated to tinkering and suits. There was smoke billowing out of the room he was headed to. Izuku sped up in worry of something going wrong. He arrived to see a pink-haired girl covered in soot and power loader with an exasperated look on his face with a fire extinguisher in hand. What? Just why? The teacher looked tired and used to this happening. For science that's why. Mei proclaimed with enthusiasm. Izuku knocked on the doorframe and they looked at him. I've got some things about my armor. Is this a good time? Midoriya, right? Yeah, come on in, what can I do for you? Power Loader set the empty fire extinguisher on a table and motioned him in. Izuku moved in and opened a portal to retrieve his suitcase with his heavy armor. My shoulder armor got damaged yesterday and I was wondering if I could get spare parts for this exact situation. Something gets damaged too badly and I could replace it with something modular or something similar. The suitcase thumped on the table and he opened it to show the missing piece. Modular, you say? I can do that and more. Mei interjected and looked over his battered armor. Mai. Go on. Power Loader and Izuku spoke at the same time. Mei struggled to pull out the armor and set it on the table. She looked it over and spoke to herself while she checked every part. I could easily add motors to each limb to reduce strain on you. Weight isn't an issue. I move quite easily in it. Izuku rejected the idea. How about a shoulder-attached mortar that could fire different ammunition or a wrist-mounted flamethrower? Mei said excitedly. I don't do explosion ordnance and the flamethrower would be ruined if I use my quirk as I do. He rejected that idea also. He was interested in what she could offer but nothing would work so far. Mei looked disgruntled at his shooting her ideas down. How about a set of jet boots for mobility? She stared at Izuku. I'm good with mobility and I can get to high places easily. He waved that idea away too. A sword that could cut metal like butter. She was now trying to sell him on anything. I can do that already. He shook his head. Plus he never wielded a sword. Well, what can't you do? She was frustrated at this point. Izuku thought for a bit and couldn't think of anything. I'm not sure, my armor is very good at protecting me. I can move quickly and my offensive power is deadly up close. All my bases are covered really. He shrugged his shoulders. Bullshit. Show me. Mei almost shouted and pointed at a test dummy in a testing room. All right. Izuku shrugged again and moved to the dummy. 20 feet away, Izuku tore a portal with one hand, and the other shot through and speared through the dummy's chest and came out the front. He pulled his arm back and looked at Mei and Power Loader. They looked shocked at his display and the aftermath of his attack. You shouldn't have been able to pierce through that so easily. It is woven with titanium fibers and had a tungsten skeleton structure. It's meant to take a beating. He stared at the gaping hole in its chest. So, can I get modular armor pieces so I don't have to come back here every time a part gets destroyed? Izuku asked the pair examining the dead dummy. Yeah, sure, I'll get right on that. Power Loader waved him off without taking his eyes off the dummy. He thanked the two and he left to have lunch with his little one. Pretty good day so far. The whole class sat together while munching on snacks provided by the proctors. They watched as more and more the class sat around the common room with the Midoriya matriarch making snacks for everyone in the kitchen. Izuku and the interns just got back from another day of work and they settled around the room. It was a quiet day for Izuku and he was glad for that. He did have some people come up to him for pictures with him and he obliged. Some people looked wary of him or scared when they looked at him, which made him a bit sad. Not all people would approve of his methods, but it still stung a little bit. Kaminari pulled everyone's attention to him and spoke. "Yo guys, have you seen this villain who posts videos online?" Some people walk over to see over his shoulder. The video shows a white-haired man with an extravagant jacket. He is named Gentle Criminal and he posts his crimes online for everyone to see. The video shows Gentle Criminal robbing a convenience store and running off after he escaped the police and heroes. He leaves the money they have stolen and say to the camera that he wants his name remembered, then it ends. Well, he doesn't seem like an evil guy. More like a guy who wants fame without hurting anyone. Still weird. Izuku says after the video. The other videos on the profile show some tea they liked. Still a villain though, but yeah, I see your point. Kirishima said, leaning on Kaminari. The class returned to their seats after seeing the video. Some got back to work on the cafe and planned out how everything would work. Mina still wasn't saying anything about his outfit and that made Izuku wary. Yaoyorozu asked for measurements when he got back from hero work for his butler uniform. He told her what he usually wore, but she still wanted to measure him with Mina at her side the whole time. He narrowed his eyes at them but relented. Ochako came through the front doors right as Mina was wrapping her arms around his chest with a measuring tape. She was not happy and practically hissed at Mina like a cat. She took over measuring him and glared at Mina afterward. While everyone was working, Inko came around with snacks on a plate for everyone to munch on. The class gave their thanks and continued to work. She set a plate for Eri and Ochako on the kitchen table. Eri was working on her homework with Ochako guiding her along. She had taken to school very well and she liked to learn new things whenever she could. That made Izuku happy for her and how well she was moving past her trauma. She still had quiet moments, but Izuku and Ochako helped her through it. Izuku and Aizawa helped her train her volatile quirk from time to time. She is now able to shut off her quirk on her own but still can't control how far she rewinds an object. Her horn seems to shrink after the use of her quirk and grow after not using it for so long. Izuku and his teacher decided not to let it grow too much lest the pressure could build up and burst. They didn't know that, but better safe than sorry. The class finished up and headed to bed. The next day they will need to work on setting up shop, and then the day after will be the festival. The intern requested the day off for it and they were given the time off. Rumi promised to stop by and see Izuku in his outfit. Fatgum was also happy to pop in. As for Ryukyu, she said she would think about it from what Ochako and Tsu said. Izuku settled into bed with Ochako on his arm and Eri curled up on his other side. Izuku lay there awake and thought about how happy he was with everything in his life. He didn't have any immediate threat to his well-being and all his loved ones were nearby and safe. He has a loving girlfriend whom he plans to make his wife one day if he is lucky enough, and a pseudo-daughter sister that he has grown attached to quite quickly. With a content sigh, he drifted off to sleep. The class was working together to put the shop in order. Yaoyorozu was finishing up with the outfits. Jairu was nervously setting up her equipment with Tokoyami beside her. Some of the boys were washing the dishes and preparing them for use. Sato set up his ingredients and anything for his baking. It was nice to see his whole class work together to set up a business like this. Sometime after, the class settled into the dorms and got ready for the day of the festival. There is an exciting energy in the home of the Chaos class. From what they heard, their sister class was going to do a fantasy play. Izuku kinda wanted to see it. There was going to be a beauty pageant and many food stands. Izuku asked if Ochako wanted to try out the pageant, but she refused. The morning came and everyone got ready for the opening day. With nervous and excited energy, the class sets up. Sato heats the ovens and who needs to get changed do so. The girls go into the locker room and Izuku grabs his outfit that Yaoyorozu made. It was a classy butler uniform. A white button-up shirt, gray vest, and black dress coat was the top. It came in black dress pants and shiny black shoes. The white gloves and a black tie topped it off. Izuku had to say it looked very nice and it was of very nice quality. Since it only took some effort and food for Yaoruzo to create it, it makes sense to make it the best it can be. The girls came out first with their maid clothes. Jaira was the only one in dress pants and a white button-up shirt since she would be in the band. The rest wore a classic black dresses with sleeves that reached to the ankle with white knee socks covering any skin below the knee. A white bonnet and white apron were worn with it to bring it together. Mina and Hagakure both asked for skirts instead of a dress. Some of the guys in the class couldn't stop themselves from staring from time to time. "Where's Izuku? It shouldn't take him this long," Ochako said while getting used to the dress. She kinda liked the feel of it. "He's still changing," Eri said while admiring the girls' dresses. "Let's go check," Mina said excitedly. The girls walked to the opening of the men's locker room and Ochako called inside. "Izuku? You done yet? You need help with the tie?" "I think there has been a mistake," Izuku said with hesitation. "What do you mean?" Sue said near Ochako while her eyes zeroed in on Mina. Out of the locker room walked Izuku, dressed in the butler outfit like he was asked. Except for his tie, he wore everything correctly. His hair was combed back and he was cleaned up nicely. What made the girls gasp slightly and Mina squealed quietly was that the outfit was too small. The lengths of the sleeves and pants were correct, but everything else was tight. His chest and arms looked ready to burst out of the clothes if he flexed a bit too much. Stone-carved muscles were visible as the clothes hugged him tightly. His gloves creaked as he moved his hands in the fine leather. His pants and shoes looked like the only thing that wasn't ready to burst at the seams. "Mina." Ochako was on her immediately. "And Yaoruzo, you made the clothes, you traitor." Blushing and looking away, Yaoruzo defended herself. "No. Mina gave me the measurements." Tsu was unabashedly looking Izuku up and down. "You look very attractive, Midoriya," she said with no shame and the same blank look. Ochako turned from Mina and looked at Tsu. Then she looked at her boyfriend. Tsu was right. "I'll remember this, Mina." She gave the "I'm watching you" sign and helped Izuku with his tie. "I'm so sorry, Midoriya, but we don't have time for a change of clothes. It's time for the shop to open," Yaoruzo said, bowing and giving Mina a stern look. "And Tsu is right, you dress very well," she admitted. "He is my man and I will fight each one of you to the death." Ochako stood in front of Izuku with her arms out and shouted to the girls. Eri jumped next to Ochako and copied her. "Easy there, we do need to get going though." Jair tried to calm her down like a feral cat with open hands. "Hot damn. Forget the girls, look at our class president," Kirishima shouted as he caught the commotion. The boys nearby crowded Izuku and began to laugh at him. "Can you even breath?" Kaminari said while holding his stomach in laughter. Siro was leaning on a wall and asked, "How did you get in that?" As he caught his breath from the laughter. "You're all lucky I can't beat you guys into the ground. If I use the wrong muscles, I'm going to rip this into shreds." Izuku moved slowly and tried to get used to the restrictive clothing. After everyone got their fill of laughter, they moved to open the Class A maid cafe. The walkways were filled with people and stalls of food, games, and other fun activities. Mina was in charge of getting people in, so she stood at the door to coax people to come into the cafe. With the music from Jairu and the easygoing atmosphere, people began to walk in. Many people came to eat and be attended to by a maid. Guys, of course, were the majority of the customers, but as long as nothing funny happened, Izuku would keep his cool. Many customers openly stared at Izuku. With his height and body build, it drew many eyes. Probably more than the girls in the maid uniforms. Izuku delivered plates of pastries and drinks to multiple people while keeping an eye on Eri, who sat in a corner booth with his mother. After a bit, more female customers began to wander in. The word had spread that maids weren't the only workers there. Bit by bit, Izuku was noticing more female clientele in their establishment. While the stares at him were a great confidence booster, it was also embarrassing to have so many eyes on him in this way. Ochako was getting annoyed at all the stares at her boyfriend. She did agree that the tight shirt and jacket looked nice. At this point, Mirko came through the door. She took one look at her little brother and then began to laugh uncontrollably. She looked away to calm herself, but as soon as she looked at the red-faced Izuku, she began to laugh again. I can't breathe," Rumi was dragged by Ochako to Inko and Eri in their booth while she hyperventilate. Nice to see you, Rumi. How have you been? Inko asked the rabbit lady hunched on herself. Ms. Rumi. Eri greeted her. Nice to see you both, I've been well. But that made my day. She pointed in the general direction of Izuku. Oh yes, that gave me a good laugh when I saw him. My concern is if Ochako will snap at some point today. Ochako saw a trio of girls in a booth snap a picture of Izuku and she began to stomp over before Hagakure and Tsu pulled her away from committing a crime. What may I get you, ma'am? Izuku stood next to the table and asked Rumi. She snorted and looked away. Izuku with a red face pulled one of her ears. Stop it. It's embarrassing enough. Oh, leave her be. His mother waved her hand at Izuku's. She ended up ordering a coffee with a carrot cake. Eri snacked on a cookie meanwhile coloring in a book. Inko chatted with Rumi while she was there and they gossiped like old ladies. He was taking an order from a pair of customers when he heard Hagakure raise her voice nearby. Izuku turned and saw her floating clothes facing a man near their age laughing with his friends. One moment. He told the pair and began to walk over. Come on, it was an accident. The sleazy man said with a grin at Hagakure. Is there an issue? Izuku's voice was firm but polite. Get low, Stash. I wasn't speaking to you. Izuku cut off the man with a glare. Is there an issue, Hagakure? Who do you dash? Quiet. The class president's voice didn't raise but it was heard by everyone in the cafe. His eyes were locked on the man who's been causing problems. I felt a hand grab me. Hagakure moved behind Izuku to put him between the man and her. She was mad but didn't know what to do. Do you know who I am? The man was now red-faced and yelling at Izuku. I see. He turned from his classmate and to the man. You are leaving now. The man stood up at his words. The people who sat at the booth with the man recognized Izuku immediately but the man didn't. As soon as the man stood and began to get aggressive, they got up, bowed to the establishment, and left after leaving payment. I am Dash. I don't care who you are. You are leaving through that door of your free will. Or you will be removed by my will. He leaned over the man with malice leaking from Izuku. His hand landed on the man's shoulder near his neck just to emphasize his offer. The man in his infinite wisdom tried to push Izuku away from him but he only succeeded in pushing himself into the table. Smile of satisfaction. You have made your choice. Izuku stepped back with everyone watching. He tore a portal to the train station closest to Yue. He grabbed the stunned man by the collar and he unceremoniously threw him through and closed it. Thank you, Midoriya. Hagakure said to him with relief. Go on and take a breather, we'll be fine for a bit. Izuku smiled down at where her voice is coming from and he moved back through the quiet cafe to his customers. I'm sorry about that. What can I get you too? He went back to work like any other day. The day has been going great for the chaos class. People have been streaming in at a steady pace and the only problem Izuku had to deal with was that man harassing Hagakure. Some of their sister class showed up and ordered their food while judging their rival class. Class 1B has been distant ever since Izuku beat their teacher. Most still fear the class president of 1A even after he was vital for the survival of the camp. Izuku would rather have everyone be friendly but with Vlad King disapproving of him, it wouldn't happen anytime soon. It was getting close to noon when Izuku decided to take a break and sit down with Eri and his mother. Rumi had left a while ago to get back to work. He sat with Eri at his side. She smiled happily at him. Izuku smiled back and patted her head while he snacked on some food he grabbed. There he sat and talked with his mother about nothing in particular. It was a peaceful time and he was grateful that it has happened. Then he looked out the window and his peaceful time got ruined. Out the window in the sky, he saw a man and a smaller woman. A man Izuku recognized from Kaminari's phone. Inko noticed her son's angry face and followed his eyesight. Izuku kissed the top of Eri's head and said, I'll be right back, little one. Then he got up from his seat and began to walk to the exit. Izuku? Everything all right? His girlfriend called out after seeing his expression. It will be, he said with cheer in his voice. That made his class snap their heads to him. What's Goy Dash? Greeting, heroes. It is I, the gentle criminal, to bless you with my appearance. With my lovely associate behind the camera, La Brava. Ciro's worried voice was cut off by a louder voice coming from outside. The class president continued to walk outside with many of his classmates following and some trying to keep the customers calm. Inko sat calmest of them all while she drank her tea. Eri was curious about what was happening, but with her savior close and Inko looking calm, she wasn't too worried. Izuku continued to look up at the villain with everyone else also looking up at the display. Some thought it was an act, but after seeing many heroes get serious, they understood it wasn't part of the festival. To show you what a true gentleman is. I know you dress like a gentleman, but you are the complete opposite of what I strive for. Gentle Criminal stopped and pointed at Izuku. The camera La Brava was holding swung towards where he was pointing and stayed there. Gentlemen? Come down here so we can speak. Like gentlemen. Izuku's voice came out and the Chao class behind him was getting nervous at his tone. Many heroes were taking the opportunity to move into positions and subdued the villain. The villain saw this and moved into a different position while standing on what appeared to be nothing. How ungentlemanly of trying to sneak up behind us like that. He shouted as the two bounced from place to place. Nijire flew up in a dress and headed toward the villain but hit something in the air and bounced off. She was sent sprawling through the air and landed in a stand. Snipe shot at the villain, but the bullets seemed to also bounce off and ricochet into the ground. Snipe immediately stopped firing after seeing that. Right then, you don't want to come down? Fine then. Izuku scrapped the sleeves off his jacket and shirt to move more easily. There was a tear behind Izuku and he turned to see it was Mina, who literally tore her phone out of her pocket and began to record. He shook his head and turned back. Midoriya, remember there are civilians here. Yaoruzo was worried about what her classmate would do with so many eyes watching. Let's hope Eri isn't as squeamish as I think she is. Todoroki said blandly. Izuku ran forward and tore a portal to the villain's back. He leaped through but bounced off a surface he couldn't see and flew back before he could get through. He was sent flying through their cafe window and crashed through it. He felt the glass cut him up as he landed on a table. The hell? Izuku groaned as he got up and brushed himself off and got up. Dear? You all right? His mother called out casually as if she heard her son say ow while playing outside as a child. Yeah, mom, I'm all right. The customer watched as the green-haired student got off the broken glass and walked back through the opening. Izuku felt blood trickle down his arm and he walked back to where his class was trying to catch the bouncing villain. Yaoruzo ripped her legging off and had a net cannon aimed at the villain, but it also bounced off. Dark shadow kept bouncing off of something. Todoroki was using his ice, but it kept hitting walls that weren't visible. He is getting annoying, Izuku said as the villain continued to spew out about being a gentleman and hero society. He felt a stinging pain in his arm and saw Ochako holding a sliver of glass she pulled out of his arm. Ouch and thanks. He focused again on the villain and tore a portal behind the villain while he was distracted. Before running through again, he felt around with his hand. He felt a surface of rubber-like material, but there was nothing there. Then it disappeared when the villain moved away. Hero after hero bounced away from invisible walls. Until one didn't, the villain seemed panicked, and with good reason. Eraserhead has shown up and he was glaring at the villain. Hound Dog got close and tried to reach for the villain, but he dodged away. Seeing Eraserhead run toward him, Gentle Criminal got out of the line of sight and bounced out of reach. The villain bounced into the trees and was out of view from the Erasure hero. Fools all of you. Gentle laughed in the sky. La Brava smiled as she was on the roof recording the whole while, not noticing a figure getting close to her. Gentle looked behind him and saw a green portal open. Trying again? A brute like yourself could never catch Dash. Izuku reached through the portal toward the villain and pushed his hands through the walls Gettle had put up. With a ripping sound, Izuku's hands tore through the walls and reached the panicking villain. The villain tried to jump away, but Izuku grabbed the man's garish jacket. It ripped and Gettle fell to the ground. Izuku threw the fabric away and jumped through the portal. He landed heavily near a groaning Gentle. Izuku wasted no time and dashed towards him. Gentle, hearing this, put up a wall of elastic air, but Izuku anticipated this and had his hands out to tear the walls apart. The villain felt the walls rip and tried to jump away, but he felt a hand grip his neck and a weight on his back. He used his quirk on the ground and they bounced into the air. The hand didn't leave Gentle's neck the whole time they were airborne. Aizawa saw his problem child fly through the air with one hand on the villain. He used his quirk on the villain and hoped his favorite child wouldn't get too hurt. The villain's quirk died and they plummeted to the ground. Izuku used the villain as a cushion and they landed on the forest floor near the festival. "Surrender or my hand goes through your chest," Izuku said with his hand poised to spear the gentle criminal. "Nothing but a brute. Are you getting this, La Brava? La Brava?" He wheezed out a response and then tried to look for his partner in crime. Ochako held a struggling La Brava on the ground after she tackled her from the roof. After floating down, she slammed La Brava into the concrete and pinned her arms behind her back. "No, my love," she yelled out as she tried to get away from Ochako's grip, and then she began to glow. La Brava. Gentle criminal's strength increased dramatically and began to push Izuku off. Izuku dug his fingers into his neck and drew blood. "Don't." His voice didn't raise as he struggled to hold the villain down. "I will end you." The villain slowed for a moment but redoubled his efforts after seeing the brown-haired girl pin down La Brava. "My love is over there too." Ochako picked up the woman's head and slammed it down into the concrete, knocking her out and ending the effects of the quirk. Gentle was slammed down after La Brava's quirk was cancelled. "No. Let me go." He thrashed around and used his quirk on anything, but Izuku's grip on his neck didn't falter. Izuku took a cue from his girlfriend's book and slammed his fist into the villain's head. He went limp in his grip. Izuku checked his pulse just in case and then dragged him close to the other villain. With a sigh of relief, he looked around. His class was approaching while helping civilians move away. Some heroes also were running up to the two. It felt like an hour passed, but in reality, it had only been 10 minutes. "Oh my gods! They aren't dead, are they? Uraraka. Is Midoriya being a bad influence on all of us?" Mineta shouted out. "No, they are alive, you ass," Izuku said to their shortest classmate. "It is a valid question," Shinso said from the side. He had his hair tied back from washing dishes in the kitchen. Heroes began to rush forward after they located where the villains landed. Eraserhead was one of the first and tied them up in his scarf. He looked over the bloodied Izuku and his classmates. "We didn't do anything. They did all the work." Kaminari had his hands out and pointed at the power couple. Izuku gave him a withering look and so did Ochako. Ectoplasm clones swarmed the area and multiplied to search for any other threats. Any civilians were being held back by students and heroes alike. Hound Dog appeared and he had a deeper scowl than usual. "They got past us even after all we did to make sure." He growled out and sniffed the two unconscious villains. "They hacked into the security sensors and got past your nose. It's a blessing they didn't mean any real harm, other than our reputation." Nizu came up and observed the situation. He saw Year 1's most prospective student injured and he spoke. "Midoriya, are you quite all right? You are bleeding." Izuku looked at his ruined outfit, cut up from the glass and missing the sleeves. His arms were cut up and he felt some glass still in him. What remained of his tight shirt and jacket were both ripped open from his movements. "I should go to recovery, girl." He pulled out another piece of glass from his arm. "Oh, stop that. You're making it worse." Ochako slapped his hand away from trying to do it again. "Says the one who did it first." Izuku mumbled and pulled his hand away. "Yes, you better go then. The festival will be cut short due to the circumstances. And thank you for your help apprehending these two," Nizu said to the two students and turned away to deal with the villains. "Better go tell Eri and Mom everything is fine," Izuku said before Yaoyuruzo stopped him. "We'll tell them. Please go get treated now." She winced while she looked at his bleeding wounds. "Yaoyuruzo, you're such a mom." "Well, second mom after Miss Inko." Yaoyuruzo blushed at Kirishima's remark. Izuku was led by his maid girlfriend to the infirmary. He was going to open a portal, but the adrenaline was wearing off and the wounds made it difficult. They arrived to see the old nurse, and when she looked at him she gave out a sigh and motioned him to a cot. After some painkillers and patience, she plucked out shards of glass from his body. They weren't terribly deep, but the worst ones would leave scars from what she said. She kissed his forehead and the worst cuts healed. She bandaged the others and told him to come back tomorrow for the rest of the healing. The two arrived at the dorm to see their class out of their outfits and sitting around the common room. Eri ran up to him and Izuku swept her up in a hug. She looked worriedly at the bandaged arms. "It's fine, I'll heal up good," he reassured her after seeing her face. His mom came up and looked him up and down. After seeing he was all right, she gave him a quick hug with a smile and headed off to wherever she went. Izuku and Ochako went to his room to change with Eri clutched onto Izuku. Once done, they reunited with their classmates and sat on the couches. "Well, I think the festival went better than it could have," Izuku said in the quiet. Everyone looked at him with deadpan looks all around. "I mean, no one died. That has to mean something." He continued into the quiet room. A pillow smacked his face from the direction of Shinso. "A villain attacked and you were injured. You call that a good day?" Todoroki asked with a raised brow. "Not a good day, but better than it could have." He opened a portal and tried to smother his purple-haired insomniac. "Do we get to keep the money we made in the cafe?" Ochako piped up with a bit of greed showing. "No, that goes to the school." Jiraiya was playing on her phone while she spoke. "Did your middle school do the same?" Sato asked. "Yes, but I still had hope." Ochako said, dejection in her voice. "Ever the miser." Mina teased from her seat. "What's a miser?" Eri asked from her seat next to Izuku. Mina stopped teaching Eri questionable things. Izuku said, then explained to the little girl what it meant. "Such a dad. All you need is a wife and you'll be the perfect nuclear family. Plus all that, I'll rip your arms off if you threaten me and mine vibe." Mina's teasing continued, then paused. "You know what, I wouldn't mind that." Ochako's arm wrapped around Izuku's in a possession manner and glared at the pink-haired girl. She didn't forget what she did with Izuku's wardrobe. "Easy, Ochako, no one is a homewrecker. Especially with Midoriya's influence on your combat." Hagakure's sleeves waved after seeing Mina look away from the gravity girl. Tsu spoke after watching everything. "It's very heartwarming to see your attachment to each other. It reminds me of my parents." She had a longing in her voice. Many students heard that and felt homesick just a bit. Izuku saw this and felt bad that he was the only one who saw his parent daily. "If you guys want, I can go to all your homes and portal you to them. Granted, not every day, but more than you could see them now." Everyone's eyes lit up at their class president's offer and they gave their gratitude to him. After that, everyone made time for each one of them to head home with Izuku with them to have a waypoint for the future visits. After that, they spent time talking about their families and what they missed about their homes. It was a night of remembrance and sharing for everyone. The class talked about when Izuku could go to everyone's homes so he could portal them to visit. In the end, they decided for everyone to go as a class and visit each homes. The person who lives there would stay until it was only Izuku, then he could round them all up back at the dorms. When they brought up the plan to their homeroom teacher, he stared at all of 1A with a dead-eye expression. "Aizawa?" Yaoyuruzo hesitantly asked in silence following their request. "Wonderful, that means we got permission. Let's go." Izuku clapped his hands and led to the gates. The class followed their leader while Aizawa prays nothing will happen on their excursion outside the walls of UA. "Are you sure we shouldn't tell someone else, bro?" Kirishima asked. He was wearing casual clothing like everyone else. After the festival, they all had a day off. "Mom knows, and if anyone is looking for us, she will tell them. Plus, portal." He tore a finger-sized portal in the air for emphasis. 20 heroes in training and one little girl boarded the train to the closest person who lives near UA. Izuku was also using this to get more locations on his waypoints. He already has Uraraka's home location in May and more would be good for him. Izuku decided to take Eri with him so they could have a day out. While she is getting used to being outside in public, she is still shy. Her quirk training has been going great. The school's biggest worry was her quirk going off and hurting someone, but now she hasn't had an accident in a good while. Sato was one of the closest people near UA and his family owns a bakery, so that was the first stop. His girlfriend was working at the time and everyone got to meet her. The girls immediately began to talk between themselves while the guys gorged themselves on the Sato family sweets. His parents gave Izuku some side eyes, but they never said anything. Eri got to eat, from what she said, one of the best apple desserts ever. One by one the class split off to visit their families. Many families were pretty normal, and then there were families like the Ishidos. About half of the class was at her home when they were all rushed in by her mother. Mina's mother was ecstatic to see her daughter and her classmates. When the mother laid eyes on Izuku, she immediately went to him and embraced him. Izuku Midoriya, you are responsible for getting my little girl to safety not once but twice. Thank you so much. If there is anything you need, just ask. Her mother was a bit shorter than Izuku with black eyes and pink skin, no horns. She grabbed Izuku by the head and brought him down to hug him. Izuku was both shocked and suffocating in the Ishido matriarch's chest. He didn't know what to do and froze. Ochako was in a similar state while the class watched on with giggles. Mina on the other hand was dark purple in embarrassment. Mom, let him go. You are ending him in your tits. She tugged on her mother's arms until she released. Her class president, what's going on here? A masculine voice came up from the kitchen. A man with black eyes and horns came out. He looks at his living room filled with people and her daughter pulling at his wife. His wife with a man in her chest. What's this? His tone shifted quickly. Dear, we finally get to meet the boy who kept our daughter safe this year. She pulled a gasping Izuku from her chest and held him to show her husband. His face turned from angry to thankful in a flash. You are responsible for taking care of my daughter. I'll be forever thankful. He bowed at the waist to a discombobulated Izuku. You guys are so embarrassing. Mina shouted and stamped her foot. Footsteps were coming from down the hall and a young set of twins was rushing out to see the ruckus. They looked identical to Mina with black eyes, pink skin, and short horns. One looked slightly more masculine than the other. They seemed to be in their pre-teens. Mina! They shouted and tackled her to the ground with a hug. To say the house was chaos was accurate. It fit well with the class. After Ochako gently pried Mina's mother's arm off of Izuku, they moved on to the next house. Mina stayed with her family for the weekend as everyone else has been. The rest of the class walked to the closest home of a classmate while they all chatted with each other. Izuku listens while he walked with his hand in Aries. He looks down to see how she is doing. She seemed down. What's wrong, little one? Izuku asked gently. She looked up at him and he saw a bit of sadness and longing. Everyone has families, moms, dads, and others. My family didn't want me, she said quietly with tears beginning to sprout. Izuku crouched down and picked her up for a hug. Izuku signaled Ochako to Eri. She nodded and they moved to a park. Izuku sat away from everyone with Eri. With her in his lap, he spoke to the girl. You don't have a family? What about me? Ochako. We are your family. He held the crying girl close as he spoke. But you're not my dad. You're just taking care of me, she said softly and kept crying. Izuku paused and then made a decision. Then I'll be your dad and you'll be my daughter. Not by blood but by choice, what do you say? She stopped sniffling and pulled away from his chest to see her savior smiling down at her. She saw his gentleness and his honesty all in his eyes. Then she began to wail and threw herself in his arms. Izuku caught her as she began to cry more loudly in his arms. He held her until she calmed down and could talk properly. Was that a no? You don't have to say yes if you don't want to, he said gently. And oh, I want you as my dad. She held his arm tightly. Thank you, Dad. Izuku felt tears come up from his own eyes as he hugged her and laughed in joy. Of course, little one. Izuku didn't know how to make her legally his daughter, but that was future Izuku's problem. He was sure Nizu could help with that if he asked. They sat there in each other's arms when another person sat next to the two. He looked over to see his girlfriend looking at them worriedly. She smiled when he gave her a reassuring smile. Everything okay? She asked softly as she stroked Eri's hair. Izuku wiped Eri's face and asked her, do you want to tell her? He also wiped his face clean of tears. Zuku is now my dad, Eri said with a 1,000-watt smile. I'm happy for you, Eri. He already treats you like a daughter, so now it's official. She smiled back at her and joined in the hug. Eri asked tentatively after a bit of time, can I call you Mom? She didn't look at the gravity girl when she asked. Ochako began to cry just as much as they did and she nodded her head while holding Eri to her chest. The remaining chaotic class watched as the unofficial family talked. They are very adorable. Tsu spoke first from on top of a swing set. Yes, they are quite the Jairu. Are you all right? Yaoruzo looked worriedly at Jairu, who was wiping tears away. I'm fine, just got something in my eye. Her hearing picked up many things and she has grown to push them to the background, but she couldn't stop herself from eavesdropping. In both of them? Kaminari said while hanging upside down from a tree branch. Get down from there. You'll get hurt. Tokoyami, you too. Yaoruzo gave her friend a tissue and then spoke to her two classmates. Tokoyami sat on a higher branch in the shadows of the foliage. I'm in my natural environment. He said below. Your natural environment is in a dark room alone, not in the tree. Shoji said as he sat under the tree's shade. The trio returned to the rest of the class, who was hanging around a playground and tree. Izuku was carrying Eri while holding hands with Ochako. We are ready to move on if you all are done? Izuku said to his chaos class. Tsu was at the highest point of the playground. Hagakure was on the swings going dangerously high. Shinso was half asleep in a slide tube. Todoroki was in the sand pit playing with the sand. Yaoruzo sat with Jairu at the park bench, and Shoji under the tree with Kaminari and Tokoyami in it. Yeah, let's keep going before it gets too late in the day. Shoji stood up and dusted himself off. The class gathered up and started to move. Wait, I'm stuck. I climbed too high and can't get down. Kaminari's voice came from high above in the tree. Figure it out. Tokoyami got down without any issue. Hagakure shouted up into the tree. I climbed higher than him. Oh no. There was a cracking sound and then Kaminari came plummeting down with a broken tree branch in hand. Dark shadow shot forward and cushioned his fall. My hero. Kaminari hugged the quirk and then he was dropped to the ground. The class moved on from the park to the next house and the next. They visited Shinso's home next. She had straight hair with the same purple color as their classmate. Nice to meet all of Hito's friends, he speaks well of all of you. Well, mostly complaining, but I can hear a smile in his voice when he calls. She said softly and brushed Hitoshi's hair back. He batted her hand away with a blush. You're all a pain. He was an only child by the looks of the picture frames. Tsu spoke up without tact as usual. Hitoshi, you don't have a father? Never met him, not very interested either. He replied with a shrug. I'm the same. Izuku said while playing with a cat. Eri stroked the cat's back gently, all her attention on it. Lucky. Todoroki said softly. He looked at his two classmates. Both with missing fathers, both with messy hair not from the mother. His eyes widened as he connected the dots. You're brothers with the same father. The class and Hitoshi's mother stared at him in confusion. What? Izuku spoke into the quiet. Hear me out. Both of you have a missing father. Both of you have the same hairstyle and it's not from your mother. Todoroki said with all seriousness. With a sigh, Izuku looked at him. Todoroki, no. Now hold on, let me get a picture. His mother ran off deeper into the house. You're kidding, right? I'm not related to him. Their classmate shouted after his mother and then stared at Izuku in serious thought. No, we have different faces. He whispered to himself in denial. It turns out that they are not related as far as they know. The picture that was shown was a man with messy hair like the two of them, but Izuku knew what his father looked like. Todoroki seemed disappointed and Hitoshi was relieved. What's with that expression? I would have been the best older brother. Izuku said when he caught Shino's face at the news. You're one of the craziest people I've ever met and one of the most dangerous. He said with a deadpan expression. This is how you treat me? After I let you into my family and let you live under my roof? Disgraceful. Izuku shook his head with a mob boss voice. Get out of my house. He finally said to his ridiculous class president. They next stopped by Tsu's house, much to the delight of her family. Tsu's parents invited the remaining class inside. Her siblings crowded around her and then her classmates. Her parents, seeing Izuku, gave their thanks to him just like Mina's parents did. You're the guy that's in the green armor? Tsu's younger brother tugged on Izuku's shirt and looked up at him. Izuku crouched down to be eye to eye. Yep, I'm Izuku Midoriya. He introduced himself to the exciting child. That is Samidare and this is Satsuki. Tsu introduced her siblings to her classmate. Her brother talked with Izuku about his cool appearance and quirk as Eri approached Tsu's sister. Izuku caught it in the corner of his eye and was happy to see her interact with someone her age. As they were about to leave, Tsu stopped Izuku. Midoriya, would it be alright if Eri could have play dates with Satsuki? That would be great. She could use friends her age. Izuku agreed immediately. If she didn't bring up the idea, he would have later. The last two left were Yaoruzo and Todoroki. Izuku was on the train again headed to Yaoruzo's home. Eri was happy on his lap with the thought of having a friend in her age range. Yaoruzo, Ochako said while looking at the large gates. Yes. She responded while walking forward and the gates opening to her. You're filthy rich, like 10 times more than I thought. Ochako said bluntly as she looked around the large field they call the front yard. Yaoruzo blushed at that and ducked her head. Ochako, that sounded rude. You should apologize, I think. Izuku chastised his girlfriend while also looking around at the opulence. No, it's fine. It's embarrassing. I do my best not to act like a rich princess, but it's hard not to see at my home. They arrived at the front door to see a butler and maid waiting at the front entrance. Welcome home, Miss Momo. The maid and butler said in unison and bowed. They look like you did, Eri said and looked between her new parents. Yaoruzo invited them inside and gave them a quick tour of the more interesting rooms. A training room, a library, and the kitchen. It all was very different from what Izuku and Ochako were used to. Eri was looking around at the new environment when she bumped into a leg. She looked up to see a black-haired man in his 40s with a very nice suit. A child? Who do you belong to? He looked down at her with dark eyes. Dad. Eri called out while backing away from the stranger. Izuku was behind her in a flash and spoke. She is my daughter. Apologies, we were with Yaoruzo when she wandered off. He didn't take his eyes off the stranger. Eri hid behind his leg as he spoke. You seem too young to have a child. He tilted his head in confusion and tried to place where he has seen the boy in his home. Where did he go? Oh, hello, father. His classmates came up behind him. Momo dear, nice to see you. I didn't know you were visiting. Is everything all right? The man went from a stiff businessman to a caring father in a flash. They spoke a bit and then Momo turned to introduce her 3 classmates. And that is Midoriya, who I was telling you about with the portals. She smiled back at her father. Her father's expression froze for a moment when he heard the name Midoriya. That's where I recognize you from. I've heard a lot about you and looked into you even more after hearing so. His eyes locked onto Izuku's. Father? Momo said in surprise. What do you expect me to do when I hear one of your classmates was willing to end a villain in his first year? I wanted to make sure you were safe and not in a class with a bloodthirsty boy. He defended himself. He had no apology in his tone either. Before she could speak up in Izuku's defense, he did so. That's fair. I would have done the same if the roles were flipped. From your character and from what my people have told me, you are a good lad. Thank you for helping to keep my princess safe. He nodded his head respectively at Izuku. But daughter. He gestured to Eri still behind Izuku's leg. Izuku picked Eri up and hugged her with a smile. Yep, I rescued her on my first patrol and I took care of her and then I became attached to her. She is now my daughter. Eri hugged her father's head back and smiled in joy at his words. Since when are you father and daughter? Momo said to the hugging pair in shock. I mean, you were already like a father to her, but still. During the park chat. Don't tell anyone, I want everyone to find out on their own. Izuku said while putting Eri back down. I wish you were my father. Todoroki said softly to no one in particular. The 4 left the Yaoruzo grounds and headed to Todoroki's home last. You don't mind you were the last one? Izuku asked his dual-haired friend. It's fine. The only one who I speak to regularly is my sister. They walked onto a train and sat. You know if your father will be home? Izuku asked. He wasn't sure where he stood with the hero. Izuku knew he was a D, but professionally he wasn't sure. Not sure. Fuyumi should be home. But it's hard to tell if father will be home. Todoroki was on his phone messaging his sister. They rode in comfortable silence with the sun beginning to set. Half an hour later they arrive at a traditional Japanese home. Todoroki didn't waste any time and went inside while waving the family inside. He called out inside the house and there was a response from further inside. Shoto, I wasn't expecting you. And you brought company? The Todoroki sister looked at the four in confusion. Yes, this is Midoriya, Uraraka, and their daughter Eri. They are my friends and classmates. Shoto introduced them with just a sliver of warmth in his voice. It's nice to meet you. She bowed at them. Dar. She looked between the three with no similarities. Adopted, unofficially. Izuku bowed back. They all sat and Fuyumi began to make tea for everyone. Shoto told her his reason to visit while his classmates sat in the living room. Once done, he leaned over to Izuku and whispered something to him. Izuku snorted and nodded his head. They stood and they went to the kitchen. Shoto opened the walk-in pantry and Izuku stepping and then walked back out. The three girls watched the odd behavior. Fuyumi looked to Ochako in question. I'm not sure, but it has to be a guy thing or something. Izuku tends to influence people around him like that. She responded while narrowing her eyes at her boyfriend and classmate. They sat in the living room and chatted a bit. Izuku told stories about his class's antics to Shoto's sister while she laughed and listened. She never heard about her brother's life outside the house and was happy to hear about it. Shoto was similarly happy to listen to his friend talk in their home with a calm atmosphere. The atmosphere shattered when the front door opened. In strode Endeavor in his hero suit. He stopped and looked at who was in his living room. Dad, how was your day? The eldest sibling greeted. What are you doing here? He asked in a gruff voice but laced with confusion. I wanted my friends to visit my home. Shoto said with a neutral voice. Rippentir, how have you been? Izuku was surprised at the greeting. Pretty good, took down that Yakuza compound. That was pretty fun. Izuku said casually. I've read the reports. Very effective way to stop the ringleader and keep them alive. He said while walking inside. Thank you, sir. You looking forward to the hero ranking? Izuku kept the stiff conversation going. He sneered but not at them. Would have been better if I took number one with that man still in the running. He growled out. Getting your cup of coffee finally, but it ends up cold when you take a sip. Yeah, that sucks. Izuku wasn't sure where to go from there. Dad? Is he a hero? Eri patted Izuku's arm in question. Dad? Yes, he is one of the strongest. Izuku answered while Endeavor looked in confusion. Well, it's time we get going. Thank you for having us. Ochako decided to break the awkward feeling. Shoto, you staying? Yes, see you guys later. Shoto stood up and walked them to the pantry door. Ochako said dumbly. Nice to meet you, Fuyumi. See you around Endeavor. Izuku opened the door and they all walked in with Ochako behind, dragged with a confused noise coming out of her. Fuyumi and Endeavor stared at Shoto in bewilderment. Shoto? Why did they go into the pantry? Fuyumi asked. They went to the dorms, see. He opened the door to show it empty. Fuyumi stared in confusion for a moment, then snorted and began to laugh in remembrance at the green-haired student's humor. Shoto smiled at his sister's laughter. Endeavor just shook his head and looked at the shoes at the entrance. They saw the end of the last shoe disappearing through a portal and then close. You're such a dork. Ochako shook her head and laughed at the scenario. Everyone is with their family, do you want to go with your parents? Izuku asked her. She stopped then nodded. That sounds nice. Want to come? Eri want to meet Ochako's parents? Izuku asked the silver-haired girl. She nodded with eagerness. I want to meet them. Kana and Mako sat on the couch watching an old movie when there was a knock at their door. Mako stood and went to the door with his handy bat next to the door. He peeked it open with his hand on the bat. While the neighborhood was safe, it's better safe than sorry. He peeks to see her daughter and her boyfriend. Mako threw the door open and smiled at the two. Chaco, what a nice surprise. Hey Dad, nice to see you too. Where's Mom? She embraced the man when a woman joined the hug. So nice to see you, dear. Kana held her daughter tight. They separated and looked at the front door. You still need the bat? Izuku smirked and nodded at the bat still in Mako's grip. Sorry, nice to see you, my boy. Mako sheepishly set it behind the door and smiled to the boy. Who do you have there? Kana spotted Eri hiding behind Izuku and crouched down to see the girl. Come out and introduce yourself. Izuku nudged her to the kind-looking woman. Eri looked at the two strangers. My name is Eri, nice to meet you. She said shyly. Well, aren't you precious? I'm Kana and this is Mako, my husband. We are Ochako's parents. She spoke softly at the shy girl. Izuku, what's going on? Mako asked directly to the boy. This is Eri, my daughter. Adopted. He said the last part belatedly just to get their expressions. Grandchild? Daughter? The two said at the same time. Kana squealed in joy and Mako choked on his spit. Really, you had to do it like that? Ochako stared with a deadpan look at her boyfriend while her parents reacted. Izuku chucked and scooped up the little girl to head inside to talk with his future in-laws. Mako and Kana listened while Izuku retold how he found Eri and what has happened since. Ochako does call her parents, but she doesn't add every experience to their conversations. Eri was shy at first about meeting new people directly, but she began to look around with curiosity when she started to become comfortable. With the presence of Izuku and Ochako, she relaxed. That one the heck of a story. So little Eri has been with you for a bit over a month now? I'm glad that your ma is alright too. Mako shook his head at the story. Well, I don't know about you but I'm ecstatic with having a granddaughter to spoil. How dare Inko keep this from me? Kana ended with a faux pout. At the time we were just taking care of Eri. She doesn't even know I'm taking her as my daughter yet. So you have the jump on her. Izuku grinned at her in response. She gave him a big grin in return. They continued to chat for a while longer. They told them about their internships and the adults filled them in about work. Kana got Eri to come close for a hug after some bait with sweets. Mako lovingly patted Eri's head while she sat next to Kana eating a pastry they pulled out. Ochako declined to stay with her parents in favor to sleep next to Izuku and their daughter. As they got up to leave, Izuku pulled Mako aside to ask him about the bat. Is the neighborhood bad enough for you to have a bat next to the door? Because if it is, then I could get you something better to protect yourselves. Izuku tore a portal to his stash and pulled out the shotgun he had found long ago. Mako's eyes widened when Izuku handed him the shotgun. Oh no, the place is safe. I just got the habit from my dad. Where in the hell did you get this? Oh, alright, just making sure. I found this in an abandoned safe on the trash beach a few years ago. Not sure who it belonged to but it's mine now. Izuku grinned at the memory of his finding at the beach. Mako took a chance to examine the gun. You're right, it is pretty nice. Isn't it illegal? He raised an eyebrow at the teen. Mayhaps. Izuku didn't meet the man's eyes. It's fine, I keep this in a safe place that no one will ever find. Izuku, put that thing away. Ochako glanced at the two men and saw what her father had in his hands. Let the men speak in oh my. Kana was pulling her daughter back when she saw what she meant. Mako, we don't need a gun in the house. Alright. Just making sure you guys are safe here is all. Izuku grumbled and put the shotgun back in his stash. He looked into it and thought it needed more guns in it. Maybe he could get Yaoruzo to make some. Thank you dear. Kana approached and gave him a tight hug. They said their goodbyes and Izuku tore a portal to the dorms. It was eerily quiet in the ever-chaotic common room. With everyone with their families, the common room was empty. It was getting late and the makeshift family decided to get ready for bed and watch a movie together. Eri snuggled into the middle of the two on the couch and watched the next Transformers movie. Izuku woke up with a snort at the front door of the dorm's opening. He stared intently at the figure in the doorway. With Eri sleeping on his lap with Ochako's head leaning on his shoulder, he was stuck. The figure froze and watched Izuku in return. Light from a phone screen lit up the figure's face to show a scraggly Aizawa. Izuku relaxed a bit and tore a portal with a finger to speak quietly. Sup? He whispered. Aizawa for his part stared deadpan at his problem child. Were there any issues today while everyone was out? He responded quietly as well. Izuku shook his head. Not while they were with me. If they got into trouble after they left the group, I haven't heard anything. He glanced at his phone to see if there were any messages or calls from his classmate but there were none. Really? The whole class and no issues? His teacher said, disbelief in his voice. Really? He nodded with a smirk on his face. Well good. Anyways, I was going to drop off an announcement that the wild pussycats were going to visit tomorrow afternoon so everyone could be here to welcome them. He motioned to a paper in his hand and passed it through the open portal. I'll let everyone know. Anything else? Izuku took the paper and set it on the coffee table. No, that was all. Have a good night. He nodded to Izuku and left with a soft click of the door closing. With that, Izuku settled in to drift off again. You guys are loud whisperers. A soft voice came from his shoulder. Izuku opened his eyes to meet brown-colored ones watching him. Izuku bent down and kissed her forehead. Go to sleep. And laid his head on hers. Izuku and the two girls woke up and got their day started by eating with Inko. His mother made eggs and bacon for them while Ochako set the table for 4. While she was finishing up cooking the bacon, Izuku remembered that he had news for her. Mom, I have some news for you. When you're done, please sit. Izuku spoke with a neutral tone that got a glare out of Ochako. She saw what he was doing. Inko froze and turned to look at her son. She quickly finished draining the grease from the pan and set the bacon on a plate. She sat and looked worriedly at Izuku. What is it? She glanced at Ochako and saw her glare at Izuku. Oh gods, you're pregnant? What did I tell you about being careful? Does Kana know? Inko. No. Ochako was blushing furiously and trying to calm her down while giving Izuku a worse glare than before. Izuku also had a red face, rubbed his forehead. No mom, we dash. With a groan, Izuku rubbed his face entirely. I mean you're getting a grandchild now. I'm adopting Eri, not sure how but I'm sure Nizu can help. Inko stopped and looked from Eri to Izuku then back again. Eri sat nervously looking down. Grandbaby. Inko rushed forward and picked Eri up in a hug. Eri began to cry in her arms and hugged her grandmother back. After breakfast, Izuku rubbed his arm from Ochako's retribution. She had punched him and he felt it connect with the bone. All that training added muscles to a lean Ochako. Izuku quite liked it on her. The three decided to go talk to the principal before bringing everyone back from their families. He already sent a text to the chat room and got confirmation from everyone to be ready for pickup around noon. He's going to have fun with it, but later. With a knock on the door, they were welcomed inside. Welcome. What can I do for you three? Nizu greeted with a smile. I have a question and request. I think you would be the best person to go to. Izuku sat with Eri sat next to him. I'll do my best to help. Nizu responded. I want to adopt Eri as my daughter. What do I need to do? Izuku held Eri's shoulder as he spoke. Nizu looked at him for a moment, then reached into his desk and pulled out a few papers. They already had ink on them and handed them to Izuku. Sign here and there. He pointed out 2 places with pink sticky notes. Izuku stared at the papers and read them. They were adoption papers for Eri to be placed in Izuku's care as a father. His information was already filled out and all that was needed was a signature. Izuku opened his mouth to question the smiling chimera but closed it and grabbed a pen. Congratulations. You are now Eri Midoriya. Since you didn't exist before Midoriya rescued you. We had to go through a lot of paperwork and get you a birth certificate. You mentioned you didn't know your birthday some days ago, so I decided to make it the day Midoriya brought you to UA for the first time. Nizu stamped the papers and put them away while he spoke. He grabbed an envelope and handed it to Izuku. It showed all Eri's legal paperwork she would need in the future. Izuku sat there overjoyed and looked at Eri who was beginning to cry with the biggest smile she has shown. Dad! She threw herself at Izuku's chest and they hugged while Ochako wiped tears from the display. She was pulled into the hug and they cried in joy for Eri and the future. When they calmed down, Izuku tore a portal to his stash and put all the legal papers in a separate area just for this. Thank you, Nizu. I won't forget your help with this. Izuku stood and bowed to the rat bear thing. Nizu smiled softly in return and bade them farewell. Now back at the dorms, Izuku showed off Eri's legal papers to his mom who burst into tears and hugged them all. When that was done, she went off to cook up a cake for a celebration. It was around noon, so Izuku had to pick everyone up from their homes. He clapped his hands together and rubbed them in glee. His mood was great and he wanted to have fun getting his classmates. Ochako watched him suspiciously until he told her what he wanted to do. She shook her head in amusement but decided to help her boyfriend with a harmless prank. He first picked up those who he wanted to help with his prank. First was Yaoruzo, Siro, and Shoji. He asked the vice president for help and she could only sigh at his antics. Shoji and Shiro happily agreed to help with Izuku's plan. It should be soon. Hagakure was talking to her parents when a portal opened to reveal 5 masked figures and 1 smaller one. The masks were designed for the person and she immediately recognized them. A female's mask was all white except for a golden tiara and black eyes. The other female was all black with stars spotted in white and blue paint. Of the boys, one had a mask of grasping hands, another appeared to be white tape covering the mask, and the final was an intimidating demon with red skin and black horns. The little girl had a similar mask as the last one but with only 1 horn on the opposite side of the real one. One of us, one of us. They began to chant. The demon mask man held a mask out to Hagakure. It was prismatic with the figure of a smiling face on it. A honey. Both of the Hagakure parents were invisible like their daughter, but they sounded worried. Their classmate laughed at the display and grabbed the mask from the demon. See you guys later. The portal closed in front of the 2 adults. One by one their classmate were picked up the same way, except for a few. Shinso sat at the entrance of their doorway looking at the sidewalk and waiting. His mother chatted with him as they waited. She saw when a portal opened above them and she saw masked figures in it. She calmed down when the demon mask was lifted to see it was her son's classmate. She smiled at whatever was going on. She kept quiet to see what would happen. Quietly 2 spools of tape attached to her son's arms and began to pull him up. What the hell? Shinso looked up and saw his classmates begin to chant. Guys, this isn't funny. He struggled but his arms couldn't reach and free himself. His mother began to cackle as her son was dragged up through a portal to his dorm. She took plenty of pictures, of course. Kaminari played on his phone while waiting for his class president to give him a ride. A portal opened next to him and he looked up to see many figures with masks on. He knows it was Midoriya's portal but felt wary of what was on the other side. Hey guys? What's going on? He asked shakily. You say something, Denki? His sister asked from the couch. One of us, one of us. Many hands began to grab at him as Kaminari tried to pull away. No. Stop. Help. His sister watched as many masked figures dragged her brother through a portal. Before it closed, the demon mask smiled at her and she recognized him from yesterday, then it closed. I heard shouting, is everything all right? Her mother came from the hallway. Denki just got dragged into a portal by a demon. She said not sure she saw right. Mineta heard a sound from the entryway to his house. He got up and checked the noise. On the floor, he saw a mask designed to look like a face with purple growths on it. One of us, one of us. He looked up to see a masked person with hands all around it. It looked like the mask was made up of hands. Then dozens of hands reached through the portal and grabbed a hold of a frozen Mineta. He screamed in terror as the hands grabbed him and dragged him up into the portal. The class sat in the common room laughing at the last, abducted, classmate. You screamed like a little girl. Shiro laughed behind his mask at Mineta. Shoji was also quietly chuckling. It's not funny, you would have screamed too if you saw what I saw. Mineta defends himself. Oh, Kaminari did. A girl with a glossy black alien mask that covered her pink hair and had horns peeking through the top spoke. That was the last one. Izuku said while double-checking and counting heads. Everyone sat in the common with their masks on or in hand. All of them had a personal quality that Yaoruzo crafted into them. They weren't made of cheap plastic but of good quality material from hardened rubber and metal. These things are awesome. Thanks, Momo. I'm definitely hanging this up in my room. Jairu said while holding a gas mask with metal spikes on the cylinders and red marks under her eyes like she usually wore in her hero outfit. Yes, they are very nice. Todoroki's was a demon face with ice hanging off its features. I appreciate you not doing the same to me that you did to Kaminari or Mineta. I'm sure that would have scared my siblings. Tsu spoke behind her mask composed of many frogs on her face. Dad, can we hang up ours too? Eri asked Izuku. The class froze and looked at the little girl who they think slipped up. That sounds like a great idea. Izuku smiled down at Eri with her mask that looked like a younger version of his. He looked up to his classmates looking at him with a range of emotions. What's with the looks? She called you Dad. Tsu said bluntly. Right? As of this morning, Eri, no family name, is now Eri Midoriya, my legally adopted daughter. Izuku smiled with a proud smile at his classmates. The class was silent until there was a cacophony of shouts. I want to be the godmother. Mina shouted first. Then many other shouts of exclamation and congratulations. Izuku smiled and laughed at his classmates' support and shouts of joy at the announcement. Ochako fought off Mina as she tried to convince Eri to be her goddaughter. Many of the guys came up to congratulate their class president on the news. Inko watched the chaos with a fond smile while she finished frosting the cakes she makes for everyone. The door opened of the dorms and showed Aizawa to check up to see if everyone had arrived. He froze and looked at the 20 masked figures, and one smaller masked figure sat around the common, all facing him. What the F-? I'm too tired for this. Aizawa rubbed his eyes while Inko gave him a sympathetic look. Language. There is a child in the room. Izuku dramatically covered Aries. There were snorts of laughter in the room with the little girl giggling. Aizawa gave Izuku an unimpressive look. The wild pussycats will be here shortly, don't cause problems. That goes triple for you, you little hell spawn. He pointed at Izuku still wearing his demon mask. There was a sound of someone clearing their throat from the kitchen. Aizawa was on the receiving end of the Midoriya matriarch's much better unimpressive stare. She raised an eyebrow at the underground hero. Aizawa immediately bowed to her. No disrespect to you, Miss Midoriya. Aha. Inko didn't take her eyes off him as he straightened out and spoke to his smirking class. 30 minutes. He said and left before he got any more ire from the woman. The class snickered and began to talk between themselves. Some turned on the TV to set up a gaming system to pass the time. Izuku held his mask and looked at an empty wall in the common room. He got up and asked Yaoruzo for a hammer and nails. The class watched as Izuku hammered a nail into the wall and hung up his mask. The rest of the class got the message and handed theirs to put up on the wall with his. Aries and Ochako's were next to Izuku's at the top. That looks horrifying and very nice at the same time. Inko stood behind the class and admired the masks. I like it, Mina said as she took a picture with her phone. The door of the dorms busted open and 4 figures jumped into a pose. Out of nowhere 4 cats. It's the wild. The 4 stopped their intro at 19 hero students were in their combat stances. It's great to see you guys again, Izuku said from beside the 4 frozen heroes. Sorry for interrupting your thing, welcome to the dorms. Izuku greeted happily and completely ignored his immediate reaction to eliminate the threat. Yeah, that's fair for starting you guys. Sorry for surprising you all like that. Ragdoll was the first to recover and greet the students. The class relaxed quickly after the scare and began to chat and welcome their guests. You guys haven't lacked in your training, I see. Well done. Tiger praised them. I see you guys got a new classmate. Mandalay observed with her eyes on Shinso. Yes, I joined this chaotic class after the training camp. I'm Shinso Hitoshi. He greeted the hero team. Chaotic is a good way to put it from what I've heard. Ragdoll laughed and the 4 introduced themselves to Shinso. Izuku joined back with Eri as she stared at the new people. They are all heroes in a team called the Wild Pussycats. They trained us a while ago before I got you. Izuku answered the unasked question. Ah, who is this adorable kitten? Ragdoll approached and crouched down to see the little girl. Little sister? She smiled gently at the shy girl. Eri hid behind Izuku's leg and watched her. This is Eri, my daughter. Izuku said proudly. Pixie Bob choked on her spit and coughed out. Daughter, you're too young. The other 3 were also shocked, but Izuku still smiled proudly. I adopted her this morning. I took care of her for a while, then grew attached. Zuku's the best dad. Eri said confidently before hiding again. A little boy peeked around the corner and observed the situation and his hero. Izuku caught the movement and saw it was Kota. Kota, I didn't know you came too. How have you been? Izuku greeted the previously bitter boy. I still have the letter you sent me. I'm keeping it in a good place. Kota came out bashfully to greet the teen who saved his life at the camp, not once but twice. It's nothing, just a letter. He looked up and saw the white-haired girl his age. Come on over, I want you to meet someone. Izuku waved him closer. Kota awkwardly did so. He got to arm's reach of his hero and looked at the girl. She stared back. Eri, this is Kota, nephew of Mandalay. I met him while in the training camp. Kota, this is Eri, my daughter. What's a nephew? Eri asked Izuku with a tilt of her head. Izuku thought up an example. If I had a brother or sister, you would be their niece. In his case, nephew. Oh, okay, where are your parents? She asked innocently. The class cringed at that and Mandalay looked worriedly at Kota. Kota paused for a second at the blunt question. They die. So I'm staying with my aunt. Kota said quietly. Oh, my parents didn't want me either until Dad saved me from bad men. We are kinda the same. Eri said back in the quiet of the common room. He saved you too? Kota looked up at the girl. Yeah, he was like, you're going down. And he hit the bad guy to the ground. It was really scary but cool. Eri mimicked his actions when he first found her. Kota had a light in his eyes when he spoke. Yeah, it was the same with me. Muscular wanted to hurt me, then he stopped him. There was a lot of blood, but then he came after me again. But Izuku stopped him again. It was really cool and scary. The boy motioned around like he was recreating the scene before her. The class and the pussycats watched as two young children bonded over their encounters with one of the most violent hero students they have ever met. Mandalay smiled at her nephew who talked animatedly with his hero's daughter. Why don't you show Kota your coloring books? Izuku asked Eri. She hesitated at leaving her father. Izuku saw this and got up and tore a portal to his room where all her books were. I'll keep this open and we'll be right here. Eri nodded and moved to the tier. Wanna come? She asked Kota. He looked to Mandalay for permission, and when she nodded with an encouraging smile he ran after her. You're very good with children. Did you ever babysit or something? Tiger asked as he watched Kota admire the Rip N-tier plush Yaoruzo made for Eri. I mean, it's not that hard, right? Izuku shrugged in response. No dear, you're just a natural. Hello, I'm Izuku Midoriya, the dorm mother of Class 1A. Inko smiled at her son and introduced herself to the four heroes. You must be his mother, very nice to meet you. I'm Shino Sosaki, that is Ryuko Tsuchikawa, Tomoko Shiratoko, and Yawara Chatra. She greeted Inko and introduced her teammates. While they chatted, Ragdoll pulled Izuku to the side. Midoriya, I wanted to thank you for helping in my rescue. From what I was told, you were essential in my evacuation and I must thank you for that. She bowed her head and then hugged Izuku. Izuku, getting used to getting thanked, returned the hug. I'm glad you got out safely. I'm sorry we couldn't get you out before you lost your quirk. She smiled and shook her head. It's a bummer, but I'm grateful I'm alive. Well, if it makes you feel any better, I got a really good hit in the villain who stole your quirk. Izuku tried to cheer up the former hero. Shocked, she looked at Izuku. I read the reports and that wasn't in any of them. While All Might was losing, I pierced the villain's back to allow him to turn the tides. Weird that they left that out. Izuku retold Ragdoll of his part in the raid. Ragdoll snorted and laughed at the karmic retribution. That does make me feel a bit better, thanks Midoriya. And not just for me but also for getting Kota a friend. She smiled warmly at him. What the hell are those? Tiger voice came up above the chatter of the common room. He was looking at the wall of masks. Those are our vigilante masks in case Aizawa expelled any of us. That way we have different options to continue our careers. Kaminari joked. Jairu stabbed him with her quirk. Don't listen to him. These were when we kidnapped each other from our homes. Hagakure said. Oh, what's the real reason for these? They do look really cool. Tiger didn't believe the invisible girl. The last one was the truth. Well, only a few of us were kidnapped. Bachako responded and pointed to Kaminari, Shinso, and Mineta. The four were quiet for a moment, then Pixie Bob said, You guys are all insane. We were infected by our illustrious leader. Tokoyami said this in his poetic way and pointed to Izuku. Everyone looked to Izuku. I resent that. You all had insanity in you all. I just kicked the dam holding it back and it all came crumbling down. He pointed an accusatory finger at the class. Stop being so dramatic. Ochako swatted his hand down. Like an old married couple. Pixie Bob said with jealously tinging her voice. They continued to chat with the hero team. The class told them their time after the camp, and the hero team did much of the same. They took a break after getting Ragdoll back and were planning to get back in the game. Ragdoll was staying with the team despite her missing quirk. Izuku glanced through the portal every once in a while to check on the kids. Some caught his frequent checks and teased him for being such a protective dad. He waved them off with a blush. At some point, someone turned the TV on for the hero ranking. Right now they were just commenting on the year so far and what has transpired since the last hero ranking. The hero team stayed for a bit but told the class they wanted to meet up with Class B as they did with theirs. Mandalay went to the green portal with Lightning and asked Koda if he wanted to come or stay here until they had to leave. He quickly said he wanted to stay, and his aunt smiled at the rapid response. He left her phone with him just in case and said their goodbyes. The class watched the hero ranking while messing around as they usually do. Some climbed up to their hammocks while Inko stared up with some apprehension at the tape holding up their weight. Some board games were brought out, much to Izuku's displeasure. He joined in anyways but still had to hold himself back from jumping Tokoyami across the coffee table. He knew Dark Shadow was helping him cheat somehow. The hero ranking started and everyone paid attention to what they said. They showed the hero ranking below the top 10. The class read the list and found some of their teachers. After that, they began at the main event and introduced the number 10 hero this year. Ryukyu was shown and Ochako and Tsu clapped in support. Then they got to number 5 and were surprised that it wasn't Mirko as everyone predicted but instead Edgeshot, who was moved down a spot. The number 4 spot was given to Mirko. Izuku hooped in response. He was happy for Rumi to move up a spot. When she spoke into the microphone after her introduction, "It's about time I got moved up. But this doesn't mean I'm going to get complacent. But I do have someone to thank for helping me. To my unofficial little brother, you better keep up." She finished with a feral grin to the camera. Everyone looked at Izuku, who was crying at her words. Tokoyami didn't show any outward expression when they announced Hawks at number 2, but Dark Shadow did with much gusto. Then the number 1 spot was announced and Endeavor walked to the stage. Todoroki wasn't surprised but did look just a bit annoyed. The top 10 spoke to each other for a while on camera. Nothing of note was said and the class began to tune them out. Eri and Koda came running out and went up to Izuku. "Dad, can we watch a movie?" He shrugged and switched the TV to stream a movie they wanted to watch. He was very happy about the dorm's internet speed. They tested it out by everyone getting on all their devices and began to stream anything they could. With over 20 devices playing simultaneously, the internet never slowed down. Eri and Koda sat on the floor and watched The Incredibles, much to Izuku's surprise. He had figured Koda would have wanted to watch something else with his distaste for heroes, but he didn't show anything. Inko went to the kitchen and prepared snacks for the kids and everyone else, who began to watch a favorite movie from the past. About 3/4 to the end, the Pussycats returned to pick up Koda. He was reluctant to leave, but after a promise from Mandalay to come back from time to time, he agreed. Eri waved at her new friend goodbye and the class bade them farewell. Yayaruzo remembered how Koda liked Eri's plushie and quickly made another one and gave it to Eri to give to Koda. His eyes shone as he received the gift. Mandalay gave her number to Izuku so the two kids could contact each other in the future. Ochako's eye twitched only once when she saw Mandalay give her boyfriend her number. Inko calmed her down by patting her arm to ground her. The rest of the night went by and the hero in training went to sleep for another day to come. The next day Izuku went to his internship. He congratulated Rumi on getting a higher rank since last year. She was boasting and had her nose high in the air at all the praise. Many reporters tried to ask Rumi about her statement about her little brother, but she brushed them to the side. Many people were already connecting the dots to Rip and Tear, her intern, but nothing was confirmed. He changed after some chatting and went about his route for the day. Many people were talking about the newest number 1 hero while he walked around. He was also curious to see how the country would change with Endeavor as the number 1 hero. While he is a bastard for what he did to his family, Izuku couldn't deny that he was a strong hero. The day so far hasn't been very exciting, with only a few thugs he had to take down and some helping hands for civilians he came across. It was getting close to the end of his day when he saw a news report of Endeavor and Hawks fighting a Nomu in the city. "Hey Rumi, should we go help Endeavor and Hawks with the Nomu?" He called her over the comms as he started to move to the rooftops. Nomu? What are you talking about? She sounded confused. Never mind, I found a screen. She told Izuku her position and he tore a portal in her area. They met up and Izuku tore a portal as close as he could to the combat area. They were about 5 minutes away as they started to run from rooftop to rooftop. Mirko ran ahead of him while he trailed behind her. She was faster on her feet. Come on, slowpoke. She shouted over their comms. I am running at full tilt in armor that weighs over 300 pounds in total. Speed on my feet is not my forte. Izuku shot back and decided to cheat. He jumped off a rooftop and tore a portal in front of Mirko's path. He continued to portal to distant locations as they neared the smoke billowing from a skyscraper. They saw a flash of flames and another black figure fighting the flame. Endeavor and the Nomu were fighting in the air. Izuku saw another figure in the sky flying from place to place. Hawks was getting civilians to safety. Don't die! Mirko shouted at Izuku as she sped up and launched herself into the Nomu. You don't die! Izuku shot back lamely. From the distance, Izuku tore a portal to the Nomu's neck and speared his hand through its throat. It stilled while he retracted his hand, then Mirko slammed her foot on its head. Mirko, the Nomu has super regeneration. Burning it isn't doing it alone. I assume Rip and Tear is near? Endeavor didn't bat an eye as he came down where Mirko landed. Yeah, that's how I got here so fast. I saw him spear its neck, maybe? Mirko was cut off by the Nomu jumping up and releasing multiple objects into the surrounding area. The objects unraveled to show they were smaller Nomu. Izuku sprinted to the closest Nomu that landed near him and tore the arm that tried to slice him. Focus on the big one. I'll rip these apart quickly. Izuku called over the comms to Rumi. As the two top heroes fought against the high-end Nomu, Izuku fought against the little ones. The white Nomu that tried to slash him with its blade arm reeled from the pain. Izuku changed forward and tore the other arm as he grabbed the head of the Nomu and tore it off. He made sure it was dead, then moved to the next one. Just as he was going to jump into the street to find his next target, a red feather pointed toward another Nomu. He didn't ever bat an eye and charged toward his next victim. Hawks fought to protect a group of civilians that were stuck in a bus from a 3 Nomu. He slashed at one with his feather blades, but it was like goo as it parted and reformed. The other Nomu was about to charge at the bus full of screaming civilians, but then a green suit of armor crashed on top of it. With a sickening crunch, the Nomu was driven into the asphalt. Rip and Tear tore his hands through the Nomu twice more, then moved to the other Nomu. He charged at the next Nomu with tendrils for arms. The Nomu whipped his arms at Izuku and he was launched back a few steps. Rip and Tear grabbed some asphalt from the ground and launched it at the Nomu. It deflected the rubble but lost sight of his opponent. Izuku launched from his portal behind the Nomu and speared his hand through its chest with the other. He cleaved it into 2. It twitched for a few seconds then died. Izuku saw that Hawks was finishing up the last Nomu and moved to evacuate the civilians. He ripped the bus's door off and opened a portal to a park nearest his location. Move! Rip and Tear ordered, and the people began to run through the portal. Once the last person went through, the portal closed and he greeted Hawks. I saw 9 fall from the other Nomu. I ended 1 before and these are 4. Well, here come the rest. They don't seem to like you specifically. Hawks looked at the sound of 5 different screechings. I don't particularly like them either. Rip and Tear didn't wait as he ran forward and caught the closest Nomu that ran around a corner. It tried to use claws like a praying mantis but died quickly as Izuku tore the head off. With the Nomu dead body in hand, he charged at the next Nomu who launched needle-like spikes at Izuku. Rip and Tear used the corpse as a shield and ran towards his next target. The living Nomu screeched at the defiled corpses of his brethren as it was rammed over. Izuku speared his hand through the dead Nomu and hit the still living one below as it stopped screaming. The last living Nomu was fighting against Hawks with shields coming out of its arms. It had multiple feathers sticking out of its back, but it wasn't slowing down. Hawks was about to slash at the shield Nomu again when he heard a gunshot near him. The Nomu in front of him crumpled to the ground with a mess for a head. That's 6 for me, I win. The voice came from under the green helmet. Izuku reloaded the shotgun from his dwindling ammo. He will need to ask Yaoruzo for a favor sometime. Where did you get that? Hawks pointed at the shotgun disappearing into the portal. Found it. Come on, I want to make sure Rumi isn't dead. Rip N-Tier opened a portal to a rooftop and stepped through it. Izuku quickly spotted the three combatants. Rumi was banged up and breathing heavily as she stared at the Nomu while Endeavor lay below the monster. The Noma didn't seem to have any damage to it. With regeneration, they will need to overwhelm it to end it. Endeavor would have the best shot to end the monster. Rumi watched the monstrosity as she tried to catch her breath. She smiled viciously as she saw the portal open above the Noma's head. It tilted its head at her smile, then its head exploded as a shotgun blast sounded through the portal. What the F dash? I wasn't expecting that. Rumi was shocked for a moment, then charged forward and kicked the debilitated Nomu. Izuku jumped through the portal and grabbed the number 1 hero. The Nomu had slashed his face and had a large wound on his face. Not waiting, Izuku slaps the number 1 hero once, twice, then again. Wake up, you'd. Nothing. Izuku quickly goes through his stash and grabbed a packet of smelling salts. Instead of waving it under his nose, Izuku throws the container at his face. The salts spread all over and get into the wound and his nose. Endeavor's eyes snap open and he roars in pain. Burn that thing into a crisp. Rip N-Tear shouts and rushes off to help his sister. The Nomu has regenerated its head and was fighting a losing Rumi. Izuku swung his hands down behind it and tore its arms off at the joint. It turned to its new assailant and then Mirko kicked it with full force in the neck. There were 2 cracks, one from it breaking and the other from it healing. Izuku didn't waste the opportunity and tore into the Nomu. He tore the legs off, and when it tried to fly away, Rumi kicked it down. When the legs tried to grow back, Izuku moved to the jets on its back and tore them out. Blood and viscera covered Izuku from head to toe. While on its back, Izuku continued to tear its back out, from the spine to the muscles. The regeneration couldn't keep up with Izuku on its back and Rumi kicking its organs into mush constantly. Finally, a heat emerged from their side. Endeavor roared and the 2 bloodied combatants rushed off the Nomu as the number 1 hero launched his attack at the immobile Nomu. The Nomu tried to resist the flames, but it was no use. With intense heat, Endeavor burned the crippled Nomu until there was nothing left. The ground where the Nomu stood was a melted pool of concrete, asphalt, and metal. Endeavor stood unsteady as he raised his fist into the air. Who is that for? There aren't any. Oh, there they are. Izuku questioned Endeavor's weird pose when he spotted the helicopters. In the quiet, Izuku could hear the cheers from far away. Rumi patted his shoulder as she knelt after a hard battle. Izuku helped her down and sat next to her. I could go for some pork chops. He took off his helmet and wiped the sweat from his brow. Pork chops sound pretty good right about now. Rumi nodded at his words. Izuku tore a small portal to the common room. His class and Aizawa were all there in front of the TV as they watched the news report of the battle. Hey Ochako dear, do we have any pork chops? Izuku startled the whole class when he spoke. Dad, are you okay? Eri was the first to speak up and she peeked through the portal. I'm fine, not a scratch on me. He reassured her. It's hard to tell, problem child. Aizawa spoke up and waved to his whole body. Izuku looked down and saw he was still covered in blood from the Nomu. Not mine anyways. Pork chops. He waved their concerns away and asked again. Ochako and Inko sighed very similarly and Ochako spoke. Yes, we have some. Come home soon, please. Her voice wavered and she smiled at him. Did Eri call you Dad? Rumi asked just as Endeavor spoke. Rip and Tear, did you slap me and throw smelling salts at me? Endeavor's voice came behind Izuku as the portal closed. No, that must have been the Nomus quirks or something. Izuku stood up and struggled to keep a straight face. He went to the side and rinsed his whole body with salt water. Cold, cold, cold. Got any more juice to heat me up? He jumped out of the salt water and moved close to Endeavor. The bloody number 1 hero stared at him and then shook his head. You're ridiculous. This is the next generation of heroes. Got it, you're spent. Izuku retorted and shook himself like a dog. 2 hours later, and after lots of paperwork was done, Izuku and Rumi walked through the portal to the dorms. They were welcomed with a chorus of greetings. Izuku was taken down by a horned missile hitting him in the chest. Eri clung to him like a spider monkey. Izuku hugged the girl clinging to his chest. "I'm alright, little one. See, I didn't even get hurt once." Izuku patted the head on his chest. There was a muffled response, then it was repeated when Eri lifted her face from his chest. "I know, it was just scary." There was the beginning of tears in the corners of her eyes. Izuku just comforted her as they lay there on the ground. "You are such a dad," Rumi said with a laugh while looking down at him. "Eri, you remember Rumi, of course? She is technically your aunt." "Rumi, Eri is now my adopted daughter." Izuku remembered that he never told her about what he had done. "Aunt Rumi," Eri whispered in awe. She had that word stuck in her head since Koda played with her. "Since when?" Rumi asked, shocked. "Yesterday morning, I forgot to tell you. I have a niece?" Rumi picked up Eri from Izuku's hands in awe and lifted her like Simba. Eri smiled with all her teeth showing at her. She brought her in and gave her a big hug. "I always wanted more family." Eri hugged her back while laughing. Izuku meanwhile was getting berated by both his girlfriend and mother. "And the first thing you say is, if we have pork chops?" Ochako said while hitting him with a dish towel. "Holy shit, Kaminari. You're right, Inko is grooming Ochako into a housewife," Mina said while they all watched the display. Inko's eyes snapped to her and the older woman smiled. "She knows," Mina shouted in a panic. Yaoruzo and Tsu continued to watch their ongoing live soap opera. Yaoruzo was a fan of romance novels with some slice of life in them, and the display before her was wonderful. Tsu's mother got her hooked on TV soap operas when she was young, and in class 1A, they gave her all she needed. "I wasn't even hit once." Izuku continued to defend himself from the worry barrage of the two women. They finally relented and backed off. They next went over Rumi. She was still holding Eri close and chatting with the little one. Izuku rubbed his hands in anticipation of the perfectly grilled pork chops. He devoured 5 before stopping before he burst. With a satisfied sigh, he leaned back into his chair. "Why did you want pork chops for dinner?" Ochako asked from beside him. Everyone looked at him for an answer. Izuku couldn't say the real reason he wanted pork chops was that when Endeavor burned the Nomu it gave off a smell of crispy pork. It would ruin any appetite and probably make someone throw up. So he went with a safe option. "On my patrol I smelled some really good pork and I got a craving for it." He shrugged. Ochako caught the lie but didn't say anything. "Midoriya, before the portal closed my father said to you if you slapped him and poured smelling salts on him. Is that true?" Todoroki turned to his friend. "Okay, I might have tried to slap him awake but it didn't work, so I went to smelling salts. I figured it getting into his wound would wake him up on the double." Todoroki began to laugh, very unlike himself at the thought of his friend slapping Endeavor. The rest of the class began to join in at the split-haired teen's mirth. After dinner, Todoroki asked to be sent home to check in on his family. Izuku obliged and tore a portal to his pantry. He closed it almost entirely but stopped and left a fist-sized hole open. "Shoto, where the hell did you come from?" An unfamiliar male voice shouted out. Then Fuyumi's laugh began to build up. "There is no need to raise your voice, Natsuo. I came from the pantry," Shoto said with all seriousness. "Were you hiding in there the whole time? And why are you laughing, Fumi?" Natsuo yelled again in shock over the laughter of Fuyumi. Izuku began to laugh too and closed the portal entirely. He then joined his classmates in the common room and sat on a couch. Rumi had left after dinner and bade them farewell. It was starting to get cold from the fall weather, which gave Izuku the perfect excuse to snuggle under plenty of blankets in the common room. Ochako and Izuku shared a thick blanket, and Eri wormed her way in between the two to waste. The rest of the day away. The rest of the class copied them and brought blankets from hidden corners of the common room. Tsu was covered head to toe in thick clothes and a heated blanket to ward off the cold. Kaminari and Siro fought over one blanket and ended up sharing it grudgingly when their class president gave them a look that made them knock it off. Shoji brought out a monstrous covering for himself, and then Mina and Hagakure snuck under the king-size blanket with Shoji, much to his amusement. It was a great way to end the day. It was nearing winter when Aizawa called his class to the training grounds. The Chaos class suited up in their modified winter costumes and headed to meet him. Izuku's suit was already protected against the elements, but his arms were exposed to the chill air. So he grabbed an old sweater and tore the sleeves off and put them on with his armor. He could slip them off quickly, and the sweater was on its last legs, so no loss. He joined the rest of the class as they chuckle at his modification. With his helmet off and on his hip, Izuku mock glares at everyone for laughing at him. "It's cold. Don't laugh at my very reasonable response." Izuku tried to defend himself but only made more of his classmates chuckle at their class president. Ochako approached him while holding in a laugh. "You look ridiculous. You could have chosen a different color, but bright yellow clashes hard with green. It's the only one I didn't mind getting tossed into the garbage." Izuku's pout clashed with his large frame in heavy armor. Aizawa arrived at the gathering and looked over everyone quickly before doing a double take and staring at Izuku. He let out a long sigh and rubbed his forehead while shaking his head. "Just one day," he said under his breath. Their teachers straightened out and began again. "All right, we are doing a class battle against Class B-. The best class there is." Monoma's voice cut off what Aizawa was saying. The rest of Class B was behind him as Monoma was wrapped up in Eraserhead's scarf. "As I was saying, you all will be fighting in groups of 4 against 4 of them. You will treat them as villains and they will do the same. The objective is to capture your opponents and put them in the jail located where you begin. If you are jailed, you are out," he explained to his attentive class while the blonde wriggled in his bindings. Small Might and Midnight arrived shortly after Aizawa's explanation. "Don't mind us, we are here just to watch." Midnight waved at them all. They picked the teams by random and Izuku was paired with Ochako, Mina, and Mineta. He was excited to work with his classmates in this way. He was twice as excited to work with his girlfriend in a combat situation. The small team gathered up and high-fived each other in eagerness. There will be no excessive force in this exercise or there will be severe consequences. Vlad King's voice boomed out and was staring at Izuku directly. "He should just sit out lest he ends one of us." Monoma sneered after his teacher. "Like you used excessive force in our spar with that spear?" Izuku shot back innocently. Vlad's face reddened at his retort. Before he opened his mouth, Aizawa spoke. "I trust Midoriya won't use his quirk on anyone." He defended his student and stared Vlad down. "I can take him," Tetsu said while clashing his iron fists together making sparks fly out. Half of 1A snorted at his words. Tetsu was taken aback at that. What was that supposed to mean? Testa said. Yaoyuruzo created a metal cube about 3 inches thick and held it up to Izuku. Boop. He poked it and the metal screeched as he left a finger-sized hole through the center of it. Yaoyuruzo then tossed the cube at Tetsu as he grunted at the weight. "I won't use my quirk on anyone, but I think it's fair if I grab you then you can't use that limb anymore, vitals then out. Same rules I use when sparring with Mirko." Izuku said the everyone and looked past the pale Tetsu and to Aizawa for approval. "I find that appropriate, approved," he said without consulting his teaching counterpart much to his anger. Everyone grouped up in their teams and began to strategize. Izuku meanwhile approached Aizawa for a request. "Aizawa, is there a way so that I don't get paired against Monoma's team? If he copies my quirk, he won't have the restraint I trained for years." He looked at Aizawa seriously. "Afraid someone would use that power better than you? The matches will be randomized." Vlad spoke over what Aizawa was going to say. "It won't end well if we go against each other." Izuku didn't back down. "We'll be close to stop anything from happening." Aizawa tried to reassure his student. Izuku didn't say anything and stared at his teacher. Then he gently slapped his hand on Aizawa's arm. "Cleaved in two," he said without breaking eye contact. He bumped his open hand into Aizawa's chest. "Hole right there." Aizawa looked down at where his student's hand was on his chest and then he nodded. "All right, I'll change to matchups." "You can't be serious." Vlad growled at them. "When it comes to Midoriya and his quirk, I take it very seriously. Monoma's team won't go against his," Aizawa said with no room for arguments. "Thank you," Izuku said and headed back to his team. "What, afraid I will beat you with your own quirk?" Monoma was near and heard everything that was said. He looked at Izuku with contempt. "No, I'm afraid of what I would do to you if you misused my quirk and hurt one of my friends. No, that's a lie. I'm not afraid of what I would do to you. I would be afraid of losing one of my friends to an arrogant brat like you. Izuku truthfully said. Monoma's was about to go after him when Izuku turned his back when Kendo's hand stopped him. She glared at him and he glared at her in return until he relented and looked away. Kendo was sure Midoriya wasn't lying about what he would do. Izuku grouped up with his team with a smile. Is team around and find out ready? He rubbed his hands together in excitement. Yes. We are not naming our team that. Mina and Ochako spoke simultaneously. What's your name ideas then? Izuku crossed his arms and looked at his girlfriend. Do we need a name? Mineta piped up. How about the quarter pounders, like we pound everyone into the ground and there is 4 of us? Mina ground her fist into the palm of her hand. You just want a burger? Ochako said. I just want a burger. Mina repeated with longing in her voice. Alright, we are starting with Shinso, Jiru, Sato, and Siro versus Aways, Bondo, Tokage, and Kamakiri. Aizawa announced, and the screen behind him showed the faces of those who is fighting. The teams split off while their respective classes cheering them on. Izuku and his team sat on some chairs that Izuku stole from the dining table at the dorms. As soon as Izuku began to sit down, he remembered the 300-plus metal suit he was wearing, and instead sat on the ground. Everyone watched carefully at the screens to learn from their experiences. Izuku already had notes on everyone in his class and 1B, both on quirks and ways to beat. It's been a hobby of his since he could remember. While the fight was going on, Izuku's team strategized. Everyone on their team had good mobility and 3 of them had very good offensive power. Izuku had a pretty good feeling that his team could beat almost any other group. The ones he is most worried about are Komori and Shiozaki. The vine-haired girl could immobilize Izuku with her quirk, and Miss Mushroom's kinda creeper Izuku out. She could cover everything with mushrooms and end everyone. Her quirk isn't limited to non-poisonous mushrooms, and that freaked Izuku out. He could win against both of them, but it wouldn't be very clean. 1A won their first match against 1B, so went on the day with Izuku's team going third. Midoriya, Uraraka, Ashido, and Mineta versus Kaibara, Tsunatori, Tetsu, and Hananuki. Aizawa's voice rang out and the screen changed. The gruesome 4. Let's kick their names and take their asses. Mina energetically jumped up and marched forward. The gruesome 4? That's our team name? Ochako asked with a raised brow. Well, Midoriya is obvious. Cheiko, you got your fighting style from him and probably crippled that toga girl when we were at the camp. I can shoot acid that can melt through people like hot oil through butter. Mineta, I can't think of anything. Mina explained while walking backwards to their starting point. That's fine, I'm one of the most non-lethal people here. Mineta shrugged and waved her off. We're gonna kick you our asses. Tsunatori shouted in broken Japanese. She waved her hand and smiled at Izuku's team while her team tried to explain to her that she shouldn't listen to Monoma's translations anymore. Izuku just grinned encouragingly and gave her a thumbs up. She smiled wider and gave a thumbs up in return. Izuku turned back to his team with a serious face and asked, Alright, do we want to go in hot and heavy or more subtle? Mina grinned at the question. Let me get this out of the way. What do you mean subtle? You know we go sneaky peeky and take them out one by one. Izuku shrugged. Sneaky peeky? Mineta asked with a weird face. Or hot and heavy? Mina asked more excited with that. I vote for H&H. Ochako said as she put on her visor. Ashis. Mina pumped her fist. What is the plan for this H&H exactly? Mineta asked with bunny ears for emphasis on H-ish. The short student then got shivers down his spine when Izuku looked down and gave him a smile he could remember from when he threatened him with it at the beginning of the year. We can take them. Midoriya has been getting too high on his horses lately, it's about time we bring him down. Tetsu smashed his metal fists together like always. Yes, we can win them. Pony said with confidence. We're F-ed. Kaibara looked dejectedly into the sky. No FNG today. Pony tried to cheer up her classmate, but her broken language just made Kaibara chuckle. We have a plan. I sink Midoriya, and when he is out of the trial we take out the rest. Tetsutetsu you focus on Ishido and Pony you take out Uraraka. Kaibara try to distract Mineta until you get back up from Pony. We got this. Hananuki explained the plan again to his team. He also was nervous about facing off against the notorious Izuku Midoriya, but he didn't let that show on his face. The buzzer went off and the start of the trial began. The 4 1B students spread out an arm's length apart and moved forward. We got this. Tetsu repeated once again. That's the spirit. Let's W-. Hananuki choked as he was picked up by his neck and thrown backward through a portal and crashed into the jail cell for one, and then it closed. W-. Tetsu tried to turn to face their backs but he felt his feet leave the ground. Ochako picked up the metal man by the arm and slammed him over her head and into the ground. She then unwrapped a cable grappling hook from her wrist and attached it to him before slamming him into the ground again and again. At the same time, Mina shot out low acidic acid to blind Kaibara, and Mineta threw balls at his feet as he tried to dodge. This is bullshit. Kaibara shouted as he was blindly trying to dodge the purple balls. Pony shot her horns at Izuku when she regained her senses. Izuku weaved back and forward as he rushed to Pony. Being at the receiving end of Rip N-Tier's charge, she panicked. She kicked out at him when Izuku got close to her. Izuku dodged the kick and then the horns that zipped past him. She got her confidence back and focused on her horns. Izuku tried to move forward but the horns hit him and pushed him back. Ochako, give me a shield. Izuku called over to his girlfriend. She nodded and threw the discombobulated Tetsu to him and released her quirk on him. Izuku grabbed the still metal-covered student and used him as a shield as he ran forward toward a retreating Pony. Izuku held Tetsu by his back as he charged forward. Pony shot a few horns at him but stopped when her teammate was hit instead. She grew frustrated and controlled 4 horns and aimed them at his exposed arms. Izuku used the struggling Tetsu to block 2 as he grabbed one out of the air and tore it apart. The last one pierced the arm holding his shield and drew blood. Izuku grunted at the pain and let go of his shield. He ripped the horn off his arm and crushed it. He looked back at Pony and she was pinned to the ground by his girlfriend. She smiled at him when he gave her a thumbs up. I'm not done yet. Tetsu tried to get off the floor but he was still rattled by the beat down from Ochako. Yes, you are. Izuku placed his open hand on the back of Tetsu's head and the buzzer rang out to call out the end of the trial. He groaned and fell back to the ground. Izuku tore a portal to their jail and Hananuki peeked out and then walked out. Damn, I was hoping we'd win. He said when he got a good look at everyone. We didn't stand a chance, did we? He asked no one. Of course you did, you just didn't take into account our unpredictable plan. Izuku patted his shoulder. They all walked through the portal and arrived at the cheering of 1A. 1B tried to console the losing team but it didn't help much. Izuku bandaged his arm and went to his class. He felt a pat on his arm. He turned around and was met with Pony's big blue eyes. Yes. Izuku tilted his head when she looked down after meeting his eyes. I am sorry for hurting you. You are very strong and didn't hold back, sorry. Pony said in stilted Japanese. Don't worry about it. You did very well, good fight. Izuku smiled down at her to show no hard feelings. She was overjoyed at his forgiveness. Yes, good fight. Then she pulled out her phone and turned it around to show a camera app open. Picture for my family. They like you in America because you don't hold back. And they say thank you for helping me at camp. She looked at Izuku for permission. Izuku was surprised but nodded with a smile. Of course. He took the phone and tilted it to take a picture of both of them grinning at the camera. She smiled and hopped away after another thank you. Izuku reunited back with his class. Oh, you got a fangirl? Look out, Mr. Popular is coming through. Mina teased when he returned. Some of the class chucked. Like you should be talking, you have a poster of me in your room. Izuku tore a portal to the pink girl's room and looked at the wall to show him standing on a pile of Nomu. See? He pointed through the portal at the poster. Mina's face darkened purple in embarrassment. Close it. It's not fair. Close it. She stood in front of the open portal to block the view into her room from her classmates. So mean. Her eyes had fake tears in the corners as she pouted. The next team was announced and they moved to fight. Aoyama, Hagakure, Yairizo, and Tokoyami are going to fight against Kodai, Shota, Yanagi, and Monoma. The blonde 1B gave Izuku a venomous look before heading toward the area Izuku's team just vacated. Izuku and his classmates cheered on them and they went down into the concrete jungle. Since the gruesome 4 battle didn't damage much of the area, they used the same place. Izuku watched as 1B headed where Izuku fought against Pony. They talked for a while, then Monoma began to look around and then bent down and touched the ground. Izuku narrowed his eyes but couldn't see what he did. Izuku? Something wrong? Buchako asked from his side. He stood up from where he sat and didn't take his eyes off the screen. Bad feeling, getting ready just in case. Izuku stared at Monoma on the screen. In case of what? Ochako tried to see what he saw but was confused. In case Monoma wants to do something stupid. The buzzer rang out and the match began. Monoma smiled and threw his hands forward and tore space in front of him. With blood from Izuku on his fingers from the last match, he tore a portal open in front of a shocked 1A team. The portal was yellowish-white instead of the green everyone is used to. Monoma charged through the portal and it closed behind him. I show you all who is better with this power. Dark Shadow tried to intercept Monoma, but he clawed at the shadow and reeled back in pain at being torn apart. He got close to Hagakure and she kicked out at Monoma with her boot. Monoma dodged and then Hagakure's boot went flying. Blood came out of nowhere as invisible hands grasped at the missing limb of a leg. Izuku didn't hesitate as he sprinted forward and tore a portal to where he was for the trial. He opened it behind a Monoma just as the severed leg landed with a thump. Izuku grabbed the back of Monoma's head and slammed it into the ground. He went limp immediately and Izuku moved to a screaming Hagakure. Red coated 2 invisible hands as she clutched her bloody stump. My leg! Hagakure cried out with pain. Yaoruzo, make a tourniquet quickly! Izuku shouted out and got a pale-looking Yaoruzo moving. She ran forward and pulled out the sling and passed it to Izuku. Izuku snatched it out of her hands and put it around Hagakure's stump. She screamed again when he tightened it to stop her from losing more blood. Izuku turned around and tore a portal to Recovery Girl. I'm going to pick you up. Stay awake, alright? Izuku spoke to Hagakure and picked her up princess style. It hurts. My leg. Hagakure clutched at Izuku's arms and sobbed at the pain. Izuku ran through the portal and burst through the closed door to the nurse office. Recovery Girl was startled out of her chair and turned to see Izuku carrying a bloody girl. He set her down on one of the beds and Recovery Girl got to work. What happened? She didn't turn to look at Izuku as she began to work on Hagakure. Monoma copied my quirk and he used it on her. He gave her the broad version. She kept working on Hagakure as the girl cried in pain. Izuku thought of how to help and immediately thought of Eri. Izuku tore a portal to Nizu's office. Eri sat at a desk with Nizu at his. He immediately stood up when Izuku showed up covered in blood. Eri also looked worriedly at what was happening. Midoriya. What's going on? Nizu asked while frantically typing on his computer. Dad? What's going on? Eri asked while Izuku knelt to her level. There was an accident and Hagakure was hurt. Could you use your quirk, just like we've been practicing, on her to help her? Izuku spoke toshtai Eri gentlu. Auntie Toru? Eri wrung her hands and then nodded with resolve. I'll help. Izuku smiled and kissed her forehead. So brave and strong. He opened a portal to the nurse's office and they quickly stepped through with Nizu running after them. Hagakure stopped screaming and was whimpering in pain. Eri gasped in shock and then moved forward. Recovery Girl saw what they were doing and reluctantly moved to the side. Eri moved forward and touched Hagakure's stump. Eri's horn began to glow and energy poured into her. Hagakure gasped in shock at the sensation. White light shimmered and made an outline where her leg was, and then Eri released Hagakure and moved back. The invisible girl wasn't crying anymore and touched with bloody hands to her where her leg was. Her hands laid on top of her newly reformed leg and she sobbed in relief. Very nicely done, young Eri. Nizu smiled at her and gave out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Eri. Thank you so much, and you too, Midoriya, thank you for getting me here. Hagakure sobbed. Izuku picked up Eri and hugged her. Great job, Eri. He moved to Hagakure's side and Eri moved to hug her aunt. Hagakure cried as she held Eri and grasped at Izuku's arm for comfort. Aizawa soon arrived at the door to the nurse's office, out of breath. "I got a new leg, Aizawa." Hagakure looked up and said with a sob held back but trying to make a joke. Aizawa bent over and let out a breath. "You're all right if you're making jokes." He moved into the room and looked at Izuku. "Good job at getting her here. Eri, you did this?" He spoke to the father and daughter. She nodded while holding on to Izuku and Hagakure both. "I wanted to help Auntie Toru." "You did very well, thank you for helping my student." Aizawa patted her hair and she smiled up at him with pride. "You think I could keep my other leg, like a wisdom tooth in a glass container?" Hagakure asked after a bit with a chuckle. Izuku snorted. "We'll mount over the TV like a deer's head." Aizawa sighed and pinched his nose. "I can't believe I have to say this, but no mounting dismembered limbs in the dorms. You are all insane," Recovery Girl said as she tried to reattach the door to its rail. Izuku sent Eri back with Nizu after everyone calmed down. It still was the middle of the school day. He kissed her forehead and sent her on her way. Hagakure was still quite a bit shaken after the incident. She had to go through the pain of the injury and the mental anguish of thinking she just lost her hero career because of an arrogant brat. While she could continue her career with a prosthetic, it would render her quirk moot. Thankfully, Eri has been practicing with her quirk at every chance she could. While she did have a good handle on her quirk, Izuku was sure she sent Hagakure back more than an hour. Recovery Girl checked her all over from blood pressure to reflex in her regrow leg. Izuku stayed with her the whole time with Aizawa next to him. He didn't want to leave after something so traumatic. Aizawa didn't say anything about Monoma, but Izuku was sure his teacher was seething. Izuku wasn't any better. He told them time after time that Monoma copying his quirk wouldn't end well. If he hit Hagakure somewhere more vital, she would be dead and so would Monoma. "You are healthy as you can be. You are free to leave if you want or stay to rest," Recovery Girl declared. "I want to see my friends," Hagakure said and moved to get off the bed. Izuku moved forward and helped her just in case. She used his arm to steady herself on her leg. The limb was the same as it was before, mentally it was new. She took small steps and then began to walk slowly at normal strides. She shakily chuckled, like a baby deer's first steps. "They get going pretty quickly, you'll be all right." Izuku laughed at the comparison. Aizawa stood to the side and watched over them. He was happy to see his students help each other like this. "The class has been dismissed, they all should be at the dorms. I told them I would come back later," Aizawa told them. They walked in companionable silence for a bit and then Hagakure gave an audible shiver. "The floors are cold," she said after Izuku looked at her in question. "Ah, right." Izuku had forgotten that she lost her leg and the boot attached to. She was walking barefoot on the tile floor. Izuku tore a portal to his stash and gave her a pair of slippers a few sizes too big for her. "Thanks, where do you get all this stuff? Do you steal them for a grocery store you have memorized?" She laughed while taking off her other boot and putting on the slippers. "If I did, I would have gotten you the right size, but no, it's all in my stash, where I keep all my important stuff," he explained as they walked towards the locker rooms to change. "What else do you have in there and where is it?" Aizawa asked from his other side. "Lots of stuff, like legal papers, money, some snacks and other stuff." "As for where?" "In a forest and about 6 feet deep." Izuku waved in the direction of where the forest should be. "I'm guessing you have your gun in there too?" Aizawa didn't look at him while they walked. Izuku froze with his foot in the air and then tried to continue as if nothing happened. "What gun?" Izuku tried to look innocent, but the sweat running down his brow gave him away. "The one you used in front of 3 top heroes and on live TV," Aizawa said in a deadpan tone. "They were recording that early?" Izuku rubbed his face. He is going to lose his baby. "How badly am I in trouble?" He sighed in resignation. "If you get it registered under your name soon and get trained under Snipe, then less than you would be." "Where did you get it?" Aizawa looked at his most troublesome student. "I can keep her?" Izuku's eyes began to water when he realized there is hope. "I'll do what is needed." He nodded in determination at Aizawa. He explained where he found the safe that contained the firearm and where his stash is held in. After they changed, the three arrived at the dorms. Hagakure stopped and the other two males looked at her before they could open the door. "What is it?" Izuku asked his classmate. He couldn't see her face, so it was impossible to guess what she was thinking. "I'm not sure if I should prank them by taking off one of my leggings and pretending my leg is still missing, but I really want to." She moved side to side in indecision. Izuku was about to say to do it but stopped and thought about it. "It would be too cruel. It would be funny for us, but they wouldn't find it funny." He shook his head at the loss of a good prank. "You're right, let's go." They took the last steps to the dorm's door. They walked into a morose room with everyone quietly waiting while the TV played in the background. They all looked at the door as it opened. Mina was the first one up and moving to the door. She wanted to know if her best friend was alright. She stopped in her tracks and looked at her whole friend. She began to cry and launched herself at Hagakure. Mina held on to Hagakure as they cried together in relief. The rest of the class grouped up around the two and felt much of the same relief of seeing their classmate and friend all right and with two legs. It took a bit of time, but everyone calmed down and moved to sit around the couches. Hagakure explained what happened after she was taken by their class president. She told them that Eri was the one who gave her leg back. The class in turn told the two what happened after Izuku took Hagakure to get help. Apparently, after Izuku smashed Monoma's head into the ground, some of 1B tried to defend their classmate. They reluctantly said that Izuku's quirk was too dangerous and that is what caused the whole incident. 1B only tried to defend Monoma because he was their classmate, but they knew he had messed up badly. Aizawa arrived first at Monoma's side and tied him up while unconscious. Vlad tried to take over after him, but Aizawa didn't let him. Midnight and Small Might had to intervene before Vlad became violent. Monoma was taken away by Aizawa and they were sent away to the dorms. "And I sent to make sure you all didn't go into a murderous rampage after Monoma." Midnight spoke up from the kitchen with Inko at her side. "If we wanted Monoma dead, he would be," Izuku said plainly. The rest of the class agreed with what Izuku said and Midnight began to sweat at the response. She looked at Inko for support and she only drank her tea while watching over her children. Then she looked over to Aizawa, who rolled up in his sleeping bag for a nap. He only opened his eyes and looked back at her and then rolled over to face away from her without saying a word. Chaos class indeed, she thought. They rested after their conversation, with Hagakure still being held by her friend, Mina. A bit later they make lunch, and with Inko at the helm, they make the invisible girl's favorite food. Midnight left soon after she got her plate of food cleaned off. She said something about more schoolwork and left after some goodbyes. Izuku goes to pick up Eri through a portal and she settles in after asking her how her day. She sat happily next to Hagakure while most everyone worked on homework or lay around the common room. The interns left when school usually gets out and headed to their respective heroes. Izuku arrived at Rumi's agency after a quick portal and he went to her office where the receptionist said she was. He barged in and plopped himself on the couch that was on the side. "You better start paying the lease if you are going to start opening doors without knocking, you brat." Rumi threw an empty water bottle at Izuku's head. It bonked off and fell to the ground. "Ouch, that hurt." Izuku moaned without moving. "What's with you? You don't come in here unless something happened." Rumi stared at her brother and then checked her phone just in case there were any messages from Inko. There were some battle trials at school. 1A versus 1B, there is one arrogant ass that can copy quirks. I told him and his teacher not to put us against each other in case he copied my quirk. He began to explain. Rumi interrupted him. "Let me guess, they put you against each other." "No, pues. He copied my quirk from some blood I left behind after my trial. He tore one of my classmates' leg off." He sat up and rubbed his face. "What?" Rumi exclaimed in shock. "What happened?" "I got her to RG and then Eri used her quirk on her to regrow her leg back, but not before I smashed his face into the concrete." He growled out the last part. Rumi rounded her desk and sat next to Izuku. She looked at him and asked, "You all right?" "I'm fine but angry at Monoma for doing something like that. I don't blame myself for it, but I hate that he used my quirk to do that to a friend." He scrunched up his nose in disgust at the thought. "Will kicking bad guy ass make you feel better?" Rumi tried to get him out of his mood. "Yeah, that sounds pretty good." He nodded at her with a smile. Thanks, Rumi. Of course, brat. What kind of mentor would I be if I didn't take care of my unpaid interns? She stood up after ruffling his hair and put her hands on her hips with a smile. Unpaid my ass, I start stealing stuff from here if don't pay me. Izuku laughed and headed to get changed into his armor. Izuku's patrol wasn't too troublesome. Only small-time thugs and helping civilians around when he could. At one point he passed a park with kids all around the playground and ended up becoming a jungle gym for the kids when they swarmed Izuku. They started by asking questions and then touching his armor that they could reach. At some point, one of the more courageous kids with a cat quirk leaped on Izuku's back and began to climb to his shoulders. From there, the rest of the kids followed suit. The adults around were wary of the notorious up-and-coming hero, but calmed down and laughed when they saw their kids begin to climb onto him. Izuku laughed under his helmet at the experience. He started to pull the kids off when he had to catch one from falling off of him. They complained but soon ran off to the playground. Izuku was sure to take a picture through his portal when he was covered in ankle bitters. His patrol ended, and he headed back to the dorms after saying goodbye to Rumi and the receptionist. Izuku walked through a portal and arrives at the common room. He hugs his daughter hello and showers. The rest of the interns return and everyone does their own thing. The next day came with the rumor of a fatal injury happening in a first-year training exercise. Throughout the day the whole class hears upperclassmen and other classes talk about what happened yesterday. Izuku at some point pulled Hagakure to the side and acted like a class president and spoke to her about it. He asked her directly since he couldn't see her facial expressions. He asked her if it bothered her what was being said or anything else. I still remember the pain, but I don't really care about the rumors. It would be something else if they were twisting the story or something, but so far everything I heard was right in some way. Thank you, Midoriya. I appreciate that you look out for us like this. She gave him a quick hug and they went to their next class. Izuku was touched by the gesture but still kept an eye out. The day progressed without much fanfare until an hour before lunch. You should go apologizes to them, fess up to your mistakes and go. Izuku heard the voice of Kendo around the corner. Yeah bro, that was pretty bad. Tetsu was heard next. It's their fault that they didn't have enough training to avoid something like that. Why should I? Minoma's voice was lower in a morose tone. Izuku felt seething anger when he heard what the brat said. The angry class president rounded the corner where the voices were and saw Minoma. Without thinking he went up to him and punched him in the mouth. The blonde went sprawling on the ground, hands coming up to his mouth. Kendo and Tetsu exclaimed in shock as Izuku stood over the student. Our fault that we didn't have enough training, you say? How effing dare you, you sniveling piece of shit. You nearly end one of my friends and you blame us? Next time something like this happens again, it won't end with a broken jaw. Kendo and Tetsu were trying to pull Izuku back, but he didn't move over his position, the bleeding Minoma. He lay there with a defiant look on his face, but Izuku could see fear in his eyes. He turned to Kendo, who was still trying to pull on his shoulder. I'm as responsible for my class as you are with yours. I had a pervert as a classmate at the beginning of the year and now he is a model student. Deal with him or I will. He never raised his voice when he growled out his words. She took a step back from the ferocity of his words. Tetsu tried to move between the two class presidents, but Izuku left before he could say anything. Izuku took his time heading to the teacher's lounge. He took the time to calm himself after dealing with 1B's biggest headache. He didn't feel bad about what he said, but he regrets that it needed to be said. Just like when Katsuki stepped out of line, he was punished, so should Minoma. Maybe this will change his attitude. Izuku peeked his head through the door after knocking and walked in after Small Might nodded his head at Izuku. He approached the tall blonde and asked him about Snipe. Snipe? He should be back in a few minutes if you want to wait. He cracked his back when he straightened himself in the chair. Alright, that's fine. Small Might looked around suspiciously and then waved Izuku closer. I'm sorry if I sound pushy, but how is young Aries training coming along? Izuku got the hint about the unasked question. Well, she did regrow Hagakure's leg back, so I think she is ready. He didn't say anything directly just in case. Small Might smiled at that and said, Wonderful, I hope it works. I appreciate you looking out for us. Also, what you did to Mirio's dorm. He made a chef's kiss. Marvelous, I like a good prank like that. He chuckled. Izuku laughed in return. Glad someone saw my humor. Small Might glanced down and saw the student's hand. Young Midoriya, your hand is bleeding. He pointed to Izuku's knuckles. He looked down and saw his knuckles split from a few minutes ago. A small bead of blood trickled down his fingers. So they are. Izuku tore a portal which caused Small Might to flinch unconsciously. He rinsed his hand and bandaged it after some first aid. There we go. At that moment, Snipe walked into the lounge and spotted Izuku. He waved Izuku over to his desk as he walked there himself. Talk to you later, Small Might. Izuku waved at the blonde man as he coughed up blood from the name. So I hear you want a license to carry iron on your hip? Snipe started. Well, I won't be carrying it on myself, but I'd like to use it when necessary. He nodded. Snipe nodded and he waved for Izuku to follow. They made their way to an elevator and headed down. They got off and Izuku saw a shooting range through a glass paneling. He went over gun safety and the dos and do nots. Izuku already knew most of this but listened anyway. After that was done, they headed to a table with an empty mount in the middle. Now, show me what you got hidden. Snipe patted the table. Right as he was going to open a tier, he looked to Snipe. You won't take her away, will you? Izuku narrowed his eyes at the teacher. So long you don't use it until I tell you to no. He reassured the suspicious student. Izuku stared at him for a moment longer then nodded. He pulled the double-barrel shotgun out of his stash and unloaded it. He set the shells on the table and placed the gun beside them. He stared down at his prized possession and saw a speck of something dark on the barrel's end. He squinted at it and licked his finger to rub it off. I thought I cleaned all the blood off. Izuku murmured. That is a mighty fine gun. Eraserhead told me you found this in a safe at that trash beach. What a find, and you've been taking care of her too. He inspected the shotgun and its parts. After a bit, he began to take it apart and then put it back together. Izuku already knew how to do it but admired how fluidly Snipe did it. Your mama know about this? Snipe set the assembled gun back down. Izuku didn't respond but his wandering eyes were answer enough. Normally we begin training with firearms in the 3rd year, but Nisa thought it would be a good idea to get you a head start. Snipe stated. Snipe took Izuku to the range and watched over him as he took shot after shot down range. Snipe explained that he would need to be trained to use a firearm and have a certain amount of hours in the range. After that, he would be tested and given his permit to carry and use a firearm for hero work. Half an hour later, Izuku took off his protective gear and faced Snipe. How long have you been shooting that thing? Snipe asked. First time I shot it was in the Yakuza raid about 3 months ago. Izuku nodded in memory of blasting Overhaul's arm off. Pretty damn good shootin' then. Snipe approved of the student's talent of marksmanship. That'll do for today, let's go over some times for you to come in for the range. After that head on to lunch, I'm getting hungry myself. Izuku got punished for both having an unlicensed firearm in his possession and for breaking Minoma's jaw. Although, Aizawa seemed pleased when he got Izuku's side of the story. He didn't say anything but Izuku could tell that he didn't care that he broke that student's jaw. As for his shotgun, he had to write a 10,000 report on the gun laws in Japan and what changed when quirks came into being. While the report was a lot, he had time since he was under house arrest for his attack. 3 days where he couldn't leave the dorms for any reason unless it was an emergency, he was fine with that. The class was shocked at what happened but quickly understood why Izuku did what he did. Hagakure snorted in laughter and then covered her face with her arms when she was heard by everyone. You know, I'm surprised that this is your first time getting in trouble in school, considering that you're Q. Kaminari said while most of the class was in the common room. The hell's that supposed to mean? Ima model efan studen. Izuku said completely offended. He was also covering Eri's ears while he said it. I could hear you still. Eri looked up with her father's hands on her head. Hush, no you didn't. The young father kissed her horn and turned back to his classmates in mock outrage while Eri smiled at the behavior and leaned into him. No, I agree with Midoriya, minus the swearing. This is the only time he has stepped out of line. Yaoyuruzo tapped her chin in thought. What, no way? Shiro stopped to think about it after he finished. Apprehension test, battle trails, USJ, sports festival, internship, midterms, the mall, training camp, Kamino. Mina counted off on her fingers all of Izuku's altercations. Midoriya is a villain magnet. Sato pointed at Izuku with an accusatory finger. Not my fault. Izuku crossed his arms in a pout. Not Dad's fault. Eri nodded in agreement and crawled onto his lap. Izuku smiled and hugged her from behind. He had messaged Rumi that he couldn't go to work for 3 days since he was under house arrest. She immediately called and asked what had happened. Izuku explained what had happened and she laughed at the scenario. She said it was a good break since he had been working almost every day after school for a few hours. His mother was upset when she heard that her son was punished. But once he explained what had happened, she bopped his head and said, "Bad. Don't do it again. There, you've been reprimanded." She brushed his hair back and smiled while she left to cook. His house arrest went by fairly quickly. He sent Eri with Ochako for her schooling and he stayed to work out and work on his report. He was also ordered by Aizawa to write an apology letter to Monoma. "I don't want forgiveness. Why would I write an apology letter?" Izuku had asked. "Because of feeling and stuff. Also, Vlad has been on my ass because of it. So do whatever, just get it done." Aizawa waved him away from his sleeping bag under the coffee table. Once Izuku got started on the report, he got going and ended up writing over what he was tasked to do. It was 6 pages long and his handwriting had been small. As his apology, he grabbed a cheap tissue and wrote, "Sorry," with permanent marker on it, and then put it in an envelope with Monoma's name written in his most fanciful handwriting. With that done, he helped his mom with cleaning the dorms and doing regular housework. It was a nice change of pace. Of course, the class had to make fun of Izuku because of his punishment. Why are the plates not in alphabetical order? Mina looked at Izuku with a disapproving stare. "I mean, it's not that, ouch." His dear girlfriend pinched Mina's arm while walking by for her words. "Delinquent girlfriend too? It's a match made in heaven." Shinso said without emotion and stared at the ceiling while laying down on the carpet. "It's starting to spread. Eri, don't turn out like your dad, all right?" Kaminari felt the glare Izuku had on his neck as soon as he finished his words. "I will end you." Izuku slowly approached a paling Kaminari with his hands outstretched. The next 2 days went by slowly. Izuku trained where he could so he could stave off the boredom. Finally, the day came so he could return to class. He woke up next to Eri and Ochako and got ready for school. Ochako gave him the workload of every day he was gone so he wouldn't be behind. The class arrived and the day began without any fanfare. During their study hall, Izuku went to deliver his apology letter to Monoma. He opened the class next door and walked in. 1B stopped what they were doing and stared at the entrance. Vlad glared at Izuku, but he didn't even look in his direction. The green-haired student looked over the students and stopped at his target. He walked straight to him while ignoring everything else. Kendo got out of her seat and moved into his path. Izuku didn't stop and he picked her up by her shoulders and set her to the side. He stopped by a sweating Monoma and he dropped the letter on his desk. With that done, he continued walking to the back of the classroom and opened a portal to his class and walked through without ever saying a word. Monoma let out a breath he didn't know he was holding and looked at the letter with his name written on it. "It looks like a professional wrote on it." He looked at Kendo, who was still in shock that she was moved so easily. "Finally, that monster will begin to show some respect," Vlad said from the head of the class with a smile. Monoma grabbed the envelope and opened it and pulled out what was inside. A cheap tissue with, "Sorry," written in permanent marker. It was torn when the person wrote on the thin material. There was a snort from somewhere in the class, but that was the only noise that was heard while everyone watched Monoma hold the thin tissue between his fingers. Pony held her mouth shut with her hand while she snapped a picture for her family. They wanted an update on what was happening with their daughter's savior. Izuku sat down at his desk and snorted at the image of the 1B when they opened his apology letter. The week progressed with not a word from 1B. Izuku returned to his patrols and class like usual. The days got colder as the year came to an end. The only thing of note that happened was when the 1A got a special lesson in hero interviews. With Izuku's lackluster first time behind the camera with the bank robbery, Nisa decided to have pros come in and show them what would be best. "Alright boys and girls. It's time to learn how not to look like a schmuck behind the camera. Lady stepped onto the stage with Midnight staying to the side. Aizawa had no experience with any of this, so he rolled into a warm corner and fell asleep. Empty Lady acted like the reporter as she called out different students for a try. Some were more nervous than others, while people like Mino were too excited. They showed off what they could do when MT Lady asked, and she told them what they should try. For example, Todoroki created an iceberg that reached into the sky. You will probably be in a populated area, so doing that is a no-no. Think smaller. I understand, I'll keep that in mind. Todoroki nodded seriously. Then Izuku's turn came. Oh boy, Lady said under her breath, but not quiet enough for Izuku to hear. Here we have the newest hero, Rip and Tear. Such a violent name, don't you think? Lady moved the microphone to his helmet. Izuku unlocked his helmet and it hissed as it released its airlock. He shook his hair out and spoke into the microphone. Yes, that was my intention, he said with a smile. Lady cleared her throat to buy time as her face lost her blush. Ochako's eyes burned into the side of her head. Why is that? Well, you see, my quirk is violent by nature. So instead of trying to distance myself from that, I embrace it so I can use it to my advantage. I see, and what is your quirk? It seems to be strength-based. Oh, simple. You know how you can rip paper easily? Like that, but 1,000 times better, and I'm not limited to paper. The door on a car door? Like paper. Rebar holding someone from escaping a burning building, like butter. You get the idea. That is incredible. What about your love life? Seeing anyone? MT Lady stepped just a bit closer. She hasn't asked that question to anyone else. Ochako was beginning to froth at the mouth. Izuku subtly stepped back. Yes, I have a loving girlfriend and daughter. Daughter? Lady stepped back in shock. You're so young. She practically shoved the microphone into his face. She is adopted, Izuku said while pushing the microwave out of his mouth. All right, I think that is enough. Midnight came and pulled a dejected MT Lady from the stage. She went on to explain different situations they could find themselves in behind a camera. Everyone listened attentively as she spoke. Ochako clung to Izuku's arm as she glared at a sulking MT Lady. The weeks went by quickly as the year got colder. It was near December and the class put up a Christmas tree that was too big for the dorms. It stood 15 feet tall and reached the second-floor balcony. With a shopping trip for all the decorations and lights, the class worked on setting the tree up. Izuku explained to Eri about the holiday. She began to understand it as she helped with the tree. With red and white coats, they lifted the tall pine tree and stood it in the middle of the common room. It swayed precariously as they pulled and pushed it into standing still. Shoji used all his arms to hug it into place as it settled at the stand Yaoruzo specially made. Once that was done, Ochako floated people up so they could decorate the tree higher up. Everyone helped with the massive task. Izuku didn't want to think of how they would get this thing out once Christmas ended. Shinso's kitten was having a field day as she climbed with her claws. Eri floated up with Izuku holding her and a star in her arms. Izuku moved into position and held Eri up to place the last piece onto the tree. With a cheer, they floated down and looked up at the monstrosity of a Christmas tree. It was covered in so many lights that Izuku wondered when it would burst into flames. The countless spheres and other dangling decorations added who knows how much weight onto the limbs. They all stared up and admired their creation. Eri was the one most fascinated by the large tree. It's awesome, Eri whispered with awe. The tree decided that time to shift and slowly lean in one direction. The class quietly panicked as the tree groaned and stopped as it leaned in one direction and then stopped. Izuku sweated as they all stared up at the hazard they put up in the middle of the common room. It's pretty great. He nodded and held Eri close as Ochako got under his other arm. The class went in groups to shop for their secret Santa gifts. They put a limit, so no one got anything too extravagant, much to Yaoruzo's disappointment. Inko also went out with a group to buy something for everyone. Since she lived in UA and had nowhere to spend her paychecks, she was swimming in money. Eri got a secret Santa as well, so Izuku took her to shop for a gift. Father and daughter walked through the same mall where Izuku nearly died. He finally managed to go to the shop where he saved the owner's family. They sold specialized sweets. It was the perfect place to buy Tsu her gift. Eri had gotten Mina and Izuku had a good idea of where to go for her gift. They found a shop that made plushies and Izuku told Eri what movie series she liked. She picked up on the idea from there. With that done, they went home to wrap up their gifts. Now, the problem was that Izuku was terrible at using wrapping paper. Every time that he tried to wrap something up, it turned out a mess. So instead he just throws it in a gift bag and calls it a day. Eri wanted to wrap her gift up, so Izuku helped her where he could. I was a mess, but it was done. Some weeks went by as Christmas arrived. The class celebrated with each other as they all dressed up for the day. They had the day planned out with opening gifts after dinner. The chaotic class began their day with everyone working on gingerbread houses. Many fights broke out when Shinso got teased for his horrible architectural skills and he commanded Siro to take a bite out of Kaminari's bread creation. From there it devolved into a war where only Eri's house was safe. The cleanup after that took 2 hours because the bits of gingerbread got stuck on the ceiling very easily. The class settled into the couches and binge-watched Christmas movie after Christmas movie. The day progressed until it was getting close to dinner and the whole class began to work on the feast they wanted. With Inko directing them where they needed help, 1A cooked up multiple dishes that they could be proud of. Exchanging gifts was an exciting experience for Eri. She was having a blast with the day's festivities. The little girl ran up to Mina and presented her with a badly wrapped-up plushie. Mina gave her a great hug and opened it to show a black faceless alien plushie. It was about the size of her head when she held it up to admire it. Mina squealed in joy and gave Eri another hug for thanks. More or less the same was happening thought the common room. Eri sat with the most gifts as she opened one after another. Izuku received his gift from Yaoruzo. She held out a slip to him. I couldn't find anything that liked for you, so this is a coupon for me to make anything for you, no questions asked. So take dash. She was cut off by Izuku's sniffling. This is just what I wanted. Izuku wiped his tears and tore a portal to his stash. I want 50 shells with buckshot, 50 shells in sabo slug, 50 shells with bean bags, and 50 shells with an incendiary shot. All in 12-gauge 2 3/4, please. Izuku's tears dried up as he listed off what he wanted. Yaoruzo stood there stunned at the request. She opened her mouth to ask on instinct but stopped before she could. Instead, she lifted her shirt, and 4 boxes came out. She held them out to the class president. She felt like she made a mistake when Izuku grabbed the boxes with tender care and grinned like a madman. He giggled and tore a portal to his stash and put them next to his shotgun. I will not forget this. Thank you for your gift, Yaoruzo. Izuku gave his thanks to a still-dazed Yaoruzo as he walked away. The day ended with everyone relaxing in the common room. Eri sat between Izuku and Inko as they all sat to watch a movie together, with Ochako on the other side of Izuku. The school was shut down until the day after New Year's. So Izuku opened portals for everyone to get home for the New Year's celebration. Izuku stayed with Eri and Inko in the dorms. Ochako reluctantly left but was ordered to spend time with her family by Inko. So came the end of the year with the next to come. Everyone got to spend a few days with their families for New Year and it was a good break for everyone. While everyone was away, Izuku and Eri got to spend time with Inko. Ochako was sent away to spend time with her parents by Inko. It was a nice break from work and school. Rumi even got to drop in for a few hours to spend with the Midoriyas. The day before school started again, Izuku began to portal people back to the dorms. Ochako was one of the first people to come through to no one's surprise. Everyone was waved goodbye by their families as they walked through the green portal. Some were more dramatic than others. My baby boy. I'm going to miss you. One more day. Shinso's mother clung to Hitoshi as he was trying to push her off. With a red face of embarrassment, he desperately tried to move through the portal. Knock it off. He looked through the portal to see some of his classmates holding in laughter at the scene before them. His face burned brighter. Mom. His mother got up from grabbing his waist and held him. Be careful and call often. Kish. She planted a big smooch on his burning cheek and sent him on his way. With his head lowered to hide his red face, he went through. The class chuckled after the portal closed, but no one said anything or looked at his glaring face. The class was reunited as they settled into the couches in the common room. They chatted about their time at home. When Izuku looked over the class, he could see that they let their shoulders down some, and that made Izuku happy for them. The next day, Izuku and Eri walked to a private room. He knocked and peeked in to see the people waiting. Small Might, Mirio, and Sir Night Eye stopped talking and looked to the door. They waved Izuku in and he moved Eri inside after locking the door. Young and younger Midoriya, thank you for coming. Small Might greeted them with a smile. Younger? Eri is now your younger sister? Sir raised an eyebrow in question. Eri hugged his leg in response. Zuku is my dad. Izuku felt that warmth in his chest and picked up Eri for a hug. Yes, I am, he said with a smile. After Sir collected himself, straightened up and got to business. Is Eri ready? Eri for her part nodded in confidence. Izuku set her back down and they moved to Mirio, who sat on the floor for easy access. He looked anxiously at everyone but didn't say anything. Izuku knelt next to Eri as she lay her hands on Mirio. She closed her eyes and focused on her quirk and how much energy she released into the blonde teen. Sir and Small Might stared intently at the process. Eri's horn shrunk little by little as Mirio seemed to shift slightly. His hair shrunk and grew slightly and some blemishes appeared and disappeared. Then Eri opened her eyes and let go after a long sigh. She stumbled and Izuku caught her from behind. Eri, are you all right? Izuku looked worriedly at his daughter. She gathered herself and nodded as she stood under her own legs. Just felt dizzy, it was a lot more than ever. She smiled at Izuku and leaned into his arms. The other three were grouped up and waiting. Then Mirio closed his eyes and phased through the ground. Sir let out a relieved sigh and Small Might gave out a cheer. Eri pumped her fist in success and then her eyes were covered preemptively by Izuku. She let out a sound of surprise at her father's actions. Mirio appeared from the ground that second with a smile that fit better on a madman and as naked as the day he was born. Clothes, Mirio. Izuku broke the upperclassman's joy. He quickly grabbed his pants and slipped them on and gave a thumbs up with a giant grin. Izuku moved his hands from Eri's eyes once it was clear. What about? Sir didn't finish his question. Mirio sobered up and focused again. After a moment, yellow lightning covered his form, and he zipped back a few steps and moved around while laughing in relief. It all back. He stood and cried. Sir was sagging in obvious relief and Small Might was smiling with contentment. Mirio moved in front of the two Midoriyas and knelt on the floor and bowed to both Eri and Izuku. Thanks to you, I can continue to be a hero. Thank you. Eri shuffled uncomfortably while the older boy had his forehead on the ground in front of her. Izuku took advantage of the situation. If Eri ever needs help, I ask you to do everything to do so. If you do that, then I think it would be fair, he said with all seriousness. Eri looked up at her father in confusion and he smiled down at her with a kiss on her horn to reassure her. Mirio raised his head and gave a nod. I will. With none of the usual jovial cheer in his voice. Izuku nodded back. He had just gotten Eri a powerful person to watch over her if he would ever be away from her. With most likely the newest #1 hero on her side, that made him grin. Eri and Izuku left the trio after that and let Mirio get back into the swing of things with his quirks. It was close to lunchtime and he ate with her as the rest of 1A filed into the cafeteria. Most of them sat around the two as they ate as a pseudo-family. Ochako sat on the other side of Eri and they chatted about nothing in particular with joy in their voices. Izuku listened contentedly to his Two Faces girls and made a goal to get stronger for both of them. At this point, everyone has gotten an internship and Eri has been staying with her grandmother, much to Inko's delight. Weeks went by with the same routine with little variations. Class started, it ended, they go to their internships and then back to the dorms. They got days off to the agency's discretion. Many lined up with each other to everyone's delight. Izuku focused on more training with Rumi as his internship continued. He sparred more and more with her. She got other heroes to come in and spar with them as they began to develop bad habits with each other while fighting. It started a few heroes every week, then a few heroes every day. Now it is more of a fight club in the Mirko's private gym. Any and all hand-to-hand combative heroes were ecstatic to join in the fight and then more heroes joined in. Some specialized in ranged combat took the chance to learn to fight more properly from experts. Izuku didn't expect their fighting ring to become so popular, but he was overjoyed at all the new people he could fight. He lost many but won even more. In every fight he learned from his mistakes and improved bit by bit. He came from the dorms tired and bruised, but he was happy to be adapting to more fighting styles. Rumi became the default leader of the fighting ring. She fought just as many people as Izuku did to shore up her weaknesses. At the end of each week, the two siblings sparred with each other and improved with leaps and bounds. The two battle-hunger heroes team up with multiple heroes on patrol and other occasions. Rip N. Tier was one of the most wanted in-turn heroes because of his portal ability. He was asked to go on many operations with Rumi on his side. He has quickly become efficient at moving people from one location to another. His classmates were improving alongside him as the months went by. Some of them got a chance to work with each other under their respective heroes. Ochako has asked Izuku multiple times to spar with him during their school training hours. She was also improving steadily in her close combat abilities. She didn't learn anything much from him other than his grappling, but he was happy to be a test dummy for her. His fighting style was too aggressive for her to copy, so he helped her with whatever she asked. Other classmates also joined in their fights, with Hagakure being one of the first to ask. Ever since he saved her from losing a leg, she has become more friendly with the family. She spoke with the three more and more. Hagakure joined in the sparring with her, losing most of the time but landing hits on the two many times. You are a glass knife. By that I mean you can hit just fine, but if you get hit you shatter, Izuku said as he lifted Hagakure off the sparring mat. There was a defeated sigh. I know. So learn to hit the vitals and take your opponents down quick so you don't get hit. He gave her some advice. She would never have thought of being more bloodthirsty if it hadn't been for Izuku's comments. He explained to her to learn where she should strike with her bare hands. After sparring, she went off to find anatomy books to study. More of his classmates joined in after Hagakure. Time passed as the day came for Izuku. He knelt down in front of the man as he received his reward. He looked down at the plastic card that slipped out of the envelope. Rise, my child, and go forward to spread the good word. Snipe gestured grandly at the door. Izuku looked up from his hero firearms license. I will not forget this day. After raising his head from the bow, he headed out of the teacher's lounge. Was that necessary? Aizawa said from his desk. He had watched the whole thing happen before his eyes. Oh, lighten up, a bit of good OL fun never hurt no one. Snipe waved him off. You just gave a license to shoot people, that's not hurting no one? 13 asked. It'll be fine. Snipe stated with little hesitation. It is good for the young to learn firearms, and if they want to carry one, let them. Responsibly, of course. Small Might stated. What would you know? Aizawa said with just a bit of snark. Well, I carry myself, see? He pulled out a handgun from his desk to everyone's surprise. Time in America got me very comfortable with guns. No one had anything to say to the former number one hero and his firearm. Izuku went back to his dorms with a pep in his step. The class noticed and asked about it. He proudly showed his newest license. Is that a hero license to carry and operate firearms? Yayaruzo was the first to recognize the plastic card. Yep. Izuku smiled in joy. You have a gun? Kaminari asked in shock. Izuku was about to answer when he caught his mother looking at him with an eyebrow raised. With a drop of sweat rolling down his head, he spoke. I just thought it would be a good idea to have a license just in case. Like a driver's license but with firearms. Mina, Ochako, and Inko immediately saw through his words. Inko stared intently at her son as he nervously moved from one foot to another. Ochako! Inko moved her eyes off Izuku and to his unofficial daughter-in-law. Izuku's girlfriend squirmed under the motherly gaze of Inko and the panicked look of Izuku. Yes, mother. She added the last part in hopes of getting Inko off of the topic. Inko didn't take the bait but smiled anyway. Does Izuku have a firearm? The whole class was watching intently at the drama. Ochako's eyes snapped to Inko and Izuku in rapid succession. She was sweating just as much as Izuku as she tried to figure something out. Show me, Izuku. Inko had gotten her answer. With a defeated sigh, he tore a portal and pulled out the shotgun he had found so long ago. She took it without no hesitation and looked it over, then she nodded and handed it back to Izuku without a word. That's it? Izuku asked, dumbfounded. Oh please, your quirk is 10 times more dangerous than that. Inko waved off his worries. After that, the whole class looked over their class president's firearm, with Izuku having to point the barrel away from a dangerous direction multiple times. While Yaoruzo was inspecting the gun, Todoroki approached Izuku and asked, "My father wanted to invite both you and Mirko to dinner at my house." "What, why?" Izuku tilted his head in confusion. He didn't say, but it would be nice to have a friend over for dinner for once. His monotone voice lifted in slight hope. Izuku nodded with a smile. "We'll be there." He patted his shoulder. Izuku turned back to see Kaminari posing with a safari hat and the gun on his hip with a stuffed lion on the ground. Mina and Siro snapped pictures with their phones as the next person lined up for a picture. Rumi was reluctant to go with Izuku to Endeavor's home for dinner. She was never social with anyone, let alone other heroes. She went only to things that her secretary told her to go to. If she was offered to come on a TV show, she declined unless her friend and secretary ordered her to go. "Why though?" "I don't want to." Rumi complained like a child. "Your friend invited you, you go." "He invited both of us." Izuku crossed his arms while looking at his big sister leaning in her chair like she was dead. "Plus, when was the last time you went out to something like this?" "Months before you came along," her secretary said from the couch. Rumi gave her a baleful glare with no heat behind it. "You will go. It'll be good for you." She stood up and walked to the door as if the matter was settled. Rumi grumbled some more before getting up and grabbing Izuku in a headlock while walking out the door. "Come on, then let's go to my apartment." She dragged Izuku along as he tried to get out of the hold. Izuku hasn't been her home yet and was curious what it would be like. He escaped, and they walked down the sidewalk. "I thought you lived in your agency or something." "Nah, I thought about it when I first started but decided against it. I would rather have my home away from my work." They walked a few more blocks before arriving at an unassuming building. She led him up the stairs to an apartment and unlocked a steel door, and welcomed him in with a wave. "Welcome to my burrow." Rumi smiled at him. Her apartment, in a word, is chaotic but organized. While not messy, it was organized in a way only she would know. Piles of books and magazines were next to the couch and movie cases crowded around her TV. Clean cloths were folded on top of her kitchen table. Izuku walked in and took off his shoes. He walked around her apartment as she walked past him and into her room. Izuku didn't look in there for privacy's sake. She called out that she would shower quickly and change for dinner. Izuku, meanwhile, began to mess with her stuff, but only subtly. He switched DVDs with similar-looking discs and shifted her TV a few inches from the center. It was petty, but he smirked at her confusion in the future. He helped himself to a pudding from her fridge and plopped onto her couch. Eri pouted when Izuku said he wouldn't be back at the dorms until after she was already asleep. It was adorable. Ochako said that she would stay with her, and Izuku had all the confidence in his girlfriend. She had also pouted for a moment when she found out about him going out alone. With a kiss goodbye for the both of them, he headed off to Rumi's agency. Izuku waited in his good jeans and a nice shirt for Rumi to finish changing. He was licking the spoon clean of pudding when Rumi walked out with a pair of jeans and a blouse. She stopped and watched Izuku lick the last of the pudding she was saving for a special day. "I see you made yourself comfortable," Rumi said with her eye twitching. "I was getting hungry." He shrugged in response. Rumi walked close and grabbed him by the ear. "Ah, you owe me more pudding." Izuku grabbed one of her ears in response. "But, you brat. Let go. You let go. You ate my pudding. You took too long." "All right, we both let go on one." Rumi counted down, and when she reached one, neither let go. "You didn't let go." "Neither did you." After a good 5 minutes, the two siblings finally managed to let go of each other. With one red ear, the both of them headed out. Izuku asked to stop by a liquor store and picked up a good wine as a thank you gift for inviting them for dinner. Rumi, of course, had to buy it for him with his money. Since they had time, They took their time and took the train. So this is the place? Nice. Rumi looked around as they walked to the front door of the Todoroki residence. It's nice. It has an aesthetic look that I like. Izuku nodded and knocked on the front door. After a few moments, Fuyumi opened the front door. Midoriya, nice to see you again. She smiled at him and then turned to Rumi. Miss Usajiyama, welcome to my home. She bowed to her in welcome. Thank you for having us. Izuku said in response and held out the wine to her. She grabbed the bottle. Wonderful. Thank you for the gift, it will go well with the dinner. She smiled again and ushered the two in. Shoto was sitting in the living room and was getting up when the two walked in behind his sister. Yo. He waved to Izuku and then looked to Rumi. Mirko. He nodded in greeting. Endeavor walked in at that time in a turtleneck. He greeted them with a small smile and motioned them to the kitchen to sit. The last time Izuku had seen Endeavor is when they fought the Hood Nomu, and the #1 hero was exhausted from the battle. He has a large scar from the top of his head to below his chin on the left side. They sat down as Fuyumi said she was almost finished. It's a miracle you didn't lose your eye. Izuku said with no tact at all. He openly stared at Endeavor's scar. There was a small clatter in the kitchen, and Shoto snorted. Endeavor just raised his eyebrow. I could say the same with yours. He smirked and traced his fingers over his head where Izuku had his scar from Shigaraki. They continued their small talk as they waited. Rumi and Shoto were mostly quiet but interjected whenever they wanted. The more comfortable Rumi got, the more she chatted. Izuku went quiet when the front door opened and closed. He subconsciously shifted his legs to jump at who was coming. A broad-shouldered man with white hair turned the corner into the kitchen. Natsuo, you came just in time. Fuyumi said as she set down pots and pans of food with plates for everyone. Izuku stood to introduce himself. Hello, I'm Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you. He shook hands with Natsuo. He greeted Izuku well enough, but he could sense that he didn't want to be there. Rumi gave a nod to Natsuo but was more focused on scooping food onto her plate. And that's Rumi Usajiyama. He introduced her himself. They all sat and began to serve themselves their plates. The wine bottle he had bought was brought out, and so were wine cups for everyone, even Izuku and Shoto. A small cup won't hurt you, Endeavor said with a smile in response to his raised eyebrow. He shrugged and took a sip of the dark red fluid. Rumi eyed him for his reaction. Oh God, this awakened something in me. Izuku stared into the red wine as he savored the rich flavor. Endeavor snorted a laugh. Fuyumi and Shoto both gave him a smirk at his words. Natsuo didn't say anything, and Rumi shook her head. Inko is going to end me if she finds out. The dinner was very tasty, and Izuku was having a nice time with everyone at the table. What brought it down some was Natsuo, who kept on giving his father small glares when he thought no one was looking. He gave some scathing remarks aimed at his father whenever he got the chance, and Endeavor took them without saying anything. As I see it, you are become just like him. Natsuo said, looking at Izuku. Somehow, it ended up with Izuku getting flack for getting along with the Todoroki head. Natsuo. That's uncalled for. Fuyumi said with outrage for her guests. Shoto's eyebrows scrunched up in slight anger in defense of his first friend. Like him. He used his thumb to gesture to the big man beside him. Nah, I don't care for ranking. He waved his hand and ate more noodles from his bowl. You get along very well. You don't even know what he had done. He snarled at Izuku's easygoing response. That easygoing demeanor changed in an instant. I have a very good idea what he has done. Izuku's voice came out colder than any of the Todoroki could make it with their quirks. Rumi's hackles raised in instincts but held her seat. If he had continued to do what he had done to your family before, I wouldn't be so friendly with him. I believe people can change, seems to be trying. If he wasn't, well, things would be different. Izuku changed immediately again to his easygoing demeanor and took a sip of his wine. Rumi didn't stop eating as she watched the show, even when her lizard brain said to hide. What would be different? Shoto broke the silence in curiosity. He looked to his sweating father to his first friend. I don't know. I can't look at other timelines. That would be an awesome quirk. The power to see what would happen if you took one route instead of the other. Izuku fantasies, and then he ripped open a portal. Grabbing his notebook, he made a quick note and threw it back. What do you always write in those notebooks? I always see you writing in them at random times. Shoto asked and continued to eat as Natsuo settled back into his seat, somewhat unsure what to do now. Fuyumi was also somewhat unbalanced from the heavy topic of their family to something mundane like Midoriya's notebook. She looked to the other guest to see her response to what had happened. Mirko caught her eye and shrugged while subtly waving her concern away. Endeavor meanwhile sipped on his wine as he looked between Rip and Tier and his son talking. The green-haired boy was talking about unique quirks he liked to research. From mundane quirks like turning into a liquid to the ability to bend reality to your whims. What a bizarre boy. At some point, Natsuo had gotten up and he left after Fuyumi tried to convince him to stay. The rest of the dinner was tame in comparison. Rumi tried to get Endeavor to join their fighting ring as Izuku explained to Shoto that his father is not some great villain as far as he knows. Dinner was concluded and Izuku helped with putting the dishes away. Shoto talked to Izuku about his father and his thoughts about what he had done. Izuku wasn't sure how to help but encouraged Shoto to do what felt right. Rumi was confused most of the time when they talked about the Todoroki family, but she was getting parts of the whole picture. Endeavor went off to another room with a small plate of food. Rumi saw that and asked Fuyumi about it. She went on to explain about Toya. They were quiet after that. They settled into the living room to let the food sit well. Izuku had also gotten another wine cup much to Rumi's displeasure. You like wine? Shoto asked across from his friend. He had tried it before but he never got the taste for it. It's great. I've never drank alcohol before but if this is what it tastes like then I'm excited to try different stuff. Ah. You just like that because it's sweet and you don't taste any of the actual alcohol. Rumi mocked him in a sisterly way. Endeavor arrived back at the living room and raised an eyebrow at Izuku with another wine cup. Go get your own, old man. Izuku shielded his wine from the number one hero. The hero in question snorted and shook his head. It was getting late, and they agreed it was time to go. Izuku downed the rest of the cup of crimson liquid. Shoto smirked, and Rumi tried to reach out to stop him but winced when she was too late. Thank you for coming. It has been a good night. Endeavor walked them to the exit gate. It wasn't necessary, but it was common courtesy. Izuku felt just a bit lightheaded. Thank you for having us. His words came out without showing any of his real state of mind. Endeavor was about to say something else when he was wrapped up in white tape, similar to Ciro's, and launched into the building across from the gate. Izuku spun around and got stumbled a bit. He looked at a man with white lines covering him. He said something about Endeavor imprisoning him 7 years ago and wishes to be ended by the number one hero. Endeavor was dusting himself off from the rubble as the villain spoke. He showed his hostage of the eldest Todoroki son. Fight me with everything you got and end me or your boy dies. The villain named Ending shouted to Endeavor. Ending moved to the side and dodged Mirko's flying kick. Nice try, but this is between me and him. And promptly wrapped Mirko up in white lines. She fell to the ground in a cocoon and was ignored. Now come at it. He was cut off by a loud blast. Endeavor watched as Ending fell, clutching his side and back. Izuku moved over the prone villain and smashed his head with the butt of his shotgun. Ending fell unconscious, and Izuku swayed just a bit. He moved to the hostage and tore away the bindings. Natsuo stared in shock at what had happened. You ended him? He shouted. But, no. Beanbag round, although I'm sure I should have been farther away. I think I broke some ribs with that shot. The wine was beginning to get to his head. Shoto and Fuyumi were running out of the house as Endeavor moved and grabbed Natsuo into a hug with Izuku caught in the crossfire. Oh, this is nice. I haven't had a hug from a father in a long time. He patted Endeavor's back with his shotgun still in his grip. Endeavor let them go and looked over his son as he moved to help the still trapped Rumi. He tore away the binding, and Rumi sat up. Rumi, I think I'm a lightweight. She looked at her brother and began to laugh at him. You're drunk. She held her stomach in laughter. Shoto and Fuyumi both watched as their father held the eldest son while crying slightly, and then they looked over to Mirko, who was laughing on the ground while Izuku tried to reload his gun and not being able to get it right. "You have very interesting friends, Shoto," Fuyumi said as Izuku threw the gun into a portal. "Yeah, they keep things interesting." He nodded. Izuku walked through the portal to his dorm after dropping off Rumi in her home. She gave him a worried look as he told her he was fine. He, quietly as he could, moved to the occupied bed after stripping from his jeans and shirt. He softly laid into the bed behind Ochako. She woke up groggy and kissed him. She smacked her lips and woke up properly. "Were you drinking?" she asked, incredulity in her tone. "Todoroki's gave me a wine cup for dinner, and I took another after dinner. I think I'm drunk." He slurred his words and hugged Ochako's abdomen as he slipped into sleep. Ochako snorted in response and held Izuku. She was going to get everything out of him tomorrow, and she was going to have words with Rumi as well. But in the meantime, she was going to embrace her love in sleep. Izuku woke up the next morning with a dry mouth and a slight headache. He groaned internally and buried his face into the soft surface in front of him. The relief of the darkening room was followed by a giggle resonating from the soft surface he buried his face in. He felt arms wrap around his head as Ochako pushed his head into her stomach. With the softest whisper, "How is your first hangover?" He could hear her smirk without having to see it. "It sucks, but I think I had worse." He recalled getting sick when he was younger and thought he was going to die in his miserable state. Another giggle. "Well, now you know not to drink so much." She buried her face into his hair and then pulled back. "Why do you smell like dust?" She recognized that smell from many training exercises with broken cement. "Villain attacked Endeavor and threw him through a wall. I shot him." His voice was muffled by his girlfriend's abdomen. There was a pause. "Are they dead?" "Endeavor, though. Villaino. Beanbag shot." He explained as he tore a portal without looking and pulling a shell from an example. She took it and looked it over before tossing it back through the portal. There was another yawn and some shuffling of sheets. Eri leaned over Ochako and patted Izuku on his head. "Morning, Dad." "Morning, little one." He smiled at the greeting. The young family snuggled together for a while longer before everyone began to get ready for Monday morning. Izuku winced and squinted the whole time while getting dressed, and Ochako smirked at his reactions. They made it down to the kitchen where most of the class was already there and eating. Inko was helping to cook some things up for some while others already had food in front of them. Todoroki was already at the table eating when Izuku came down. He tried to keep a smirk off of his face when his friend was squinting at the light. Inko, ever perceptive, saw her son act unusual but didn't have any immediate proof of what was wrong. She passed him while setting plates of food down for some and tried to get a read of what was going on. She ruffled his already messy hair when she passed again, and he subtly winced, like a headache. She stopped in her step and realized it was a hangover. Her eyes snapped to the split-haired boy. He startled ever so slightly and averted his eyes. "You all have a wonderful day. I have some errands to run and some calls to make," she said to the kitchen. She hugged Eri and then Ochako. She then hugged Izuku and whispered, "I know." He stiffened in her hug and she walked off with most of the class saying goodbye to their dorm mother. Izuku sat with a pale complexion when Inko left. She knows. He grabbed his hair as he whisper-shouted, and that made the headache even worse. "Knows what?" Mina asked by Eri's side. She was ignored as Izuku tore a portal for his phone and quickly texted Rumi. "She knows." Most of the class watched their class monster panic slightly as he sat at the kitchen table. He looked at his phone when it pinged with a message, and he looked down and grimaced before throwing it through the still open portal. Izuku hung his head in seeming defeat and Ochako patted and rubbed his back for comfort. The class tried to piece everything together, but they had vital pieces missing. "Is everything all right, Midoriya?" Yaoyorozu hesitantly asked. He groaned. "Just some personal stuff, nothing bad, but it gonna be a pain later." He glanced at Todoroki. "Your fault," Todoroki said simply. Izuku wanted to say something, but he was right, so instead, he glared at him. Some of the class began to whisper to each other to try to find out what was going on. They knew it had to do with Todoroki, given the interaction they just had. Jairu and Shoji were asked if they heard anything, but the Midoriyas never spoke a word of what was going on. "Mom, what's a hangover?" Eri's sweet voice silenced the whole room in an instant. She looked around at everyone who stopped talking. "What?" she confusingly asked most adorably. The class exploded into commotion as everyone spoke over the other. Izuku dropped his throbbing head on the table and some laughed and others yelled questions. Ochako patted Eri's head as she tried to understand what was going on. "She'll just ask Nizu what it means." The class calmed down after Izuku explained what had happened at the dinner with Todoroki's. Most of the class laughed at his suffering and the minor few gave him sympathetic pats on the back. With that, everyone began their trek to their classroom. Once Eri was dropped off with Nizu, 1A was seated in the classroom. Aizawa entered not long after the bell had rung. He looked exhausted, but not in his usual way of sleep deprivation. To Izuku it seemed emotionally drained exhaustion, and by some of his classmates' faces, they could tell as well. He stood in front of his podium and looked over the class. With a heavy sigh, he began. "There has been a recent development that has arisen. There will be an operation that will need all able hands to participate." He paused at the last word. "You will not be forced into this dangerous situation. All I can say if you want to join is that it will be extremely dangerous." He looked over the worried faces of his class. Izuku stood up and leaned forward on his desk. "What's going on, Aizawa?" Aizawa's lips thinned and began to speak again. "You all may remember the Meta Liberation Army. A radical organization that wanted to use everyone's quirks freely. It wasn't opposed to using violence to get what they wanted. In the end, they were all captured, including their leader, Destro. While incarcerated, he managed to release his manifesto to the public, and it's widespread today. Today, we have it on good authority that Destro's son is building an army to continue his father's unaccomplished dreams. We have also found out that the MLA has been helping the doctor who has been making the Nomo from the League of Villains. We will accept anyone willing to help in one of the largest operations to stop the MLA and what is remaining of the League. It will not be an easy ordeal, it will be closer to war. The MLA is occupying Jaka City, and every single person in that city is part of the MLA. Our job will be to stop the MLA before they launch an attack." When he finished, the whole room was deadly quiet. Their teacher didn't say anything more and stood with his head bowed. After a few moments, Izuku spoke up. "When is the operation supposed to begin?" "A few days at most. We want to cut them off before they get any more traction. Again, none of you are required to participate in this. But the HPSC is asking for all the help it can." Aizawa didn't raise his head while he answered. Izuku looked over his class and saw they were all either pale or had anxious looks on their faces. Ochako looked at him and gave him a shaky nod. They could practically speak without saying a word. Many people after that began to harden into resolve. Izuku could see one by one they mentally agreed to join in this operation. "The answer to my next question will make my decision. Do we get extra credit for this?" Izuku asked with all the seriousness he could manage. He got what he wanted as a few snorts and laughs slipped out of his classmates. Aizawa looked up at his class to see them holding back some laughter, but they all had the same look in their eyes. They all had accepted to join in the operation. He didn't know if was relieved or not. "Yes, Midoriya, on the next test you will get 5 points extra credit." He sighed out with a slight laugh accompanied by it. The room was released of its tension as the chaotic class laughed. Classes were cancelled for the hero classes so they could begin to prepare for the operation. 1A stayed in their classroom as they asked questions about what they would be needed to do and who would go where. Aizawa assured them that people will be going where they will be best suited for. For example, Koji wouldn't be sent to the front line unless it got worse. They would be getting paid by the HPSC rates for interns, much to Ochako's pleasure. Everyone in the city will be their enemy, so they all will have to be careful even if they are rescuing people. Some of these people will be zealots to the MLA. Some might not stop at simply injuring you. I wish you all didn't have to learn so early in your lives, but if it comes to it, your life is more valuable than theirs. I hope you all won't ever need that advice," he said to his class. He could tell his words sank in deeply. He looked over to his problem child and he was also looking over the class as they took it in. The class returned to the dorms with contemplative looks on all their faces. Everyone's internships were cancelled until further notice, but they all called in just in case. Inko was already briefed on what was going on and watched as her kids quietly sat around or went to their rooms to think about what was about to happen. Eri asked what was going on after she noticed everyone's expressions. "We all have a big job sometime this week. Do you remember when I went with Ochako, Tsu, and Kirishima? Like that but much bigger." Izuku explained it without giving many details. She had nodded, but Izuku saw some worry on her face. "Don't worry about it. We are too young and they will put us to do basic stuff." Izuku picked her up and squeezed her until she squeezed as hard as she could back in a hug. Once everyone was settled in, Izuku got up and called Rumi for more information. She was annoyed when she picked up. "You got me in trouble, you little drunk. Inko strolled into my office a few hours ago and stared at me until I had to spill my guts about why you had a hangover this morning." "What did she say?" Izuku looked over his shoulder anxiously. "She was calm, but I could tell she was angry. Once I explained that you were a lightweight and Endeavor gave you a cup to drink, she calmed a bit. She said that I wasn't allowed to let you drink anymore if you were ever with me." Rumi sighed and explained. "Well, that could have been worse. She hasn't said anything to me, so maybe I'm in the clear?" He shrugged to no one in particular. "Anyways, can I come in to talk?" She gave him the okay and Izuku walked through his portal to Rumi's office. He sat down and asked for any more information about what was going on in the operation. The doctor behind the league attached himself to the MLA to continue his research into his nomus. In return, the doctor brought in a big beast to help with the MLA. They call him Gigantomachia, an old ally of All for One, and to extension the doctor. She showed him a picture of a large stony man standing in front of a tall building. Some type of Nomu they are saying, but he is unique as you can see. Main objective will be to take out the doctor and Redestro, both alive if possible. The next is to capture the city while taking out any MLA members and any Nomu the doc has cooked up. She explained while showing pictures of both Redestro and the doctor alongside a map of the city of Jaku. Izuku examined everything she gave him. "It's going to get ugly, isn't it?" She didn't respond immediately. "Yep, it's gonna get worse before it gets better. I think you can handle it, but your classmates, I don't know." Izuku nodded and leaned back in her chair. "I'll do what's necessary, but I don't know if they could. Ochako might, but it will be hard on her." He sighed. "The best you can do is prepare and ready yourself for the fallout." Rumi patted his shoulder in comfort. "I could use a drink." Izuku said jokingly. "Boy, I swear I will help Inko beat your ass." She slapped the back of his head as he laughed. 2 days later, 1A was with their teams of heroes close to Jaku City. There were many nervous faces that Izuku passed. He had been teamed up with Rumi, much to his relief, to extract the doctor and get him out of there. Nomu were classified as end on sight and everything else was secondary. They were having one last meeting with the head of the teams to finalize any last-minute changes. Izuku was already taken to the triage zone for heroes with many healing quirks on the ready and prison hospitals for anyone else. He had locations set for most situations. The hero teams could see Jaku from where they met and many heroes waited for it to begin. Endeavor was leading the front line with Nizu taking care of logistics and communications between teams. They went over the plans for each team as Izuku slightly behind and next to his sister. Remember, this won't be a simple raid with civilians in the crossfire. It's a city raid with civilians as possible enemies. Do not let your guard down with anyone you don't see here. Endeavor was finished up as he looked at each team leader. Izuku took everything as he listened intently. While he was paying attention, he noticed Rumi's ears twitch and move side to side as if they were trying to find a sound. He immediately went into alert and saw what Rumi was trying to find. 2 depressions a few feet behind Endeavor with no one in them. On instincts, Izuku shot forward to grab whoever was invisible behind Endeavor. The number 1 hero was startled as Izuku grabbed something behind him. Izuku grabbed a neck and picked up the invisible person before slamming him down and pinning him under his weight. Everyone nearby was alerted by the commotion of Rip and Tier holding someone to the ground. The intruder appeared soon as a man in his mid-30s with an unremarkable face. No. I failed." The man panicked at his supposed failure. "An assassin. Keep an eye out, more could be near." Endeavor shouted to everyone. Wait, you might do. The panicking assassin said as he looked up at Rip N. Tier's visor. What are you talking about? Izuku squeezed just a bit tighter. Rumi grabbed his arm, much to Izuku's surprise. She pulled something off of his arm that he didn't notice until now. A syringe, an empty syringe. What was in this? Rumi grabbed the man by the hair roughly and pulled him up to stare at him. He laughed with some strain, and the next word that came out of his mouth chilled everyone to the bone. Trigger. The area near where Izuku, Endeavor, and Mirko were deadly quiet as they all heard what the previously invisible man said. Mirko's face went pale as she turned to her brother and in turn. Endeavor swore under his breath as he understood the reason why he was targeted. Trigger causes the victim to go into a frenzy while enhancing their quirk. If he was injected with it, then he would have incinerated everything in his immediate vicinity. Now one of the most dangerous hand-to-hand first years got injected instead of him. Endeavor immediately called through his communications device in his ear. We need the strongest healers specializing in poison on my position now. Rumi slammed her fist into the laughing man to knock him unconscious. Izuku fell back off of the man as he could feel the drug course through his veins. He was getting worried as he felt power steadily build up. It was fire course through his body with each heartbeat. With shaking hands he moved to take off his helmet. His hands tore through it without trying. What was left of his helmet was scrap metal as he brushed it off of his head. He tried to move away by pushing himself with his hands, but they sunk into the ground like water. He pulled himself up with his legs only and held his hands away from anything as he began to burn inside. Mirko appeared in front of him the next moment. How are you doing? She was panicking but tried to hide it to his benefit. He laughed nervously. I can't touch anything and I feel like I'm burning on the inside. He felt the urge to grab things and pull them apart, but he fought it with everything he had. Urges are getting strong. Mom is going to end me if she finds out I did drugs after she found out I was drinking. His laughter sounded a bit unhinged to his ears. Mirko nodded with thin lips. All right, keep calm and don't do anything. She had cold sweat dripping down her brow as she looked at him up and down. She stopped at his hands as they shook. She could faintly hear air being ripped into shreds by the minuscule movement. The air around his hands warped around without him actively trying to do anything. Izuku knelt there as he could hear people talking around him, and Rumi tried to distract him from his urge to rip everything into pieces. Second by second he felt himself build up power as the drug surged through his body. Endeavor came flying in with someone over his shoulder. He landed roughly as he got the unknown medic off of his shoulder. The young man stumbled as he dropped down and then moved to Izuku's side. Hello, I'm here to purge poison out of his body. Any idea what it was? Trigger. Izuku growled out as he felt the strain of keeping his body still. What? I have never done that drug. The young doctor said in shock. Well, learn on the job. Mirko snapped at him. The man nervously was going to grab Izuku's arms before he was pulled away by Endeavor. He was redirected to his neck for skin-on-skin contact for his quirk to work. All right, easy enough, it's like any other unwanted toxin in the body. All I have to do is... He whispered under his breath and then repeated himself in frustration. It's getting worse. Izuku groaned as he unintentionally jerked his hands down. Space tore apart and reknit itself close. For a moment it was like seeing reality spit and slide parallel to itself, then move back immediately. Like a photograph cut in half and then healing again. Hurry up! Mirko shouted at the healer with a pale face. I can't. It doesn't want to leave. It's like a vaccine, it attached itself to him. The healer was sweating in concentration. I can only move it in his body, but I can't purge it. Izuku groaned in pain, and as he looked around to think of something, anything, all he could see was Rumi's panicking face and Jaku City behind her. He could see Gigantomachia as he stood guard in front of the tall tower where they think Redestro is at. You can move it in my body? Then concentrated it so I can use it all up. His body felt like Endeavor was under his skin and was alight. His idea was a way to give in to his urges and to get rid of the trigger. That might work. The healers sounded unsure. Do it. Endeavor was still watching over the group as his son's friend struggled. What are you planning, Izuku? Rumi asked worriedly. Izuku only laughed with a strained voice in response. He stood up with halting movements, space tore as his hands moved. He moved to face the city and more specifically the tower and the beast before it. Do it now. Move it all to my hands. Izuku wheezed. The healer placed his hands on his neck and Izuku could feel the fire under his skin converge to his hands. He breathed raggedly as he could feel his chest suck in cool air. His hands on the other hand looked unstable as space warped around them. That's all I can do, the healer said and moved back from Izuku. Immediate Izuku could feel the trigger trying to go back into the rest of his body. With a small bit of hesitation he moved. With a yell, he launched a swipe of his arm directly at the beast. A wave of destruction the size of Izuku's arm tore through the air as it was launched forward. The blade of pure power cleaved anything in its path as it rocked forward. Buildings were split in two, space warped in its path, and the air screamed. Just like when he jerked his hands, space split and reformed after a moment. Everyone bore witness to a cataclysm. As the blade of power tore through the city and into its target, Gigantomachia crossed its arms to defend itself, but it did little good. The energy tore deeply into the beast's arms as it dissipated into the air. With a roar of pain, he stumbled back. Everyone heard them scream as its arms healed slowly and the giant rents in their arms closed. The beast turned back to where the attack came from just in time to see two more coming right at him. It was too late as pure destruction tore Gigantomachia in half from hip to shoulder. It continued to tear through the base of the tower. The next blade tore through the top of the tower and gouged itself into the valley around the city. The tower shook and collapsed on top of Gigantomachia's split corpse. Izuku dropped down to his knees in exhaustion and promptly threw up everything in his stomach. He felt his body weak from the aftermath of burning the trigger in his body. His arms still shook, but at least he could touch the ground without sinking into it. Izuku felt hands on his arm as he looked up to see Rumi's worried face. Izuku tried to smile but instead threw up again. I think I'm fine, Izuku said as he finished emptying his stomach. That's... The healer was on his backside as he looked upon the destruction caused by the teen that he helped. Horrifying and incredible at the same time. Sorry, I ate fish this morning and it does smell pretty bad. Izuku tried to joke but also looked upon the chaos he had caused. There were two distinct trails of destruction from him to the tower. Anything in its path was cleaved in two or rubble. The last attack could be seen in the valley behind the city as a large slash on the ground. We need to continue with our mission. Can you go on? Endeavor's voice broke the quiet atmosphere. Izuku, I don't think you should, Rumi said as she looked him over. Izuku felt mentally tired but he could manage. I can continue. He nodded to the number 1 hero. Mirko didn't like it but they moved to join their team. Everyone was rattled by what had happened but they were professionals and moved to complete their missions. From their vantage point overlooking the city, Izuku got a clear line of sight of their target, the hospital. With some handy binoculars, he positioned the portal to the front entrance and tore open their shortcut. Mirko ran ahead with Endeavor on her heels and then a dozen more heroes followed behind them. Izuku was the last and charged through as the war began in full. Many unconscious bodies lay in the corridors of the hospital as the hero team tore through defenders. They took minor injuries but powered through. Endeavor with another team of heroes separated as a large Nomu with drills ambushed them in the main lobby of the hospital. He split the team and led his part of the team to eliminate the large Nomu. Now it was Crust, Mirko, and him rushing forward to capture the doctor and stop him from creating any more monstrosities. The Nomu began appearing as they began their descent into the hospital's lower floors. Mirko slammed her foot on top of the Nomu but it recovered quickly and tried to launch a counterattack before it was beheaded by Izuku. The Noma didn't die immediately and swung its massive arm behind him and struck Izuku in the side. He rolled with the blow and latched onto the arm as Crust used his quirk to cut its arm off. Izuku flipped his grip on the appendage and beat the Nomu with its own arm. After it was a bloody pulp, they moved on to help Mirko with the next Nomu she was fighting. While running to help his sister, another Nomu ambushed Izuku by leaping from the shadows. It clawed at his back as he got a grip on it which caused the spike on its own back to launch at Izuku's hand. With a loud curse, he jerked his hand back and then slammed his back on a wall, causing the smaller Nomu to get sandwiched. Izuku pulled his shotgun out of the portal and blew its head and most of its torso off. Quickly reloading with more slugs, he ran to join in the fight. He attached the shotgun to his back and tore through the Nomu, holding Crust in the air. It was split in two by the waist as Crust launched an attack at its head, ending its life. Mirko was panting as she backed off of the Nomu with spiked tendrils for arms. With a loud bang, a hole in its chest appeared and Mirko took the distraction and slammed her heel into the head of the monstrosity. Its head exploded in gore. After a small breather, they moved forward and came upon a large lab with multiple Nomu in glass cylinders suspended in some fluid. The doctor was at the center of the lab typing frantically in a console in front of a table with a Nomu spamming while restraints held it down. With a shriek of pain, the Nomu went limp with death. The doctor slammed his fists on the console in frustration. Another failure. There's no time. He still hasn't realized he had company. Without waiting, Izuku tore a portal behind the doctor and yanked him to the three heroes' feet. Crust reached to cuff him, but the mad scientist slammed his hand over his chest pocket. With a hiss, the Nomu in their stasis was released. 5 dropped from cables and tubes holding them in place. 4 were left when Izuku shot one in the head without hesitation. The next one dropped with a hand splitting its head apart. Mirko jumped at the 2 on the other side just as the Nomu began to wake up fully. More Nomu began to appear from dark corners that rippled like water. None of them looked the same as they began to crawl out of the dark shadows and moved to the heroes. Izuku opened another portal to where more heroes waited just for him. He grabbed the doctor and threw him into the waiting hands of the waiting heroes. The heroes restrained their target and looked into the closing portal in horror as a horde of monsters charged at the 3 heroes and they cut them down without mercy. From the 5 original Nomu that were released, only 1 remained. Mirko was keeping it busy as the 2 others fought the onslaught of Hellspawn. Izuku had thrown his shotgun into his stash when it was taking too long to reload. Instead, he hacked and slashed his hands through Nomu as a farmer reaped wheat. He tore one in half as it lunged at him while dodging a spear of bone from another. Blood covered his body as he fought against the tide. Mirko got hit by some kind of destructive energy from another Nomu as she fought the last high-end Nomu. Her side was gouged out and the Nomu took advantage of her weakness. Mirko tried her best to dodge the claw, but the new wound slowed her down as it took her leg off at the knee. Seeing this, Izuku returned the favor by trying to take its head off through a portal, but it dodged in time to save its life but not its arm. While distracted, a spurt of green acid landed on his chest plate. It began to eat away at the tough metal quickly. Izuku tore what remained of his armor off and continued to rip and tear. His black tank top was quickly drenched in more blood as tore through the diminishing numbers. Crust was slowing down just as he was. Mirko managed to finally end the last high-end and moved to finish off the last of the Nomu. With one leg she kicked the last crawling creature and it burst like a ripe watermelon. With heaving breath and matted hair, he moved to help Rumi with her wounds. He was somewhat better with non-life-threatening injuries. He knew he was bleeding from multiple wounds, but he ignored the pain in favor of helping his sister from dying. He grabbed a tourniquet from his stash and put it on her stump as he grimaced at the wound. She hissed in pain as he tightened it as much as he could. He moved to her side as she clutched it to stem the bleeding. It was too big for anything he had. Crust took some gauze from his pouch and began to put on more pressure on the wound. "It's not enough, we need to get you to the triage." Izuku shook a little in fear of losing his mentor and sister. "I can manage." She groaned out as she began to get up. Crust held her down much to her displeasure. Izuku opened a portal to the triage zone and moved to carry her through. "I told you I'm fine." She growled out as Izuku picked her up. "You are missing a effin' leg. And I'm pretty sure I saw what was left of your kidney in your wound. Now, shut up you stupid bunny and don't die." Izuku Princess carried her through the portal while was Crust called out for a medic. A small team rushed forward with a stretcher to the 2. "I'm rabbit you a-hole." She groaned out as she was set gently on the stretcher. She grabbed him before he pulled away. "Be careful." And she was taken away by the team of healers. Izuku watched her go with worry, but he thought about all the healers waiting just for this. She will be fine, she has to be. There was a loud crash from the city center where the tower stood. From Izuku's vantage point, he could see a large black figure fighting against another figure with a white costume and a red cape. From what he could see, the villain was missing an arm from the elbow down. The whole city was in chaos with a battle going on almost every street. Civilians were being escorted out by droves by many heroes and possibly some of his classmates. We should get back to the hospital to clear the place out of those beasts. Crust's voice brought him out of his thoughts. Izuku nodded and he opened a portal back to where they were. The first thing they saw when they stepped through was a new skylight. In the center of the lab was a burnt Nomu with melted metal on its hands with Endeavor to its side. He noticed them appeared quickly and turned to them. The doctor? And where is Mirko? He looked around in the new space with the dozens and dozens of dead and mutilated Nomu. He didn't have to ask who did this. Our target was apprehended and is our custody back at base camp. Mirko was injured and we just returned from handing her off to the healers. Crust said to the flaming hero. Endeavor nodded and turned to Izuku. We need a portal for some others that were injured in the battle. After that, move out into the city and help where you can. He said to Izuku and then spoke again. Also, rinse yourself off before you get an infection from all that blood. He glanced around the room with enough blood to fill a pool. Izuku looked at himself and nodded in agreement. After standing under a torrent of salt water, with some fish hitting him, he stood somewhat clean. He moved to where Endeavor had his part of the team to move the injured to the triage zone. Half a dozen heroes were helped through and the rest moved on to help with the rest of the war. After cleaning himself so he didn't look like some homicidal maniac, Izuku opened a portal for his spare chest plate. He had it for a while and never needed to use it, but since his previous upper armor was in an acid pool and under a ton of hospital structure, he thinks it was a good time to grab the spare. The new armor was just like the destroyed one but without the battle damage on it. He will miss the appearance of his old one, but he was sure the green paint won't last long with his reputation of getting attacked. Once done, he sealed the new helmet in and moved behind the team of heroes that raided the hospital. Crust had split off to help other heroes as Izuku suited up. Getting on the communication device, he was directed to a large civilian group for evacuation. While he somewhat remembered the layout of the city, he didn't have portal waypoints to everywhere in it. So he began to run towards the location directed by Nizu. He tore portals to tall buildings when he could, so he shortened his time on foot, but the city was a war zone. He helped where he could by opening portals for any civilians he came across and taking out any villains he stumbled upon. He finally reached a large plaza with many scared civilians in it. At least 100 were grouped up and more were arriving by the second. Heroes held a perimeter as they directed the people to wait for him. He wasted no time and tore a portal to the civilians' evacuation location. My name is Rip N. Tier, UA first year. This portal will take you out of the city to a designated location. Izuku shouted to get everyone's attention. The other heroes saw him arrive and they began to move people through the tear in space. Ryukyu jogged over to Izuku as he watched people go through the portal. It's good you've arrived. Were you able to get the doctor? Izuku nodded. Yes, our objective is arrested and back at base. Good job. What of your mentor? I imagine her in the mess of things. She waved to the center of the city where the fight between Mirio and Redestro was taking place. She was severely injured and I practically had to drag her to the medics. Izuku had a sliver of worry that leaked through his voice. Mirko is strong, she will be all right. She patted his armored shoulder. Izuku didn't respond but nodded in thanks for whatever comfort she provided. The plaza was soon cleared out of civilians and Izuku was sent to another location with the same plan to evacuate more people. Ryukyu split off to another location by Nizu's orders. Izuku jogged in a hurry to the directions provided by his principal. About halfway there he heard a familiar cracking and then the next thing Izuku knew, he was launched into a building. He didn't get a chance to recover when a blast of heat and sound washed over his armored figure. Izuku lay there dazed for a moment when the groaning of the building made him focus. He tore a portal above him to down the street he came from and pulled himself through it. The building collapsed just as the portal closed, being attacked by an unknown person. He called over his comms to Nizu. Then Izuku saw him standing in the dust cloud of the building. Scratch that, Bakugo Katsuki is the assailant. Katsuki looked much the same as he did when Izuku last saw him. Possibly a bit bigger, but Izuku couldn't tell at a distance. What he could tell was the gear he was wearing was similar to his hero costume. A black vest covered his chest with orange and red paint on it. A cylindrical gauntlet was strapped to his left forearm while his right was bare. Green cargo pants and black boots finished his outfit. What also remained the same was the scowl on his face. Long time no see. I see that dash. Shut up, you Deku. Izuku was rudely cut off by his former classmates yelling. What are you doing, Katsuki? He asked instead. I'm going to end you how I should have long ago. Katsuki raised his gauntlet and fired without any preamble. A wave of destruction and heat rushed down the street toward Izuku. He expected something like this to happen and was prepared with a portal. He hid behind it as the other end opened above Katsuki. He followed after the blast and grabbed Katsuki's gauntlet and tore it apart. The blonde recovered quickly and sent an explosion to Izuku's chest that launched him backward. This won't end well for you, Katsuki. Stop this now. Izuku tried to reason again. If it wasn't for you, I would have had everything I wanted in my grasp. But you ruined it. Now I'll show everyone I'm the best by sheer power. Launched himself at Izuku. Izuku stepped through a portal away for Katsuki. The blonde spun around in a feral manner. For what? For posture's sake? For glory? What would Mitsuki say to this? He yelled at Katsuki to make him see reason. The only reason Izuku didn't go for the lethal hit instead of the gauntlet was for his aunt's sake. Keep my mother's name out of your mouth. Katsuki launched himself into the air and began to spin and build up momentum. Izuku ruined his attack by tearing a portal away again. Katsuki exploded the street where he was a moment ago. Stop running, you coward. His red feral eyes locked on Izuku again. I won't end you for Auntie's sake. Izuku said more to himself than the rushing blonde. Rip and Tear rushed back at Katsuki and they met. Katsuki blasted him in the face and Izuku tore off the vest he had on. Katsuki didn't let that stop him and launched blast after blast at Rip and Tear's figure. While his chest was armored, his arms began to burn at the heat. Izuku moved forward with speed that could rival Mirko's and punched him in the stomach. Katsuki involuntarily emptied his lunch and was launched back. Izuku waited for the blonde to stop gagging. Last chance before something happens that you will regret. Izuku tore a portal and retrieved something. I will never stop, not until everything you have is gone. The blonde roared. Izuku fired and hit Katsuki in the chest. The bomber stared in shock at the gun in Izuku's hand, then looked down at the dart sticking out of his chest. Katsuki ripped the dart out and then rushed at Izuku again but stumbled when no explosions came out of his palms. He stopped and flexed his hands again and again in a futile effort to activate his quirk. He stared in horror at his hands. What did you do to me? Katsuki yelled in fury and more than a little desperation. Izuku put the gun back in his safe and it closed. I stopped you without having to resort to ending you. You would have never stopped until one of us was dead. And I don't plan to die anytime soon. What did you do to my quirk? His voice was quieter, more quiet than Izuku has ever heard before. I erased it permanently. Izuku's words brought Katsuki to his knees. He didn't cry or yell, he just knelt on the ground in complete defeat. He stared into nothing as his arms went limp and landed on his legs. He didn't resist or say anything as Izuku walked him through a portal and to the waiting hands of other heroes to arrest anyone they brought to them. Izuku returned to where he was and began to move to his original destination. Katsuki Bakugo is neutralize, he said through his comms to Nizu. Nizu was quiet for a moment then spoke. Dead. Quirkless overhauls leftovers. I chose to use them for some good. Izuku replied. Nizu paused again. You are close with his family, are you not? I didn't want to tell my aunt that I ended her son. While mom would have understood, auntie might have broken. They are good friends, sisters almost. Izuku explained as he ran through the war zone that was a city. Nizu didn't respond after that and Izuku kept moving. He took out bands of villains that stood in his way and moved forward after tossing them through a portal. When he arrived at his destination, the heroes were losing again, a mob of villains led by a man in a suit. Rip and Tear rushed forward and leaped through a portal and grabbed the monologuing villain's neck. He didn't waste any time and slammed his head into the car roof, denting it. The mob seemed to deflate and the heroes began to push back. Izuku tossed the villain through a portal and began to knock out one villain after another. He tore riot shields from hands and broke legs as he tore through the ranks of villains. He was trying to catch his breath as the heroes took out the last of the mob. They gave him a nod in thanks and Izuku moved to the civilian group and began to evacuate them just like before. That's how the rest of the day was spent for Izuku. He ran to difficult locations by Nizu's orders to get civilians out of the city quickly. Rarely he was sent to help in combat, but that didn't stop villains from popping up from alleys and trying to take out a lone first-year student. He dealt with them quickly enough and moved to the more important objective, to save people. During the ongoing conflict, battles raged on around the city. He saw ice flying through the air around a figure as Endeavor blasted them on the far side of the city. He felt the battle near the collapsed tower slow and conclude, hopefully, Mirio won. 5 exhausting hours later, the city was quiet and Izuku was sitting on the hill that overlooked the war-torn city. The war was over and the heroes won. There were many casualties on both sides, but the heroes were able to capture the leadership of the MLA or find their corpses in the tower's rubble. Izuku didn't feel good about those deaths, but it severely weakened the redestro for Mirio to take out quickly. Gigantomachia was ended and that saved countless lives from his rampage. With the head of the snake bashed, the rest of the MLA was in chaos. Izuku heard a noise behind him and he turned to see Ochako. She was exhausted just like him but alive. Izuku bolted up and picked her up in an embrace. While he trusted her to take care of herself, he still worried something would happen to her. She hugged him back and they stayed there like that for a moment. How is everyone else? Izuku was the only one that was mostly on his own with having his portal for civilian evacuation. The rest of his class was grouped up with each other and other heroes the whole time. Some were injured but nothing permanent. Everyone is okay. Are you okay? I heard a rumor that you did that. She waved to the scar cutting through the city. I'm alright, how about we assemble with the rest of our class and we can exchange stories? I could use a breather. Izuku held his love close. Alright, that sounds good. Wait, is this new? Why do you have your spare on? She narrowed her eyes at Izuku when she noticed the missing battle damage on his chest plate and shoulder armor. Izuku sweated under her expectant glare. I'll tell you with the others, let's go. She relented when he kissed her forehead and they walked where the rest of his class was resting. Their job was over and they could take a break. The class all walked through Izuku's portal to the common room of the dorms. No one was seriously injured during the battle, thankfully. Once the pro-heroes accomplished their main objectives, they sent any non-essential personnel away, their job done. Izuku thought he would have stayed and portal people, but to his surprise he was sent away with his class. Most of the Chaos class collapsed on the sofas, couches, and even the floor as soon as they could. Izuku and Ochako walked through last and were immediately enveloped by 2 pairs of arms. Eri was the first to them and Inko was not far behind. Izuku picked up Eri and hugged her tightly with Ochako on his side, also wrapping her arms around the two. Inko let out a sigh of relief as she looked over her charges. Izuku cradled Eri like a baby as they moved to an empty spot in the common room. He sat against a couch and Ochako sat down, leaning on him. There was a contented quiet as 1A finished the most intense battle of their young lives. Eri was the first to break the quiet. Dad? Can I have ice cream? Everyone immediately thought of the limited amount of ice cream in the freezer. Before we have a free-for-all, let's go out and get some ice cream. Izuku stopped many immediate rushes too. The freezer? No, I don't want to get up. Shinso groaned but stood up anyway. They were already clothed in casual wear, so Izuku found a waypoint to a near shop and tore a portal for everyone in an alley. Mina was about to go through but stopped and looked through it and then back at their class president. Why does this lead to a dark alley? She pointed at the tear in space. Because of illegal quirk usage. Now let's go, I want something sweet. Izuku stated plainly. The class stared at him for a moment and then nodded. They walked through and Izuku led the way with Ochako holding his arm. They arrived and ordered what they wanted and then returned the way they came. The small shop owner was more than happy for the large group of customers but could have sworn he recognized some of them. After the frozen treats were gone, Kaminari was the first one to bring up the battle they all participated in. "We aren't going to do that sort of thing often as heroes, will we?" "Was a lot?" he asked into the room. Many also wanted to know. Yaoruzo spoke first. "No, that was a very unique raid that won't be seen again. It was a raid in the sense we went in and apprehended an organization while we evacuate civilians. Only on an extreme scale, with the organization taking roots in a city instead of an apartment or warehouse." Izuku nodded with her statement. "It's extremely unlikely that we will see something on that scale again." He paused. "Does anyone want to talk about it, privately or here?" he offered. Inko motioned Eri to follow her. She got up from her father's lap and Inko moved to the elevator with Eri. "Nana? Why are we leaving?" Inko led Eri to her room to watch some movies for a bit. They went through something tough and it's best they talked between themselves without having to worry about us listening and thinking bad of them or something like that. She explained calmly. Eri nodded in understanding and followed her. There was a pregnant pause and then Kirishima spoke first. "That really sucked. It was hard to watch people panic as they were evacuated from their homes. Even worse when there was a battle near and everyone was freaking out." Most of the class nodded their agreement. It made it harder that we couldn't know who to trust. There were hidden members in the crowd that tried to attack us if they saw an opportunity. I saw a few heroes go down like that. Mina added. The class continued to complain and vent their grievances to each other without the worry of being judged. It helped many of them handle a hard time they had not a day ago. Once everyone began to feel lighter, they moved on to stories of what had happened while separated. I mean, the hardest part of the evacuation and rescue was that huge ass gouge from one end of the city to the next. That thing was insane. Mina split the air with her hand in a cutting motion. I saw it happen. We were waiting for the go-ahead to start and then something goes tearing through the city and tore apart the big-ass guy at the tower. What was his name? Gatito, Kaminari said. Ochako noticed her boyfriend looking away guiltily. She waved her arms while staring at him. The room quieted down and they looked at what she had her eyes locked onto. "Zuku, that may have been my fault." "Well, not intentionally my fault, but I did that," Izuku admitted quietly but loud enough for everyone to hear. The class exploded in shock and questions. "How is that even possible? Can you do it again?" "It hurt my eyes to look at it when it happened." Izuku waved them all down so he could talk without yelling. "All right, just sit down and I'll explain what happened." Mina bolted from her seat and grabbed a bag of chips and dove back into her seat while crashing into Jairu. Izuku mock glared at her. She smiled back and opened the bag of chips. "So, I was with Mirko and endeavored to raid the hospital as fast as we could. I could get us there the fastest and out when we found the doctor who was making the Nomu. While Endeavor was finishing up the plan for everyone, I saw something odd and moved. I ended up grabbing a person who was invisible or translucent or whatever." He started to freak out that he failed his commander but relaxed a moment later. Izuku rubbed his neck in a mix of embarrassment and mirth. It took Mirko pulling my arm to notice the syringe in my arm that was for Endeavor. They were trying to get trigger injected into him. "You did drugs." Siro pointed accusatory. Jairu slapped his arm down. "He was dosed, you idiot." She had her jacks aimed at Kaminari, just waiting for him to say something stupid. The rest of the class was shocked when Izuku's statement settled in. "Holy shit. If that stuff got into Endeavor, it would have been super bad." Sato said what everyone was thinking. "If my father would have been injected with trigger, the raid would have been a failure due to losses." Todoroki agreed. "So, what happened?" Mina pressed Izuku. "What did it feel like?" "It was awful and awesome at the same time. I was terrified of what would happen. People go into a frenzy when they take it, and with my quirk. Do any of ever feel the urge to use your quirk for what's it meant for? Like, Yaoruzo, do you ever feel the need to make things?" Izuku asked the vice representative. "Yes, I grew to ignore it or indulge by making disposable things, like erasers or small trinkets." A white eraser emerged from her palm for the example. "It was like that but 1,000 times worse. I wanted to grab anything and use my quirk on it. My helmet came apart when I tried to take it off. I couldn't control my quirk. Endeavor got a healer and he focused the trigger so I could burn it all up in a few uses. Izuku stared at his hand, remembering how space ripped and mended itself before his eyes. Ochako put her hand in his and gave him a comforting smile. And you launched those attacks at the tower and Gatito. Kaminari finished his retelling. Yeah, after that the raid started and I fought 1,000 Nomo under the hospital. He was reminded of Rumi and worried about her condition. You have a face, what happened? Kirishima pointed at his scrunched up face. We got the doctor out but Mirko was hurt badly. I got her out and the medics but I'm still worried. She still hasn't called or anything. Izuku checked his phone and there was nothing from her. How bad? Ochako also began to look worried. Lost her leg from the knee down and a large wound on her side. The class grimaced as they heard of their friend's mentor/sibling. I'm Sir Dash. Izuku's phone began to ring and he smiled widely at the caller. You finished the war without me, you sheet? Rumi's voice came out of the speaker. Izuku felt tears come up but had a smile of relief. And here I was telling my classmates how you valiantly died in battle. He smiled up at everyone and got up to talk in private. They smiled back and Ochako squeezed his hand before he left. I more or less got the word of mouth of what happened after I was dragged into the triage. But I want to hear from you what happened. He could hear some movement in the background. What are you doing? You better not be moving around with your injuries. How are you by the way? Izuku sat down on the grass in the backyard. I'm fine. How? You. I've got a nub for a leg and they regrew some of my kidney. I told you I'm fine. The leg won't hold me back and I've got another kidney for a spare. She relented and told him the full extent of her injuries. Well, that's not so bad. How are you going to deal with your leg? Though. Izuku felt some relief that she was doing good and that the missing limb didn't hurt her spirits. I don't know, maybe a robot leg or some sheet. Ah. What about a peg leg? That would be funny. Docs here said that there are options for prosthetics so I'm not worried. Now, tell me what happened after I was chewed up. She sounded nonchalant about it all so Izuku put the rest of his worries to rest. Nothing much to tell. I ran around and evacuated large groups of civilians at a time. Knocked some baddies down, nothing of note, except one. Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku lay on the grass as he spoke. Who F is that? That one guy that got expelled from 1A after the midterms, before the forest attack. Uses explosion to attack. Oh yeah, he was there. Yeah, he jumped me and launched me into a building, it nearly collapsed on top of me. He wanted some revenge for getting expelled or he wanted to show who was better, I'm not sure. He was always crazy. He waved his hand for no one to see. Anyway, he wanted to fight. I didn't, since he was my aunt's son, I didn't want to end him. He wouldn't have stopped until one of us was. So I shot him with a quirk erasing drug. You FN did what? How did you get your hands on it? He could hear her sit up in her bed from the shock. Ah. F dash. She hissed in pain. You alright? Just pulled the stitching whatever. Where did you get them? She went right back to the topic. I took them during the Shai Hasaikai raid. There were 2 left, now 1. I didn't want to tell my aunt I ended her son, so he is quirkless now. I still need to tell mom. I'm not sure what to say. I honestly think ending him would have been better in my opinion, but I can see your point of view. They continued to chat for a while longer until she was ordered to get off the phone by some doctors. Izuku laughed over the phone at her and got up to leave. Inside, the common room was filled with laughter from his friends and classmates. Ochako smiled up at him from across the room and he joined them. Soon enough Inko and Eri joined them downstairs and everyone chipped in to get dinner ready. Izuku told Inko about Katsuki and she just hugged him, saying that she trusts he did the right thing. During the weekend the two went over to the Bakugo household so they could give the news to Katsuki's parents. Mitsuki and Masaru greeted them with hugs and pulled them inside to chat. You've heard of the large raid against Jaku City? Izuku started after some small talk. Yeah, I saw some of it on the news and read about the same amount. Why? Mitsuki said. I participated in the raid with the heroes, mainly for getting people evacuated quickly. Katsuki was there and we fought. Izuku looked into both of their eyes when he said it. Mitsuki leaned forward and covered her face with her hands. She cursed softly. Masaru grimaced and put his hand on Mitsuki's back. That brat, I knew he was doing something fishy when he went out for long periods. What happened? She looked up with tears streaming down her face. He attacked me and I tried to talk him down, but he didn't listen. He continued to try and hurt me more but avoided his attacks until I stopped him. I didn't hurt him, but he is quirkless now. I didn't want to hurt either of you two by hurting Katsuki. Even if he was an a-hole, he was your son. He is in hero custody, whatever that is. Izuku explained. Mitsuki cried some more and hugged Masaru for comfort. They stayed like that for a little while longer until she separated and got up. We need some time alone, please. They nodded and made for the exit. Izuku. He turned around and was embraced by Mitsuki. Thank you for trying and keeping him alive. Masaru nodded and patted his arm. I'm sorry I couldn't do more. Call me if you need help or something. Izuku offered. Mitsuki hugged Inko next and they made their way out of the house and to the street. The two made their way to the train station to ride back to UA. They were quiet while they walked, lost in their own thoughts. Inko broke the silence when they passes a house for sale. This would be nice for you and Cheiko. She stopped in front of the two-story house. It would be, but I need money first. He looked it over. So you do plan to marry her? She snapped her eyes to his. Izuku blushed and looked away. We're too young to be thinking things like that. So you've been thinking about it? And don't worry about money, I have more than enough for you to get started. Izuku blushed more when his mother began to tease him. I'm not going to take your money. Izuku latched on to the topic. Inko snorted a laugh. What am I going to use it for? I'm quite happy at UA being a dorm mother. I've talked to the other dorm mother and she was just as happy as I was. And you're not taking it, I'm giving it. And if you start about my retirement or emergency funds, trust me I have more than enough and UA helps with my retirement. She smiled up at her son with warmth. Izuku scrunched his face up in consternation. I'll think about it. He said simply. So what do you plan for the wedding? Me and Kana have been talking, and we think dash. She kept on explaining their plans for the wedding as Izuku was dragged along to the train station with a red face. While Izuku did like the idea of Ochako in a wedding dress, it was embarrassing to talk to his mother about it. They made it back to the dorms without any problems. Izuku was still flustered as he walked in behind his mother. Eri ran up to Inko and hugged her before rushing at Izuku and giving him a tighter hug. Izuku picked her up and squeezed her just enough for her to squeal in laughter. Ochako came up to him and gave him a kiss in greeting. There were some wolf whistles from the couches and Izuku mock glared at the group playing video games. They teased them about being so domestic and Izuku was internally very pleased to hear that. With the biggest known threat gone, the class known as the Chaos class can rest for a bit longer until the next threat showed its head. The end. The class sat around the common room with the Midoriya matriarch making snacks for everyone in the kitchen. Izuku and
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.